Yeah, again, it's the exact repeat of the previous day with how the day starts off, leaving exactly a Chrysalis in the reserve. I love the fact that you do just get to do this with Lindaway once you start just playing your jellyfishes repeatedly. It's a great way to conserve information. Yet again, it's exactly the same deal for Tiago as well. They are exhausting that Chrysalis yet again. So interesting to see how both players are starting out with the exact same lines here. We noticed as well, Sigismar at the last day, they ended up choosing to discard a substantial number of cards down from the reserve, playing in a very, what would you call that, a disadvantageous way for card advantage just in general. But they don't have to care about that because they were able to draw so many cards in the early game, both thanks to the Ortis Attorney, but also their card draw unique. So it lets them just choose whatever their best options are instead of worrying about keeping maximum value. So that's definitely one of these advantages that having so much card draw gets you.
And there is some more card draw as well there from Pierre, using the effect of the Lindaway to create that more token, sacrificing away the fleeting Moonlight Jellyfish again, a line that we've seen a couple of times so far now in this game from Pierre. And then getting the boost as well from the landmark. So at the moment, Pierre heavily contesting over on this near side. And now we're seeing, looks like a boost up onto a Ortis recruit token.
You know, interestingly, I think I saw in the Sigismar player's hand a copy of the card Break the Ice, which is a very unconventional choice if it was indeed that. It could be that I was misseeing, but really interesting removal option actually for them. Oftentimes we have a dynamic with Lindaway as well, where the Lindaway does not want to make Maw for as long as possible into a day, specifically so that they can attempt to dodge removal with it. So it'll be interesting to see if that does become a relevant dynamic this day. But starting off with a Moth Lantern as well, this Lindaway is essentially just saying, I am perfectly happy trading 1-for-1 again and again, and then trying to play for a late game day where I may have an advantage thanks to this Baba's Isba especially. So yeah, I like the line overall. They're comfortable with where they're at, just trying to take that one progression. Moth Lantern is an incredibly powerful and synergistic card for their play as well. Works so well with Baba's Isba, works so well with Maw. It's everything that Lindaway wants right there.
Very, very nice indeed. And Lindaway still with 3 mana open as well. Now just trying to make sure they've got all of the calculations in their head perfectly correct. Try and see what we're going to do with this remaining 3 mana. The Moonlight Jellyfishes, all 3 of them now, I believe, have been accounted for, so there shouldn't be too much more of that sacrifice draw cards effects going on as soon as that one from reserve has been played out with the fleeting.
I do think the Lindaway is trying to make sure that they can actually play around removal here, because there are a convenient 2 mana left over for the Sigismar. Most players at this point will expect to be having to play around teamwork training specifically. We do see Boom coming down, just taking out this Ortis Trooper. So they're essentially saying, yes, you can potentially remove my my Maw, for example, but it's not going to matter. I will be able to get value via this Moth Lantern and go over the top regardless of whether you remove my Maw or not. I believe that's the plan here, at least, which, yeah, I like it.
It's not a bad plan indeed, especially with both players having their respective expeditions that they're targeting completely vacant. So we will get the advance from both players here. And now both players are the exact same movements away, I believe, from being able to try and claim this game here. They're not too far.
Yeah, I mean, again, in this, this equal situation here where both players have been very much comfortable playing it out one by one so far. Boom specifically, really interesting card that Lindaway gets to make use of that most other heroes do not. I mean, we have seen it a little bit in its Axiom configurations, where it's definitely not a bad option to have access to. But Lindaway loves it specifically because it is such a flexible card in general with what you get to go after. And the downside of sacrifice a character is not always actually a downside for Lindaway. Sometimes it's an upside. I would say more often than not, it still costs you something for that sacrifice a character, even while you're playing Lindaway. It's just typically you're much more comfortable with doing that than other decks are. So it's a really nice one that Lindaway gets to make a lot of use of that other heroes would not.
Absolutely. So Tiago will have the first action on the first move of this new day in the afternoon phase once we've gotten through the morning and getting all of that mana all prepared. And it looks like we have now gone ahead and done so. That Ordis token just going ahead and sticking around as it does as soon as you get to create one in the new day.
And yeah, I can confirm. I'm very certain at this point that that was a copy of Break the Ice in the hand here for our Sigismar, which is a very powerful removal spell in general. But specifically in this situation, it could either be really, really good or not so great. And it depends pretty much entirely on how Pierre ends up choosing to play out their day on Lindaway as well. If there is a situation where, okay, so this will end up being good for Break the Ice specifically. Ortis Spy sabotages away the one character in reserve. Now, Lindaway is incentivized to play out a character from hand, which will be the Sismir Mothbreeder, but is nimbly navigating exactly this situation, playing it for its scout cost to get a character and threaten to be able to replay it from reserve. It's beautiful because Break the Ice specifically, not only does it remove a character, but it also exhausts it. And now that the players are both getting to very low card in hand counts, potentially doing so could be game ending on its own, given that both players are looking to potentially win off of a double advance. So this has been actually really well navigated by, I think, both players here.
Yeah, I think both players, you can see they're laughing with themselves to each other, to our table judge as well, watching on, realizing, okay, this is smart, which is what you're doing here, and playing around that possibility of the Break the Ice as well. As it's going to be a 3 mana that is going to be paid for. Looks like we're moving out of the reserve here and putting it over into that other expedition that we are completely targeting here is that character that we played earlier out of the reserve that we used with that scouting cost. Gonna give it fleeting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is Izmir Mothbreeder. You only get the additional mana moth when you play it from the front side, but it is still a 4 mana 2/2/2, which is really nice because if they are trying to play around teamwork training specifically, the Sigismar would not be able to use teamwork training on it right now. So that is looking good for them. It looks now, though, that the Sigismar is out of mana. They are just playing out a Monolith Legate onto that side, saying that I'll just sabotage something at the end of the day, which is very reasonable. But that does give the Lindaway a potential chance here, but no, they're just going to get some additional card advantage going on and say that they're perfectly fine going adjacent with the Sigismar and then duking it out the next day with potentially a couple additional cards in hand.
Yeah, not bad at all. Well, we've got the extra mana to be able to use in Tiago all out. We can go ahead and play a little bit more carefree. And it looks like we are passing there from Tiago, which makes a lot of sense with no mana available. Pierre does still have the 2. We are going to go ahead and play out of reserve here, just onto the other expedition. But it won't matter too much because both players will get the double advance going on. And we'll get ourselves ready into the next day here with both players, I believe, just being 1 advance away from being able to take a victory.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be an exciting last day, I would say, and both players have multiple significant advantages going into it as well. Oftentimes, when we would see that a Lindaway has set up Moth Lantern already onto their hero side specifically, it can be incredibly powerful for them, especially, again, when they have enough cards in hand, when they have cards like Baba's Isba that are out, and that is the situation for our Lindaway. So typically, I would say that it very much favors them in that sort of spot. Sigismar, though, meanwhile, we we do see they have a lot of resources still as well, multiple relevant cards from reserve, but they also had that anchored Bumblebeat that they had played out the last day from reserve. So that is sticking around here, meaning that it is going to be pretty tough for Lindaway to actually break through on that hero side, regardless of them having that Moth Lantern. So I'd say things are really likely to come down to this day here, but it could also be the case that both players will yet again trade and then head to an arena. So we will see.
Well, it's going to be Pierre that's going to have the first action of this new day here as well. 8 mana, was just double checking before we started and gone into the afternoon of the day to see exactly what resources have gone into that mana pool.
And we are finding out in chat that another notable Lindaway player in Wesh actually was helping this Lindaway player put together their deck configuration, giving some advice there, which is really cool. And I think it definitely also explains some of the choices they've made thus far, the sort of things they're playing around. It does look like they're making a substantial effort to be very well practiced for the deck. And yeah, both of these players are definitely experts on their respective decks from what I'm seeing. It might be that there's a potential rules question at the moment. Not sure exactly what's going on, but we will see soon if they're getting back underway or if we have to pause for a second.
Yeah, there's definitely a conversation happening here at the moment. Looks like it's a pretty brief conversation, though, as Tiago says, oh, okay, I see what's happening here, and what the questions might very well be. So very, very soon, hopefully, we will get things back underway here at the Altered London World Championship qualifier. We are set for 8 rounds today, and then a top cut straight afterwards. But it looks like whatever was the issue, it has been resolved. Pierre is making that first action of the new day.
And that is a Tooth Fairy to immediately sabotage away the Ortis Spy, interestingly enough. Recognizing that, yeah, playing out for 2 mana from reserve to just get a 2/2/2 might be better than playing out from reserve, getting a 2/1/2 here that might provide additional incremental value over time. Lindaway, with that play, is saying, I don't care about the overtime thing. I'm trying to win today. And I definitely think that's a heads up play here. It's important to recognize where you might be advantaged, where you are likely to be able to either find the progressions yourself and potentially win, or otherwise, if that one stat point matters in Mountain, it'll be the entire game. Rather just get rid of the thing that's most threatening and go for the win here, rather than potentially play around subsequent days. They are making Maw very quickly, though. And again, for the reasons I was mentioning earlier, Lindaway often doesn't want to do that as quickly as possible, even if they would be able to get more boosts or more boost value onto the Maw over time, simply because Maw is incredibly vulnerable to removal. So I guess with that play, Lindaway is saying, yeah, sure, remove my Maw, go for it. It's not the most relevant thing they have going on.
Well, it's going to be down to Tiago here to see what they are going to do. It looks like it's just the 2 mana that's being reached for here. And we're going to head into the other expedition on the side of the Tumult, just to maybe try and flesh things out there, go and try and combat against the token that has been created in the previous action. And then there is the Boom coming down as well, taking care of that unit and that character straight away, getting some more boosts onto the Maw token as well.
Yeah, I am actually pretty worried now, though, for the Lindaway. They're trading resources, but not in a way that they're necessarily advantaged here. And notably as well, the character that they did sacrifice for that Boom was a mana moth itself, which is an illusion, meaning that they do not get an additional moth off of the moth lantern on that side. I do think here that this will be removal on the Maw by Tiago, which it is indeed that Break the Ice does go after Maw here. So we do have a situation where with 4 mana remaining for Lindaway, they need to find a way to ideally add stats to, I was going to say both sides, but at least one side here. It is Baku. It will discard I think it was just the only remaining card from the Sigismar player's hand. So we're again going to have a 1-for-1 trade here. The Baku is a really creative pick, actually, for the Lindaway deck. It's not something we see super often. So that's a really good one in this situation.
Yeah, very nice indeed. And you can see here the top card of the expedition has been flipped over, so it looks like we are headed in to an arena. So for those that maybe are a little bit newer to Altered and are thinking, well, just a few moments ago you said that as soon as these players touch or overlap on their different expeditions, the game ends. We now all of a sudden have a completely different card in the middle of the tumult. What is actually going on here?
Yeah, so the arena plays a little bit differently than other days. It essentially ends up counting all three of the different terrain types or region types. So forest, mountain, and water here. Where at the end of the day, if you are winning on more of those different regions than your opponent, you will win. You can have ties still if you end up tied on all of the individual region types or terrains. And it is also a situation where you can tie if, for example, you are winning on forest, but your opponent is winning on water, for example, and then you can go into repeated tiebreaker days. But I actually really doubt we're going to see repeated ones here. I think things are suddenly looking so good for our Lindaway player, specifically after that Baku the previous day. We're seeing their unique start to come out as well. It does look like a discard effect, which is already pretty powerful going after the characters. Sigismar, we know, is on a very little card advantage left, given that they had discarded their one and only card that they had remaining the previous day. So it's just 2 cards here for Sigismar. One of them's an Ortus Crier, which is not going to do much in terms of stats. And notably, all of these stats here are counting to the same thing. The sides do not matter anymore. There's no ability to trade. And in the stats battle, this has to be going in Lindaway's favor.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at just the sheer numbers game that Pierre has here for Lindaway, now creating that token here. There is the removal and there is the handshake from Tiago there. And the game is over.
Beautiful stuff. Lindaway taking that one down, showing, yeah, I did have removal effects, but they don't matter anymore. Yeah, really impressive overall. I do think the day where the Sigismar player had to discard multiple cards from their reserve actually ended up costing them over time, because it was a situation where the sheer card advantage at the end did actually come into play, despite the fact that they had such an advantageous early game with card advantage. So yeah, well done to Lindaway, I would say, but yeah, well fought overall.
Yeah, it was a really, really interesting first game, especially with this sort of Lindaway strategy of sacrificing and discarding some of your other characters away, getting those boosts, getting that draw effect as well with the rare jellyfish, with it getting fleeting, and thinking that there may have been a position where we either sort of missed an opportunity to do so or missed an opportunity to maybe go a little bit further with that turn where we could have created that more token when it wasn't our first action on the day. But in the end, getting to the arena and Pierre on Lindaway being able to do enough, finding that first copy of the unique on the turn that they needed it.
And sometimes you don't need to have your uniques early on in the game either, depending on what sort of effects you're playing uniques for, right? It can be one of these things that you really are looking to maximize value in early stages of the game, especially if they're things like card advantage uniques in some cases. They can really help you set up your game plan. But otherwise, with these Amaroks, for example, I'm very much assuming the stats are reasonable for all of them, and then being able to discard one or multiple characters in some cases. Yeah, those are good late game tools. So definitely, it's totally fine sometimes, even if you don't see them until the later stages.
Absolutely. Well, we've seen the first round of the World Championship qualifier here from London for the Altered TCG, but we still have plenty more rounds to go through as the day, see what I did there, goes on. We will be back very, very soon with the remainder of the action here from the Kia Oval in Surrey. So don't go too far, because we will be back with round 2 just after this. everybody, and welcome back to coverage of the Altered TCG World Championship Qualifier in London. Ben and Kellen here with you for the day, and we are getting yourselves ready for round 2 action, and we're going to be featuring 2 newer factions as well in this round that we didn't see in the last one. We've got Tasia representing Mana, and we've got Basira representing Bravos.
Yeah, Basira is a hero that's really taken off in recent times, I would say, as far as popularity is concerned. And Tasia has been a little bit on the downswing over time. But overall, these are both heroes that I would say you can be reasonably certain you will see them at some point, especially over a really large or long event. So yeah, cool. It's an interesting matchup that we're going to have here. I'm interested to see especially what sort of uniques the Tasia player is choosing to play. And then, of course, I think the big elephant in the room card for the Bravos player here, our Basira player, is Aklut. Aklut is almost synonymous to the Basira playstyle at this point, and it's definitely a really interesting one, and it can be really good into this matchup specifically.
It can be indeed. Well, it looks like we are immediately already underway, going ahead with the first action onto the board. I think that is the Aloe Vera that's been played down there onto the board. No, it's not.
It's a Dracana. Yep.
Dracana that's being played down, but it is going to go ahead and get the boost as it being the first character that's been played during the afternoon, thanks to the effect.
Yeah, actually, this is what I would call sort of a reasonably low power start in general, but both players are going to trade 1-for-1. The notable advantage for the Tasia here is the fact that their character does get to stick around for another day. It's going to have pretty good stats as well. It does look like, I believe that's a mountain terrain that it advanced on as well, which it's going to be very strong into. So that's already a pretty reasonable opener from Tasia, but that is just a common that they play. It's not like a crazy, like a unique opener or something that's going to give a lot more value other than what's on the board. But overall, the Basira committed next to nothing into the day themselves, just playing out a Fire Rabbit and not using any of the additional effects on it or anything. So yeah, they're also perfectly fine with a trade like that to start things off.
Absolutely, getting both players that early advance on either side of the tumult there. The moment Yan focusing on the hero side, Long going in the companion side. And looks like both players here are just considering still what to go ahead and send into their mana pools at the moment in the morning of this second day. And get a little glimpse into the hand there. I do see, I think that's one rare at the very least that the player is holding onto for Tasia.
Yep, and from what I've seen, neither of them have access to any uniques yet as well. So it doesn't look like the openers are going to be all that explosive. So it's going to be interesting to see what the trajectory of this game ends up for both players. I can imagine as well, we do see that there is a rare Tiny Djinn in the Basira's hand, and I have a feeling that is going to be their play for this day. That is such an incredibly powerful card, even just at that 1 mana to start with, to start getting set up and trying to create some incremental value with. Being able to get additional mana in the early stages of the game, especially if you do start running out of cards in the later stages, it ends up meaning that you just get to keep more cards that you draw at the start of the day, and you're less forced to put them into mana necessarily. And then otherwise in the mid-game days, just having access to additional mana gives you that much more power. So I like setting up the Tiny Djinn here and starting to work around that game plan. We are seeing from the Tasia, it's just another Dracana for now. I don't know if they have anything else to make use of 1 mana with, but there's a couple things at least that the Basira might have to think about playing around, if nothing else.
Yep, so Basira is going to continue in that. Jin is going to get a little bit of a helping hand here, it looks like, with some boosts.
Yeah, that's actually a really nice one. It is going to make up for some of the lost value of being able to play that Tiny Djinn again, for example. Because there is going to be no opportunity to play it again from reserve, but you do get to draw a card at least off of that physical training to start with. And it's also very nice for the Basira because their play is actually well lined up for the next day. They have at least 2 cards from reserve that they're likely to want to be able to play. And yeah, physical training costing 3 mana, you'd typically say that that is a lot of mana to be spending, but when you're putting additional cards into your mana, hey, it's not that bad.
Yeah, not too bad at all. Getting that ramp going nice and early, and of course, getting that card draw as well from the rare physical training as both players heading into the morning of the new day, getting themselves an extra mana into their pool. But thanks to that Tiny Jin effect, is going to be able to get that 1+ advantage in the mana zone here, as opposed to Yan on that Tasia.
And it could actually be just like a massive deal where the Basira is then able to snowball and this advantage over time. Even though they're equal on the tumult at the moment, there is a substantial advantage to having that additional mana there. However, I think the big question is, will Tasia be able to find some additional value that they'll be able to keep multiple characters in play with over time? So that could look, for example, like mass anchoring uniques. If they did have access to something like that, and the Basira was unable to remove a card like that in time, things could very quickly turn the other direction, regardless of the Basira mana advantage currently. So that is definitely the big question for me at the moment when I'm looking at this board state, but it's nice for the Tasia as well that they haven't really committed much of anything to the board yet. You can assume that they're just they're improving the card quality that they have in hand over time as well here.
And it's going to be that Dracana again that's going to be making its way out of the reserve. Is going to get anchored, however, here, though, with that play out of the reserve. And is going to go ahead and grab a boost as well from the effect of the Tasia. Doesn't matter where that character comes from, as long as it is a character that you play each afternoon, he is going to go ahead and get that 1/1/1 boost.
And I'm just thinking here that Basira is looking so strong into this, largely because they are a hero that is actually able to play over the Tasia cards in a lot of cases. Many heroes cannot do that. Tasia tends to have reasonably statted characters. That additional boost that the first thing that you play every day gets can be a really big deal, and Muna characters in general often do just have really massive stats. But the advantage for Basira here is substantial in that they are able to, especially because Tasia is not known for sabotage effects or even exhausts in most cases, they can just leave this physical training in their reserve, slow play to start the day, and then threaten to go over these Dracanas that are currently out in play with things like this Blade Dancer. So I think that this is already looking pretty solid for Basira overall.
Certainly seems that way, and especially with the sheer amount of mana that's still available to Long on the Basira here for the remainder of this day as well. Gonna go ahead and just see a 2-mana play here.
And it is a Lyra Thespian, which, if nothing else, is going to be a lot of stats onto that side. So it is suddenly now a challenge for Basira to actually go over the top of that Dracana side. There is, of course, the Dracana on the other side, which they should still be able to outstat with. I believe that, yeah, they should be able to do it with just the cards that we're seeing already. But beautiful. We do now have access to the cards, so that is awesome to see as well. You can see Lyra Thespian here. It does gain an additional 2 boosts because Yan did control 2 characters that were already boosted. So that's definitely a really strong one for 2 mana, 4/4/4 in stats. It's a lot worse when you don't get that additional effect out of it, but yeah. And we do see Long is making use of that Basira hero ability now as well, getting a bunch of additional boosts onto this Blade Dancer. The nice thing about that Blade Dancer is it does have Seasoned, meaning that it's going to keep those boosts when it goes to reserve and be able to play it out again the next day for just a massive character.
Yeah, combining there with the physical training as well to just really, really boost it up. And then going into the next day, we see those cards go into the reserve. So Blade Dancer, as he said, is going to keep all those boosts that he's been able to amass. And as well, look at the indication marker that is on the Bravos Blade Dancer as well. As soon as that gets played out from the reserve, it is going to get another boost as well. So that is going to be one really strong Bravos Blade Dancer indeed for the next day.
But what I am looking at here as well is I'm pretty sure the Tasia was able to actually take a double advance there, and that the Basira player only advanced on one side. So that is a potential lead for the Tasia. And if they're able to ride that out, things could actually end up going in their favor. But notably as well, the other card that was played to find a progression for the Basira player on their own, on the Forest Expedition at least, was Haven Sarengar, which does have that spike stat on the Forest Expedition and is incredibly good over time, and in this specific case as well. It gives additional card advantage, which is always nice to have, and just being well statted for its cost. This is definitely one of these cards at common that has made Bravos such a strong faction. All three heroes in the Bravos faction are competitively viable at this point, which we can't say for most factions. So it's definitely carried largely based on the really strong commons that the faction has, but also cards that we saw earlier, like that rare Tiny Jin. Definitely the hallmarks of Bravos at this point, the Tiny Jin and Haven Sarengar.
Yeah, the even nicest thing about that Haven Serengar is that when it gets played out of the reserve, it is going to have that fleeting keyword. And as soon as it leaves the expedition zone, if it has that fleeting, it is going to allow Long to draw an extra card as well. So not only are we starting to get these really big, well-boosted and well-statted characters trying to challenge and combat into these expeditions, we are also starting to replenish our hand a little bit and get ourselves to a position where we can look to try and close out the game in the later days with some of those either high mana costed characters or find those important uniques. First action is just going to go ahead though and be that Bravos Blade Dancer out of the reserve, getting multiple boosts here from its effect and the Basira as well.
I think it's interesting to see that this is just the common version of Bravos Blade Dancer. I've definitely seen the rare flying around a little bit occasionally, where when you have, with the rare at least, you can sometimes remove fleeting from it just by virtue of not having a certain number of boosts, which you then immediately add to the character after removing fleeting from it. I believe Long might have access to Helping Hand in their list, but I fully expect that they're just playing it for the value that they're getting out of it this turn. And something that I'm pretty sure I did see as well when they were looking at what to mana this day, I'm pretty sure they have the Hunger in their hand, which is actually one of the main reasons why I do think that Tasia has been falling off a little bit. So much of the playstyle for Tasia tends to revolve around setting up advantages over time, and the Hunger is a card that specifically threatens to sweep the entire board, especially at the moment when you set up all of your anchored threats. So that is a potential really good late game threat for our Basira player, but still it is going to be a little bit awkward trying to figure out how to play that optimally here, especially given that nothing is currently anchored yet for the Tasia.
Yeah, in that it's going to be another non-anchored character that's going to make their way onto the board here as well for Basira. And now the fleeting being activated here. I think that's just onto the Thespian here, once again making its way out of reserve.
Yeah, the Lyra Thespian play is just saying, I do not want to be at any risk of losing on this companion side here, which I very much understand. Again, the Tasia player is incentivized to ride things out and find their trades because they were able to take the double progression, I believe, the day before. But meanwhile, they're also recognizing that it's going to be much harder for them to contest into that expedition with the massive Blade Dancer in it. So they're just trying to lock up the side that they think is most reasonable to do so on.
And so Long here with the opportunity with 2 mana still open here to either play another character into one of these expeditions, either maybe try and challenge that companion expedition or really lock up the hero expedition at the moment as well, with that Blade Dancer having so many boosts on it at the moment. It's got what, 2, 4, 6, I think that's 7 plus 7 boosts. It looks like that's on the Blade Dancer right now, if I'm seeing that correctly, which is absolutely massive.
Yeah, that does sound about right, and that should be the number. It would make sense given that they had, I believe, 5 the day before. Yeah, absolutely massive, but it is fleeting, so it's going to be gone here. There will be no additional value with it. There's no Helping Hand. They do get a little bit of value though. They do get to draw off of the Haven Sarengar, so that is nice at least for the Basira. But overall, I think the trades are still pretty reasonable. I think just the biggest risk here for the Tasia specifically is that if they commit too much to trying to anchor a board state, it is the threat of Hunger coming down that would potentially ruin their day. So if they're able to navigate that pit trap, then maybe they're going to be totally fine in this.
Well, that's what we're going to have to see later as this day and as this game continues to go on. We are into morning, so both players having the opportunity to send one card from their hand into their mana pool. You don't have to do that, however. You can get to a point and say, you know what, I've got all the mana that I need, I think, for this day or even the remainder of the game, and focus on more trying to keep those cards in hand and start fleshing out those expeditions when we want to go and challenge them. The middle card of the Tumult has not been flipped over yet as well. So Yan and Long still have no knowledge at this point of what attributes that they are going to need to look for in that middle Tumult to get the advances.
Yeah, but it does look like everything is tied up, though. So all things considered, it's they know at least that one of those sides of it will be water, and the other one will be the other two respective terrain types. So it could be a relevant thing depending on if there's very uneven stats on different sides that end up getting, say, anchored down. But otherwise, we'll see. We do see a unique come out now for the Tasia, and notably, it is not a mass anchoring one. It is instead a stats booster. It says, when another character joins your expeditions, if I'm in forest, up to 2 target characters each gain 1 boost. Which does represent potentially a lot of stats over time. Notably, though, they are only one side is currently in forest, meaning that in order to get value out of it, they won't be able to play onto the companion side. So I think likely here, Tasha's just going to be trying to go for another trade.
Not a bad one to find, however, though. The first unique being revealed in this game, and now Long with the opportunity to either try and respond and challenge into that hero expedition, or try and go for the companion side here instead, pulling a couple of cards to the front of the hand here, just deciding which is going to be the best course of action. And it's just going to be the 1 mana here, and it's going to be another Bravos Blade Dancer.
Notably, as well, they're not yet using that Basira hero ability, meaning that they have some other way in order to gain boosts that is remaining in their hand, and they're going to wait to show where the stats will actually end up falling as long as possible to prevent the Tasia from making a better decision around it. Notably, we do see there is both another unique accessible to the Tasia in their hand, as well as a Jack Frost. It was funny because I was mentioning earlier that Tasia often does not have many sabotage or even exhaust effects, but this is the one, essentially, Jack Frost, that is most often seen when they are playing sabotage or exhaust as a way of interacting with the reserve. So it'll be interesting to see if they end up choosing to use that. I could imagine it especially being very useful the next day, where that Blade Dancer is potentially going to be very overstated for its cost and in the reserve. And the other thing that Tasia has going on here that's very relevant is the fact that they have a Muna Druid currently in reserve as well. So they would potentially be able to give a character if there's anchored, including these uniques.
Yeah, it's a interesting position that they find themselves in. It is going to be another unique, though, that is going to make its way into that hero expedition. It's the Isun Boshi, a 2/03. When a character you control gains 1 or more boosts, if you control 3 or more characters, up to 1 target character with hand cost 3 or less other than itself is going to gain anchored.
Yeah, so they're going to immediately turn that, as soon as possible, at least here, with another character. They're going to turn that into an anchor on the other unique that they have, I would very much assume. The issue that I'm seeing for them is that they might have to play out that Muna Druid. No, they're just likely to play out the Jack Frost, I think, in their hand to further enable that, at which point they should be able to anchor both of these uniques and just keep the loop going sort of indefinitely. But instead of indefinitely, it's actually going to be until the Basira player finds a way to interact with it. So normally this would look potentially very scary going into these late game stages. But again, the fact that the Basira is hanging on to that copy of the Hunger is going to be very impactful here, I have a feeling.
Well, we're not quite at that hunger stage yet, so instead we're just going to take an opportunity for a couple of actions here. I believe, is that the Skater that is being played here? No, it's not.
It's a Bravos Tracer. Notably, it's the rare version as well. This one being very overstated. I mean, of course, the common Bravos Tracer at 333 is already overstated for its cost at the downside of gaining fleeting. However, the rare is even more overstated, and it's kind of cool to see them choose to use that here. It's definitely a very aggressive play. And I think that they are trying to suggest that they can actually contest on that hero side, potentially with removal effects.
Well, they've certainly got the mana open to do it. They've got, what, 5 mana open here for some potential removal tools of some kind of description, with 1 card in hand for Yan and the 2 mana open, it only being that Jack Frost. We are going to get rid of a card in the reserve here and anchor down that Isenboshi, because we are going to play the Jack Frost here just to make sure that we are getting these anchoring effects.
That they are. I'm interested to see them choose to discard the Muna Druid first, actually, before playing out this Jack Frost. They could have potentially waited until afterwards, but potentially they needed to do it now. I'm not sure why they would do that, actually, but regardless, the stats are really good for them on the side, and I am just worried, though, that if Long does have multiple removal effects here, things could end pretty much on the spot. Well, not entirely end. Of course, they have to advance 3 times in order to actually end the game here, but losing a double advance potentially could be really, really deadly, because Basira would only need to steal 1 at that point in order to get through. But yeah, we'll see. It should be pretty interesting, though. If these anchored threats are able to stick around, they are sort of forced to play for a hunger line, which would be good, but does leave a pretty significant potential for Tasia just to be able to trade.
Well, Long just trying to consult and see exactly what is being presented to them at the moment and how best to try and respond. Just that Tracer and that Blade Dancer at the moment contesting either one of the expeditions. And Yan with no cards in hand, Long with 3, as we've been saying and indicating. We feel like that they are holding on to a copy of the Hunger, but it's more an instance here of whether they were holding on to any other kind of removal effects.
Yeah, I believe that's a Duel of Grit in their hand, which is indeed a relevant removal effect. I just don't think it's enough removal to be able to break through yet on that hero side. Duel of Grit is going after that Isenboshi unique, though, so that will be gone, at least for now. Of course, it will just go to reserve. It is not the rare version of the card, so it's not direct discard. It just sends it to reserve.
Yeah, so at least it is temporary removal for now, and it does have fleeting, so that spell isn't going to be able to be used again. Say when Long has the first action of the next day, can try and play around and make Yan play the Isenboshi back out from reserve, then immediately just go and Jewel of Grit it away again. That's not going to be an option here unless there is another copy of Jewel of Grit in the hand.
And I believe that he's now just doing Tolarian skater math to make sure that he can actually take a progression on the side that he skaters on. So that does come down. It is giving the boost to itself, and I believe the Basir hero ability will be able to be activated as well. Which, okay, I believe that's actually enough to take a progression on that side already, and then give the additional boost over to the Blade Dancer and reserve some value in the reserve for the next day.
Dice roll for a 4, so we're going to see a water side over on the companion, and then it is going to be grass and the mountain on the hero side of the expedition that we are going to need. But a double advance here again for Long on Basira, meaning that they are just going to need to find 1 movement, 1 advancement here to win this game.
Yeah, that was a really beautiful way to turn the corner, I would say, especially because now any hunger that they play does threaten to win the game on its own. Oftentimes there is this dynamic with hunger where you can play it out and get some value out of it, but even then your opponent is very easily able to trade. But now with such a massive lead on the tumult already, It's going to be very hard for the Tasia to deal with this card, I assume. And the cards that are currently set up on board are not going to matter so much. But we'll see how Long ends up playing in this day out. There are a couple different cards that could potentially come down first, even before having to commit to that massive play with the Hunger. And yeah, potentially that could mean that there's some extra value that could be gotten by them as well if the Tasia chooses to play one of these cards out from hand first.
Yeah, that is the thing, isn't it? That the Hunger with such a huge, huge mana cost out from hand, you are essentially using most of, if not your entire day, to commit to a play like that. But we do have a 1 mana play here to be able to use first, as you were hoping for or looking for here.
We do have an Arcolano milk coming out, and that's a really strong one with the Hunger specifically. A really cool synergy because the Hunger, it will gain, or when it has fleeting, it's gigantic. And notably, from Arcolano milk, it will gain the fleeting required for that then to be present on both expeditions via that gigantic. Not that they need to win on both; they would just need to win on one, but that should definitely help seal the deal. Is my best guess.
Absolutely. We see the Isenboshi getting played out of reserve, this time into the companion side of the expedition, maybe trying to just set things up to help defend whatever is going into that Arcolano milk. But we now are going to see, it looks like all 8 mana is going to go ahead and be scooped up. We've been hinting it and teasing it. The Hunger is going to go ahead and come down. And it does have that gigantic effect if it does have the fleeting. But right now it's
Yeah.
played out from hand, so we're discarding all cards in play and in reserve. And as soon as a card joins the discard pile, the Hunger is going to get boost. So it is feeding very, very nicely here.
Yeah, that is a very hungry Hunger, and it is going to do a great job here. It does gain fleeting from the Arcolano milk before it will then discard away that Arcolano milk as well, which is just absolutely massive. It's really, I mean, strong synergy, really strong cards, both the Hunger and the Arcolano milk, interestingly enough, even for the 1 mana. But in this specific case, I think they're mostly playing that Arcolano milk to facilitate exactly that line. It is good enough here. Tasia with no answers, and Basira taking this one down.
Yeah, very, very nice play to get into that Hunger line. Combine it with the Arcolano milk as well, getting that boost, giving it fleeting, and going ahead and making it too big for Yan to be able to deal with on that Tasia. So a win for Basira in round number 2.
Yeah, Basira's been looking so nice recently, I would say. A lot of players finding success with it. It's very powerful for, I guess, some of the reasons we were talking about. It is actually easily able to go over in terms of stats, at least, even in comparison to other character-based and statistics on the Tumult-based decks, like Tasia, for example. And that's definitely a really nice thing to have. I would say another thing that we saw in that match specifically that is relevant into the metagame at the moment is that there have been a lot of traced players, for example. And traced doesn't typically, at least, have many removal effects with which they can interact with large characters, and so a player like Long on Basira, they would then be able to just stack stats with things like physical training onto one character, and just ride those extra large characters out. Then, so it's it's a well positioned deck right now, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely. And to that point that you make about Traced, it's one of the decks that most players, or quite a few players, have qualified with to the World Championships. You had Thomas in the Lille World Championship qualifier. They piloted Traced. We had Tituan in Canada. They qualified with Traced. And then I believe there was one at the Board Game Arena event for Europe qualifying with Traced. Ugo Giacomo also, interestingly, at that same event, qualified with Basira. So definitely a very interesting little bit of a spread, as you're seeing here now on your screen, the standings going into round 2. So these were all the players that won last round and were undefeated going into round 2. And we'll be getting down to another half of these that will be winning their games. And I can see on that first screen a lot of mana and a lot of Ordis there as well.
No, definitely true. There was a couple little interesting variety pieces there though as well. I saw there was a Nevenka that's doing well so far. Always fun to see. I think it's a actually. I think that's one of these heroes that a lot of people just think of as gambling in some cases because there's that die roll effect and people they see the die roll, they see the potential downside, and they think it's for the more casual people who just want to have fun with it. No, that is not the case. Nevenka is an incredibly powerful hero, and typically the uniques that people are using with it as well either help mitigate the potential downswing of rolling low on the hero, or otherwise just give you incremental benefits anyway, even if you are rolling poorly. So yeah, really, really strong stuff overall. Definitely excited to see how things shape up though for the subsequent rounds.
Well, let's hope that Nevenka player has been able to take the win in round number 2, because if they have, that's definitely got my vote as well to come to the feature match area. You'll have to stick around and figure out to see if that Nevenka player has won, and if it is coming to the feature match area. If it's not, though, don't be disappointed, because there are plenty of heroes and plenty of decks still to come here in the Altered London World Championship qualifier. So stick around, don't go too far, because we'll be back very, very soon with round number 3.
access to any uniques yet as well, so it doesn't look like the openers are going to be all that explosive. So it's going to be interesting to see what the trajectory of this game ends up for both players. I
everybody, and welcome back to coverage of the World Championship qualifiers live from the Kia Oval in Surrey, London for the Altered TCG. Ben and Kellen here with you for the day, and we've got good news for those of you that are fans of dice rolling. Good news for Nevenka fans. There is a Nevenka deck that is 2-0, so we are bringing it here and featuring it as our round 3 matchup. And Kellen, you've been saying that this is a very unique take and unique build of Nevenka and Blotch.
Yeah, I won't spoil too much of the surprise, just in case anyone out there is looking in and thinking, "Oh no, what if I run up against that player?" However, what I will say is, especially if you're looking through historical Nevenka lists, there haven't been many like this. So I'm really excited to see that they're putting together a synergistic build that is doing pretty well so far. And especially in case, some of you were worried out there, we'd only be seeing Traced, Tasia, Sigismar, and of course the assorted Bravos heroes. No, we have a bit of all of that for you here today.
Absolutely. Well, they are going to be going up against a Tasia here in round 3. It is going to be a second version of Tasia that's going to be here in the feature match, losing in the last round, though, to Basira. How does it generally play into a hero like Nevenka, though?
I think it really depends on the removal that Nevenka has access to. If they are running cards like Cloth Cocoon, for example, they are potentially able to get rid of some anchored threats early. But it really depends. I would imagine it's a pretty dynamic matchup, and also depends very heavily on both players' unique setups. Especially if the Nevenka build involves, for example, just removal effects that don't have fleeting, and then if their uniques have synergies where you're able to return spells from your reserve to your hand when you roll a die, that can be a really good way for them to potentially be able to break through some of the more absurd Tasia board states that we see. But yeah, getting things underway now, it does look like the Nevenka is the starting player, and starting things out with a unique already. That's an Esmeralda. We'll pull that one up for you.
Yeah, so the Esmeralda is a 0/3/1 for 2 from hand or 3 from the reserve. When you play this from the hand, you may put a card from your hand in reserve if you do resupply. When you play another character with a base statistic of 0, up to 1 target character with hand cost 3 or less other than Esmeralda will gain anchored.
Yeah, this one's really sweet here, and it synergizes really, really well with Nevenka, specifically because of the next card that they followed it up with, which was the rare Martingale, which does have this additional effect that we're not seeing, for example, for Martingale in Fen, where when you would roll a die, you may add 1 to its result. So that's definitely insulation away from that one die roll worst case scenario. You just cannot roll a 1 if you don't want to now with the Martingale out. So that's nice, and giving it anchored as well means it's just going to stay around for a while, which is sweet. Notably, really nice opener from the Tasia as well, which is threatening to double advance right away because Ogun, pretty well statted, but also combined that with a rare copy of Spindle Harvesters. It's a great setup because now given that the Spindle Harvesters was the first thing played this day, it does have the native Tasia boost, and then getting the second boost from Ogun means that this upcoming day they will get to resupply off of it, which is a great start for them.
Very good stat indeed as we go into the morning of day 2. It's another Ogun that's been drawn into hand there as well for Aiden on this Tasia. And Bruce having a little look at a couple of cards here to decide exactly what we want to send into the mana pool. Aloe Vera, it looks like, is the other card that Aiden has held onto. And it is going to be them that's going to have the first action of the new day. We are going to put, it looks like a unique is going to go into the reserve. And I believe this one is the Mana Merchant. A 3 from hand, 2 from the reserve. 4/1/0. When played from hand, you may put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do resupply, when a character you control gains 1 or more boosts, you may discard a card from your reserve. If you do, up to 1 target character with hand cost 3 or less other than me gains anchored.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. The thing that's interesting about it is that we do see similar effects that often don't have the downside of having to discard a card from your reserve. This is sort of a budget option for the style of effect that is still incredibly powerful and will be able to make use of additional cards from reserve in order to gain those additional anchored effects. But notably as well, they're not choosing to play that out just yet. They're just setting up their Aloe Vera, which is a great card advantage opener. Notably, they will be losing a card from their reserve at the end of the day, as they will have to discard down to just 2. And currently it's slated that there will be 3 cards in reserve. So they're going to have to pick their best.
They will have to indeed, as Bruce just immediately playing a card down and went into the reserve straight away. And now Aiden is the one that is going to have the action here. Looks like they may have just passed, however, though, with no mana available. And another unique now hits the board here. And it's going to be, is that the Disciple there?
Yeah, that it is. These are so sweet, and they especially threaten, if they are able to get multiple of them into play at a time, they do threaten to potentially be able to anchor one another, which is really cool. But overall, I think this just yet again is suggesting that they're most likely to be anchoring this martingale yet again. This other than me keyword thing is pretty important as well. If you could self-anchor these all the time, it would be absolutely absurd.
Well, we are going to go into Dusk here, so Aiden is going to get the advance on the heroes side, and it looks like Bruce is going to go ahead and get the advance on the companion here. Just double checking all of the maths and whether it is working out on all 3 aspects.
Yeah, I do believe this is not an advance for the Nevenka player yet still, which is not a very good sign for them. They've now conceded 4 advances overall to the Tasia in just the first 2 days. So Tasia has missed 0 opportunities to find advancements, and largely just thanks to that Spindle Harvesters having stuck around from the last day. This is a sweet build built around 0 statistic characters. We know that, especially seeing cards like that Esmeralda unique that whenever you play a 0 statistic character, lets you give anchored to something. But this is also one of the weaknesses of it, where suddenly you actually just can't contest even pretty small characters in certain situations.
Yeah, not being able to, as you say, contest, relying on things like the boosts. So you're almost kind of relying on the Nevenka hero ability to roll that 2 to 5 and give the boost. But even then, you're only getting the 1 instance of a boost, and you might need multiple instances to be able to really contest with any kind of ferocity. Esmeralda is going to get played straight out of the reserve here.
Yeah, and they're using that effect as well. When played from reserve, you can put a card from your hand into reserve to resupply. They are putting a Bliss Bassist into reserve, which is an interesting one to see. Has a sweet passive support ability there. Whenever you play a character with a 0 statistic, it'll get a boost while it's in reserve. But a Requiem immediately just taking down that unique that was played out. And that's a really nice removal for Tasia to have at this point.
Yeah, Requiem just immediately taking care of one of the 3 uniques that were there onto the board from Bruce. We now see the character getting played out of the reserve here as well, going ahead and getting fleeting. I think that might be the Snowball Commander that's been played out there.
Yeah, it is indeed a Snowball Commando. It is trying its best to prevent any advancement on that mountain terrain that the Tasia is looking to advance on there. But I think tentatively, Tasia's just happy taking 1-for-1s at this point. They've gotten such a massive lead so far. Any progression for them will feel like a victory in and of itself. And they know as well that Martingale is not going to be able to contest on the companion side as it currently stands, given that they are on a water terrain there. And Martingale, not particularly good at that side.
No, not at all. We see the Merchant is going to get played out from the reserve. Seeing another character looks like being discarded from reserve, giving anchor to the Aloe Vera here.
Yeah, just keeping so much incremental value around here as well is such a nice sign for Tasia overall. It's not guaranteed that the Aloe Vera will be on its best regions the next day or anything when flipping to that new Tumult card there in the middle. But even if it's not, it's still really well statted for the moment. It will be at 335 and giving them additional card advantage via the resupply at noon as well. So that's nice to see. And it turns out, yes, it will indeed be contesting in its best terrain, the water stat as well. So good flip for them.
Very, very good flip for them indeed, and they've been continuing to be able to advance throughout the days here. You can see that Bruce, on that companion side of the expedition, has their marker still just stuck at that first instance of the tumult. Has only been able to have a couple of advances throughout this game so far, whereas Aiden has been able to consistently either double advance or get at least just the single one-for-ones going, which has, at this point, just been enough to put the pressure onto the Nevenka player.
Yeah, it's been really good so far for the Tasia, especially because the threats that they've kept being able to anchor down for the next day keep providing additional value via this at noon resupply. First it was the spindle harvesters, now it's this aloe vera, and continuing to ride those out for progressions, absolutely a really nice feeling for them. I see what Nevenka's trying to go for here, though. They're trying to establish these board states that actually stick around for way longer than you'd expect. With the sort of uniques they're using, at least, they're looking to anchor things for a while. But notably, what they have been able to anchor thus far in that one martingale that stuck around for 2 additional days, it just didn't really do much. It wasn't contesting on its own. The stats it was able to provide weren't doing pretty much of anything. We do see Hathor coming out now, at least says, I will contest cost effectively on that hero side for the moment. But again, I am very sure Aiden is perfectly happy just contesting the companion side from here on out.
Yeah, and now we see the spindle making its way into the landmark zone as well for Aiden. It is the rare spindle, so it is going to have that extra noon effect of target character you control is going to gain a boost. And when that spindle harvesters is there being anchored down at the moment as well, it's going to be a very, very nice target to just continue to boost up for the next day.
It definitely is, and it currently only has the 1 boost on the spindle harvester, but notably the way that interaction works is they're able to first put the boost on it at noon from the spindle Muna Bastion, and then get that at noon if I have 2 or more boosts resupply effect as well. So that does guarantee that unless removal comes down, the chain of cards coming out for Tasia is not going to end.
Yeah, very, very nice opportunity of sequencing here for Aiden on Tasia, who look like have been in the driver's seat for a majority of this game here. Bruce, though, doing what they can to try and bring this game a little bit closer here with this Nevenka. I believe that was one of the Bliss characters that has been played out from the reserve here to try and help get at least 1 movement on that companion side of the tumult.
Yeah, it is this Bliss basist, and it does have some additional stats, at least at the moment. And they are threatening to be able to potentially anchor it for a subsequent day, thanks to that Studious Disciple, a unique that's currently in reserve for them as well. I'm just wondering, are the stats good enough to ever matter here? Because what they're going to have to contest on, it's not just going to be one side, it's going to be both sides. And Bliss Basist, yeah, it does have some reasonable stats at the moment, but what's anchored for the Tasia on its own is already massive.
Yeah, well, it is going to be the Studious Disciple that is going to make its way out from reserve anyway, is going to join the companion side of the tumult as well. We'll have the fleeting effect, of course, going out from the reserve. We're going to see Nevenka is going to use its hero ability, rolling the dice. It is going to be, it's out of camera shot. It's a 4. So there is going to be a boost that's going to be put onto the basist once again.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, the basis now has 3 boosts, I believe, at this point. So it is very reasonably statted, but again, that Ogun came down and provided yet another additional boost onto that spindle harvester. They are now adjacent on the tumult, is the Tasia at least, so an advance on either side would take it for them. They are going to have to discard a card down from the reserve here, and we're going to see what is mattering most to them. But Notably, that Spindle Muna Bastion, I think, is the best thing that the Tasia has going for them that makes me feel like the situation might just be a little bit too hopeless for the Nevenka. You might be able to think, okay, I can ride this out with timely removal, or I can find ways to trade with Twinkle Twinkle. But the problem is, Spindle Muna Bastion is just going to tax all of those effects. So instead, the only way that Nevenka can ride this out is purely by outstatting, which is going to be a very difficult ask. It's possible, though.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth there, Kellen. I was going to say it's all well and good potentially having the removal. The issue, though, is that characters you control are tough too, thanks to that Spindle Muna Bastion landmark. So Bruce will have to pay an extra 2 mana to target any characters that they want to try and remove from Aiden's side of the board as we go through into the noon, into getting that extra boost onto the Spindle Harvesters that was anchored from yesterday and into the afternoon of the new day.
I saw sort of a resigned laugh on Bruce's face as that beauty sleep got resupplied there as well, just saying yet another removal effect at this point. And I think just likely one of them on its own is likely to be able to lock it here. Bruce's game plan is just so reliant on being able to stick a character that's large enough and sticks around to find some way to contest here. And yeah, these removal effects pretty much prevent exactly that. So that's rough already, but it does look like the first thing getting played out is the Ogun still from reserve. It's really nicely statted on its own. It is the first character played, so that is currently 3/2/2 and will provide an additional boost over to that massive Spindle Harvester already. So currently looking to advance on that companion side to take the win, but it looks like Twinkle Twinkle is the choice now, going after the Spindle Harvester, paying that additional tax for the tough 2.
Yeah, and then in response, we're going to go ahead and immediately discard away. Bruce is going to extend the handshake, and I believe that is going to be the concession there. Aiden on the Tasia, just having way too much from the start of the game, continuously getting through the days. And Bruce, unfortunately, the Nevenka, a very, very fun hero, but not quite working out with this zero stat matters style build we had.
Indeed. That was a really interesting situation where I feel like we saw that there was potentially some hope there for Nevenka to put together enough moving parts all at the same time to start getting an anchor chain going. Actually, the sort of anchor chain that we would more often expect to see from a Tasia. But not only did Tasia have such good board presence on all of those early days, but they also had a timely Requiem to just break that potential out for the Nevenka down and really punish them for trying to set it up. So that was definitely a good thing for them to have at that moment.
Yeah, that Requiem felt absolutely huge to take care of one of those uniques that Bruce had on the board. And then Aiden just doing enough with that Spindle Harvesters as well, which ended up being absolutely massive, combined with the Spindle Mana Bastion as well, the rare version, to give a boost to the Harvesters, anchor it down as well, and just make it so that it was going to be even more difficult for Bruce to try and have any real interaction with it at all. So second time round is the winning time round for Tasia in the feature match area here, as we are already pretty quickly approaching the halfway stage of Swiss here, Kellen.
Yeah, that's true. You said we're playing 8 rounds today. Is that correct?
Yes,
Nice.
8 rounds of Swiss, and then I believe we are set for a top cut to 8. I'll get those numbers officially confirmed for you at the end when we come back ahead of round number 4. But from what I'm looking at least from the information that I have, it looks like it's going to be a cut to 8 for the remainder of the day's play.
Fair enough. Well, in either case, I assume that very much means that one loss is nowhere near enough to knock the Nevenka out quite yet. So for you Nevenka fans out there, don't fret. They're still alive. They can still do this. They just need to win out from here.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, we'll see if we can take a quick look at the standings going into this round 3 as well before we quickly jump off and see if there are any other unique heroes or anything that are doing well at the moment in the early stages of this event. Those are the standings still from the last round. So there we go, all updated. Is there anything that sticks out to you there? A lot of Siggies and a lot of Basiras, I see.
Yeah, I would say one, at least just looking at the what we're seeing in the top area so far, there's a little bit less trace than I might expect to see. And then the other thing that I think is really interesting is that the dominant Bravos hero, at least that we're seeing a lot of success from so far, looks more like Basira rather than Kojo. Both of those heroes, incredibly good. I think Itsadi is also viable, but probably third to both Basira and Kojo. But yeah, interesting to see that Basira seems to be the flavor at the moment that people are trying to go for to tech into this metagame. Interesting. We have an Aurak player as well today.
Yeah, that's interesting. That certainly caught my eye as soon as we flicked over towards the next stage of the standings at 1-1 at the moment. So we'll have to see how they did in this round 3 to see if we can maybe bring them up onto the feature match area, and then the remaining players there as 0-2 currently as the tournament goes on. You can see that being the end of the standings. 70 players starting us off here, looking for that one spot that is going to be awarded to the champion of today's World Championship qualifier to send them to Paris, France, literally just next month. It's not too long to wait for the grand dance here in the Altered TCG in the first year of its existence as well. Well, that's going to mean that we are going to be close to the halfway stage of the Swiss rounds. That just means that we have still a second whole half of action to come from the Altered TCG. So don't go too far, because we will be back very, very shortly with round number 4. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to coverage of the Altered TCG World Championship Qualifier live from the Kia Oval in Surrey, London. Ben and Kellen here with you throughout the day as we are into round 4 of 8 Swiss rounds, and then will confirmed to be a top cut to 8 for the remainder of the day, which is being contested in best of 3 rules as well. That's going to be something to worry about for later. However, right now, we've got a couple of interesting decks that have made their way to the feature match area. We have Kojo, which is one of the other Premier Bravos heroes that are currently in the format, up against Aurak.
Yeah, I think, of course, I'm always happy seeing Kojo. There's some good variability in the Kojo builds that exist, but I think clearly everyone's going to be excited to see some Aurak gameplay. We were talking about Nevenka being a little bit of a gambler's hero earlier in some cases, but Aurak definitely has that reputation too. And I'm really interested to see what sort of build they're bringing, because there are some sweet possibilities there. Like, we've seen builds that are trying to high roll towards cards like Hydrocana at the top end, and we've also seen builds that are doing the exact opposite of that and are more focused on low to the ground, like even combo setups with resupplies. So it's really interesting to see. Both of these players are 2-1 currently, so both very, very live for the top 8. 7-1 is guaranteed in for top 8. Some amount of players at 6-2 should make it as well. So yeah, if these players win out from here, they will be guaranteed in it. And even if they drop this round, for example, they're also still alive. So yeah, they're just trying to finish out strong from here.
Absolutely. Well, both players you can see there are pretty much in position there. Amar, who is going to be playing the Kojo, and it is Florian, who is going to be playing the Aurak deck, as it looks like the players are about to get their final instructions. Their time is about to be started, and we are underway. Amar is going to be the first player, so is going to create that 2/2/2 Brooder Companion token.
Yeah, Buddha is just nice to have in general. It does give you some possibility of playing at sort of an interesting pacing where you can really structure your days around when you're going to have to both commit less to the board in order to take progressions, and also when you can then time in other effects to either push an advantage or just give your opponent or like force them to commit resources while you don't. You can make card advantage plays. Otherwise, incredibly strong cards coming out from the Bravos faction in general. We were mentioning how Haven Sarengar is one of those incredibly strong ones earlier, and that is the aggressive opener for the Kojo. Meanwhile, nice little opener from the Aurak player as well. Ouroboros Inkcaster, really sweet one with that discount effect from the reserve, that support ability at least, but also returns the Martingale that was played to their hand. So 1 counter currently on Aurak. They need to get up to 5 performance counters before that ability is going to come into play, but they can often do that pretty quickly.
Yeah, it is a great little ability that the Aurak does have at its opportunity. Whenever you play a character with a base statistic of 0, it will gain one of those performance counters. It's not something that has to happen just the once per day either. So you can try and play out as many characters with that base statistic as 0 as possible, as we are seeing now here, going ahead and getting the performance counter onto it, and a resupply happening as well from what looks like the Nyala Gifted Conjurer.
Yeah, Nyala is a really cool one to see, and we don't necessarily see that in all Aurak builds. Not only is it reasonable stats and reasonably aggressive, but definitely provides some additional value that synergizes very well with trying to enable that Aurak hero ability. So I like that. It's cool to see it rare as well. It does get a sabotage, though, from the Kojo player out right away to take down that Martingale. Martingale is just a very efficient way to get an additional boost onto the Aurak as well. But yeah, it looks like that was all for that day even, and we're going to be going back into a day where Kojo is the first player, so we'll be getting Buddha at noon yet again.
Yeah, it's such a great ability that the Kojo players have as soon as they become that first player on the new days, and it happens so frequently as well. You're getting those 2/2/2s into the companion side of the Tumult, so making it so that that contest is already a little bit easier in the day that you are playing first into, as we're going to see that play straight out of the reserve as well.
And it's nice to see though both players are currently even on the tumult as well, and that's not often the case. I would say getting through 2 days while Kojo is one of the decks that's going into it. Just having that Buddha on one of the days typically means that that is the deck that will find the easiest double progressions in these cases. So I think it's a really good opener actually for Aurak that they've been able to stay stable thus far, and they are working their way ever closer to being able to start activating that hero ability. I've been told in chat this might actually be a player known as Moondust playing the Aurak here. If that is indeed that player, I'm expecting a very combo centric build. They're well known for that style of gameplay, so that could be really sweet to see. But that also then likely means I'm less expecting something crazy like Hydrocana to come out from the top end. But again, we're not quite there just yet in any case. It looks like the Kojo is just going to play out this Haven Bouncer again from reserve and contest on the hero side with that, in addition to the companion side.
Yeah, well, I'm always very, very excited to hear and see if there are going to be any kind of combo potentials in decks. So hopefully we'll have that from Florian. We are going to go ahead and again here play that Ink Caster out from the hand this time. So that's the second one that we have seen, I believe, now. And that one's going to go into the reserve, bouncing back into hand. I think was the rare version of the Haven Seringar.
Yeah, this actually, I believe it's the Nyala that they just picked up again with the Ouroboros Inkcaster. Seringar both had a boost from being played from reserve, and then also draws them the card because it had fleeting, and they were able to actually take yet another trade with that. Again, on a day where Kojo should be at its strongest, having that Buddha token on the companion side. So I can't help but feel like this is a really exciting position actually for Aurak.
Yeah, and I imagine that that's probably one of the big keys when you're playing against a deck like Kojo is being able to successfully navigate those days when the Buddha is on the expedition, on the companion's side. If you can get through that day on a day where it looks like that Kojo is going to have already a pretty good overwhelming advantage going into the afternoon, you can successfully navigate that day after day that they have access to it and then really pounce when you are having the days here where you are going to be the first turn player. That feels like it's going to be a big key to success here that Florian has already started off pretty well with.
Yeah, notably as well, I think one, they're on really good expeditions for playing out this Nyala, which they just did. So they're both blocking very well on the forest statistic that the Kojo is trying to progress on the companion side, and also threatening to advance via the mountain, which they care about for their own potential advances. They have exhausted, resupplied a Hatter into reserve, so that's not going to be relevant quite yet this day, but could potentially be the next day if they're able to keep additional characters around for longer. That would be very nice, but I don't think they're going to rely on that too much because again, Kojo is one of these heroes that's pretty well known for having good removal options, so I don't think they're going to gamble so much on that. But now they are finally putting the 5th performance counter onto Aurak, playing out this is that Bliss Fan? Bliss Fan
Indeed.
here? Yep.
Yes.
Meaning that they will be able to start activating that hero ability. And sometimes with these decks, once they start activating that hero ability, they just keep doing it for the rest of the game, even. Because they're just so much more easily able to add additional counters, including whatever they often will flip off of that Aurak ability.
Yeah, absolutely. As Amar has their response, it's just to play a character over on the hero side of the Tumult. Does have a boost onto it as well. But now with Florian, with access to the hero ability of Aurak available, do they go for it now? Or do they still use that 2 available mana before using that hero's ability? Try and see exactly what Amar still has left. We are going to use the 2.
Ooh, Kodama. That's a very cool one to see, and I don't think every Aurak player is playing this. I think it almost makes you think or wonder if there could be potentially a festival configuration from them. I don't really think that's the case here. I think they're just using it as a really good piece that can often just get resupplied and provide another way for anchoring characters, which is nice to have. But they do take yet another trade here, which is so nice for them given the setup. Notably as well, the Aurak hero ability, they can only use that at noon, so presumably we'll see that coming up right here in just a moment. But yeah, I don't see any reason why they wouldn't start activating it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, as we see here with Amar and Florian. Just going to be a flip of the tumult in the middle going on here. So it's going to be Amar looking for mountains and forests, and Florian looking for water for them to try and get the advance in that middle of the tumult. But it will be Amar that will have the first action here, so he's going to go ahead and get that Brooder token into the companion side.
This time, though, Buddha is actually immediately outstatted just by the fact that Kodama sticking around had asleep the last turn, but they were still able to find the progression there thanks to the Nyala. And the hit is a Haven Sarengar even, which is definitely a nice one. And I think they're now deciding where to play it, whether they're trying to oh, interesting. Okay, I think that they're still trying to figure out which side is best here. If it matters to go significantly over the Buddha, or just starting off on the other side.
Yeah, there's no sort of immediate, straightforward answer as to which expedition to put this Sarengar in, really, either, because of the 3 base stats that it has on the forest. Florian isn't looking for forest on either of their expeditions here. They're looking for mountain on the hero side and water on the companion side. So instead, it looks like it's just been bounced into the hand here.
Yeah, that's both a really interesting decision, and I think it tells me that they have a very clear vision for both that card, but also the rest of the cards in their hand. I think they've realistically probably figured out the way they intend their day to look like already, just from that thinking that we saw there with the hero ability activation. Sort of surprising, I would say. I think most players would just throw that out onto one side or the other and sort of call it good there, but I guess they're heavily valuing just having an additional card in hand, and that could make sense if they're worried about something like the hunger from Kojo, even not giving an additional thing that could easily be eaten up. Definitely makes sense to me.
Well, we are going to go with the Nyala that we saw get bounced back into hand earlier on in the game here. And it is going to be into that hero side of the expeditions, with it having the base 3 mountain stats on it that Florian is looking for to try and go up against what I believe is the mighty Jin, or the tiny Jin, I should say, over on the hero side for Amar.
Thinking about this actually makes a lot of sense. They ended up wanting to exchange that Haven Sarengar into reserve so that they'll be able to play it out then from there, get the additional stat, and then when they leave the expedition zone, if I have fleeting, draw a card effect from the Sarengar. So that's a really heads up play overall. And definitely explains why they had to do so much thinking about that, whether they could afford it just based on mana. And it does look like they are playing that Sarengar out now. They're back up to 2 performance counters on Aurak, but currently it's looking like they're not going to be able to activate that ability again the next day. They're probably just going to have to wait a day after that before being able to get into performance zone, I guess, again for at noon. But still with 2 mana open, there's definitely multiple different options they still have. I think the one that they were most looking at in their hand looked to be an Ouroboros Inkcaster there, which looks really reasonable, especially because it will be able to pick up one of these cards from reserve, whichever they decide is their most valuable card at dusk, at least will be nice for them that they can keep that around instead of having to discard it.
Well, we are going to see the Nyala getting sent into the reserve here. I think that was the Jewel of Grit that was being used there with the fleeting, sending the Nyala into the reserve.
And that does create a slightly awkward scenario, actually, for our Aurak player, because now it's actually very difficult for them to contest on the hero side. And I believe Kojo still has 1 mana, meaning that there are still potentially things that they could do to actually impact either side at this point, which, Florian just does not have that information yet of what that what that actually will be, meaning that they're not going to feel super comfortable about this decision, I would assume.
Yeah, it's just the one mana that's open here for Amar. Florian has two that they are looking to spend here, but just having to try and decide exactly either what it's going to be spent on or potentially what expedition that the character is going to go into if it is indeed a character that they are looking for here. It is going to be a character, and it's going to be the Inkcaster once again that we are going to play down here that's going to try and contest into the companion expedition. It's going to anchor down the Kodama here with the discard as well. And then moving into the next day, Nyala is going to go away.
And it's cool to see them choose to pick up that Nyala again and again, actually, off of this Inkcaster. It's a really nice card advantage loop engine that they've been working with here. It's not really an infinite sort of thing, but they're getting a lot of incremental value over time with it. And you can see that reflects in the number of cards that they still have left in hand here. They will be, I believe, at 5 after making their mana decision, which is a really respectable place to be at as far as options and cards in hand. And yeah, so they definitely have a ton of gas going forward. I believe Kojo has some reasonable options as well here, although they are a little bit lower on card advantage.
Yeah, it's just a -1 between both players here if we are on the line of Florian having 5 cards in hand after the decision of what card to go into the mana pool. Amar with 4 cards in hand, one of them looking like it was the Occult there as well that Amar has access to, but Florian is going to have the first turn to respond or to act here on this new day. And that Nyala, once again, being pulled to the front of the hand to potentially make its way down once again.
It's so funny actually with Aklut specifically because you're so often tempted to just fire that off right away and try to start exhausting things before your opponent will be able to play those cards out from reserve, right? But then you have the problem that if those cards are exhausted, Nyala can still pick them up. And we know that there's a Nyala in Florian's hand, unless he then chose to put it into mana, which is possible, but pretty unlikely, I would assume. So suddenly it's a lot less tempting of a play overall to actually go for those lines with Aklut, given that Aklut's actually reasonably expensive for what you're getting out of it. So yeah, that should be an interesting dynamic for this day, especially, I would assume. Blissfan being played out onto a side that is actually pretty strong in, which is nice. But notably as well, the side that it's contesting is the Water Expedition, which will be pretty easy to advance in for Kojo if they have cards that actually have water statistics, which is currently a little bit of an issue for them. They are playing out a Haven Sarengar onto the companion side as their action here, trying to face down this Kodama here. And again, notably, this Kojo is 2 progressions away from winning the game. Aurak is 3. So now we've gotten to a position where Aurak is playing a little bit from behind, and that makes anything that Kojo does a lot scarier, especially removal effects, I'd say.
Well, there is the Nyala getting played down once again. Does flip the top card into that reserve. It's going to be the Scribbling Starfish that is going to come into the reserve exhausted with that exhausted resupply effect.
We did see that Amara seemed excited to play something, but Florian was still making their decision of what they want to potentially return with Nyala. And so we saw a dynamic where Amar started to pay mana for something, and Florian said, wait up, I'm still trying to decide what's going on here, which was good, sportsmanlike all around, making sure the communication is really clear of what's actually going on in the board state. It does look like they're planning on picking up that Starfish at the moment and replacing it with an Ouroboros Trickster.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea maybe here of picking the Starfish up. It means that it's just a 1 mana cost in hand to be able to play out of hand, get that 5th and final performance counter onto the Aurak and ready to activate that effect at the start of the next day. Trickster does also allow that to happen with the 1 mana cost that you'd have to pay from reserve, and would get the opportunity as well to get that dice roll happening in the go as well.
It's also one of these cards that can just be very overstated from reserve at like an average of 1.5 statistics on each of the respective terrain types for the 1 mana you spend on it, which is a lot better of a mana to stats conversion rate than a lot of other cards at least. And I think that might also be factoring in their decision here to put it into reserve. Just getting the discount on it is very nice. It feels a lot better playing this card from reserve than it does playing it from hand.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. As Amar having a look down at their hand. Looks like it's just a 2-card hand at the moment going on here with 8 mana still to potentially spend here. Obviously, not the first turn player on this day, so doesn't have that Buddha token in the companion expedition. It is just going to be the playing of the Aklut here that is going to come down that we thought we saw a few days ago. It is now going to make its way onto the board.
That was actually really funny there. Florian was preemptively exhausting both of his characters in reserve because typically when you see Aklut, it's actually in Basira, where it will typically get 2 boosts immediately instead of just 1 and exhaust down multiple cards from reserve. But instead, Amar actually had to make a decision there of which of the cards he wanted to exhaust. So they had a little laugh about that for a second, and then they ended up choosing the Inkcaster. I think that one makes a lot of sense purely because in reserve, it is both a threatening card just when played out, but also in that it can be a potential discount effect, which could allow for some more absurd lines overall.
Well, there is that Trickster getting played out, rolling a 3 on the dice roll, so it means it's just going to get the 1 boost as opposed to the 2. So sitting here as a 1/1/1 in the Hero Expedition there, along with that Bliss fan that was played at the start of this day.
It's been interesting to see as well that neither of these players have deployed any uniques yet. I think that's one of these. This is definitely a matchup where the uniques can become incredibly relevant, and playing around them is also very relevant, but neither player having had access to them. I feel like over time that does actually benefit the Aurak, considering that at some point, 1, they will see their uniques, and probably for the Aurak, they want to see them in multiples, but 2, they have a lot more of these cool, like moving parts sort of cards like Nyala that they've been able to get a lot of advantage out of, while there just hasn't been that sort of dynamic from the Kojo yet. So we are now seeing Twinkle Twinkle come out onto the Aklut and immediately say, I intend to take a double progression this day. And that's looking really good actually for the Oracle all of a sudden.
Yeah, that double progression, thanks to the Twinkle Twinkle, very, very nice here indeed, because we are at the 5 performance counters, so as soon as we hit noon on the next day, we are going to get the activation, or the potential activation, of that effect of the Lyra Hero. We'll be able to spend those 5 counters and reveal the top card of the deck, can play it for free, or put it into the hand here. So it'll be very, very nice indeed. Before that, though, Florian has the decision about what they want to discard away with the 4 cards currently sitting in reserve in the evening.
Yeah, they're thinking through all of the options here, and they end up electing to keep the potential removal or discount effect of the Twinkle Twinkle, and then pairing it with Nyala, which has been just still so relevant all game thus far. I think I like that decision overall. The removal's incredibly threatening while you are threatening to advance and win on either side at this point. Kojo needs specifically to double advance in order to take a win this day. A single advance for Aurak has the same potential here. And notably as well, the fact that they slept the Aklut last turn makes Hunger so much less tempting to play when you're already contesting reasonably well on one of the sides. So I think overall the downside of giving the sleep from Twinkle Twinkle has been largely mitigated purely because I think Florian's recognizing the main game plan that Amar is likely to want to go for here.
We did see the effect being activated of the Aurak. It looks like it was just a Bliss fan that was flipped off the top of the deck, was elected to go ahead and just play straight down into the companion side of the Tumult. And now Amar going with, once again, that Haven Serengar into the companion side as well, just trying to really block off and lock down one of these sides so that Florian can't get that final advance There is the Twinkle Twinkle, though, out of reserve to go ahead and sleep down Haven Serengar.
Yeah, I love that decision. I think any Kojo player who had to play into Afanas a lot when Afanas was very good, got familiar with how unpleasant the dynamic felt of getting every single one of your threats slept by something like Beauty Sleep that would then get looped. And this is a little bit of a similar dynamic here, just in a different faction even. It's not that they're going to repeatedly be able to use that same Twinkle Twinkle, it's that they're getting a lot of value out of it over time. And now it's this awkward situation where Kojo might have to pull the trigger on a hunger way too early, and they're never going to have to feel comfortable or get to feel comfortable doing so because there's so much mana available for Florian. You would very much assume that they would be able to find a way to win through hunger at that point. So I think they're trying to figure out, can I somehow stall this out and continue to play cards onto both expeditions and dodge additional removal effects rather than just play out the hunger and then be dead to a character.
Well, it's going to be Amar who has the move here in the remainder of this day. Still has, what is that, 369 mana still left open here. So the hunger certainly live here with the mana that is available. Just be about whether that is going to be the best case scenario for Amar or not, with what looks like just the one card that is in hand here at the moment. It is going to be the hunger that we are going to go ahead and play down here. So all of the cards in play are going to go ahead, get discarded. One of those cards joined the discard pile. We are going to get a bunch of boosts going on to the hunger, however.
Yeah, massive hunger, but the big problem here is Amar has 1 mana left. And the hunger, notably, unlike the last time that we saw it when it was with Basira, where they had Arcolano Milk out, it does not have fleeting, so it is not gigantic, meaning that Kojo's currently only contesting on one side. And with a character now, it goes down onto the other side. It seals the deal. Amar gives a thumbs up, and that is it. Aurak taking it down really impressively.
Yeah, with a unique being revealed as well there at the end. And that's all you needed. It didn't matter whether it was unique, rare, or common. It just needed to be one character on the other expedition to be able to take care of things. So Aurak here beating the Kojo player and advancing to 3-1.
Yeah, I'm excited to see an Aurak doing well in general, and it was cool to see them do well without actually having uniques as a main part of their game plan there. I can very much assure you the uniques for this player are excellent. They synergize perfectly with what he's looking to do. However, in this specific case, he didn't need them. He was really able to just leverage that repeated value loop of Ouroboros Inkcaster to pick up Nyala, play it out again, and then repeatedly swap cards in and out of reserve whenever he needed them. Really nice synergy overall, gave him a ton of additional card advantage. It made sure he was always playing his best cards, either from hand when they were good from hand, or reserve when they were good from reserve. Notably, Haven Serengar, for example. There was that one really interesting day where they did the Aurak performance, they looked at the Haven Serengar, and they realized, I would rather get to play that out from reserve with thanks to Nyala, and instead just did not play it for free with the Aurak ability. A lot of really heads-up plays there from Florian, and yeah, impressive overall.
Yeah, really, really good and interesting way to play this Aurak hero here in the round 4 feature match here. Kojo on the Bravos had a decent game plan there going into it, but that hunger, unfortunately, with there not being that Arcolano milk on the board either to be able to give fleeting and make that hunger gigantic to be the contesting that they really needed to help try and get themselves another day potentially. Here we're now going to get to see the current standings going into round 4, and when you look at those 3-0s, quite a lot of them are the suspects that you would necessarily expect to see in the format that we're in.
Yeah, I would say there's no really big surprises here outside of how well Sigismar is actually performing. I think that Sigismar is clearly an incredibly powerful hero, but in a lot of recent events, we've seen it being not quite overshadowed, but at least more equal to a lot of the other options. Things like Traced, for example. We do see a Traced is up there at 3-0, but only one represented at 3-0 rather than 4 Sigismars. could just be that a ton of players are playing Sigmar today, or it could be that maybe people are tuning their decks around Trace specifically. I'm sorry, I missed there is a second Trace up there. Regardless, point still stands. It could definitely be that either Sigmar is really popular, or that, yeah, a lot of the deck tuning that's being done does target Traced sometimes. Traced being a hero that often does not have as many removal effects in their decks, for example. So suddenly some really big threats, things like Fen, if they play out in Anansi, that's really large statted, for example. That can be really hard for Trace to deal with. We were talking about it with Basira, where physical training can be an incredibly powerful card against Traced as well. So yeah, definitely could. I'd say there's some questions about why we're seeing so many Sigismar successes up there, but yeah, they're having a good day thus far.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see if that good day continues for the remaining half of the Swiss portion of our World Championship qualifier here live from London. There's still 4 more rounds of Swiss before we cut to a top 8 later on this afternoon and evening. So that means that we are halfway through in the Swiss portions. We have got round 5 coming up very, very shortly, though. So don't go too far, because we will be back with that 5th round just after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to coverage of the Altered TCG World Championship Qualifier live from London. Ben and Kellen here with you throughout the day, and we are getting ourselves ready for round number 5. And we've got two very interesting heroes that are still making their way at the X1 stage, and it'll mean that we will have seen all the heroes represented from Lyra and from Bravos.
No, we've been absolutely blessed with some sweet representation all around. Yeah, cool getting to see all of both of these factions in the future match area. Fen specifically, I would definitely say is sort of a meta option at the moment and is very strong. Atsadi has definitely taken the third place amongst Bravos heroes, I would say, but is still also, it can definitely be incredibly powerful. And it plays very differently than the other two heroes as well. So I'm excited to see how it's going to work out here.
Yeah, the Atsadi, for those that maybe need a little bit of a reminder, if they haven't seen it for quite a while, they begin the game with 5 heroism counters. So a little bit similar to what we've just seen with Aurak, but instead of counting up counters, we are counting and starting with the 5. So when you play a character with hand cost greater than or equal to my number of heroism counters, you'll draw a card and gain an extra counter. So it seems like the idea here is play big bodies quickly, get a load of card draw.
Yeah, it's definitely one of these situations as well where you don't really want to be gaining more counters with the Atsadi hero ability. It's just a feature, let's say. But notably as well, they are counters that exist, meaning there are cards that actually can potentially interact with that. So we've seen ways from some Atsadi uniques in some cases to be able to actually remove counters from your hero and then be able to keep drawing additional cards with it. So I don't know whether they're playing anything that will enable that, but it's definitely possible, at least for Atsadi to do, and is sort of a popular strategy. But a double Tiny Jin opener coming out from our Atsadi player here on the right side. Yeah, that's I'd say very good opener for both players. But wow, for Fen having magical training into a Ouroboros Inkcaster, that is the dream.
Yeah, that magical draining, being able to draw a card, immediately replace itself in hand. You can see here as well that we've got a digital tumult that is going to be trialed on this round here. So we're going to see if this helps us out and works out by getting us a little bit of extra vision on the tumult. So you can see here that we are seeing a flip there from the companion side of the tumult. Do bear with our wonderful stream technician, Carl, who is going to be going ahead and trying this out as we see the first unique is going to be revealed here.
Ooh, it's some form of scribbling starfish. Pulling it up here on screen for you right now. From hand, if you have 2 or more cards in reserve, draw a card. And when my expedition moves forward, you may discard a card from your reserve. If you do, you may have character with hand cost 3 or less other than me gain anchored, and then has that typical scribbling starfish ability of when you play another character with a base statistic of 0 while it's in reserve, it's that passive support ability. It will gain boosts while it's in reserve. So interesting. I'd say it's definitely a reasonable unique, but it's not quite as powerful as some of the ones that we've sometimes seen from Fen players, either being additional Anansi effects in some cases or card draw on their own. But this one has some nice flexibility. It's often card draw and it's often anchoring.
Well, speaking of card draw, it looks like another copy of the Magical Training came out of hand for Carolina in the earlier actions of this day. Matthew is just going to go ahead and bring those Tiny Jins back into each side of the Tumult, the hero and companions respectively, from the reserve. And now Carolina here getting rid of that Ouroboros Inkcaster here to go ahead and play out the... Is that a Tinkerbell that's getting played down here?
Yeah, definitely could be. This is something that I'd say, especially in the earlier on days of like Fen decklist discovery, that a lot more people were playing than in modern times. But it's definitely a cool one and still viable, of course. Notably, that magical training that we saw was actually the same one that we had seen the previous day, just picked up again thanks to that Ouroboros Inkcaster, which is definitely a nice benefit of playing the Ouroboros Inkcaster with it. That card advantage loop that you get is so nice to have. But overall, the start for Etsadi, I think particularly, is wonderful. Getting that double Tiny Jin opener means that he's going to be so far ahead for his ability to, I guess, get to those late game scenarios you want to be in as Etsadi, where you're able to do multiple things and then play something massive and replenish the cards in your hand, thanks to that Etsadi hero ability as well.
Yeah, confirmation that Matthew is playing at Sadi and Carolina is playing Fen. The images are just flipped at the moment, but we'll try to get that one corrected for you. But just a clarification that Carolina is on Fen and Matthew is playing at Sadi here for this game. And we're seeing the first unique getting revealed from at Sadi. I believe that might be the enhanced prototype that's being played here.
Yeah, and that is exactly the sort of effect that I was referring to earlier when we were mentioning cards that can actually interact with Etsadi's counters, the heroism counters. This one lets you spend one of them to ready 2 mana orbs, meaning that this is essentially a discount play that also ensures that you will be able to draw more and more cards off of the Etsadi hero ability for a long time, which is really nice to have overall. Also, totally reasonable stats for what you're getting out of this.
Yeah, this is very, very nice that we're seeing here as all of the cards being revealed, and just double checked for Matthew here before we're going to go ahead and exhaust one of them down. It looks like here being that Ouroboros Inkcaster.
Yeah, the Inkcaster, I think that makes sense. It's both a discount effect, but also has reasonable and flat stats, which can be nice to have. Sometimes Fen does. It is one of these heroes that can get into the situation of just not having the right stat lineups, given that a lot of these Lyra characters just are missing a relevant number somewhere. And sometimes that will cost you as a Fen player. Of course, there are other times where it doesn't matter at all when you have something like an Anansi, which will also have that flat stat breakdown, but in this specific case, it could potentially be very useful. We're seeing here that Starfish unique get played out again. It was returned previously to hand via an Ouroboros Inkcaster. But this one now, it should be both drawing a card from hand and then also contesting reasonably well, or at least is likely to progress well on its own.
Yeah, absolutely. So Carolina and Matthew just double checking all of the wording and everything on the unique. And now Matthew going to have their opportunity for their action. And it looks like it is going to be the Mighty Jin that is going to go ahead and be played down. We started off with Tiny Jins. He's now all grown up and he's got himself nice and mighty. A 4/4 in the forest and mountain aspects here for them.
Yeah, this is a really nice card, and seeing it in this way, like the common version of Mighty Jin specifically, that's a very Etsadi thing to do. That's pretty distinct from the other 2 heroes in Bravos. We have seen some copies of Mighty Jin, especially in Kojo, I would say, actually, over time, where you run it both because it's often good from the backside, from reserve, especially when you're playing cards like Haven, Bravos, Bastion. So it gets really good stats out, for, especially when you play it from reserve. But also when you're playing the rare version, it has a potential card advantage effect. But here, Matthew doesn't care about that whatsoever, really. He's playing this card for ramp and the fact that it can also potentially contest well in the tumult, but it's really the additional mana there that he cares about. So recognizing that for him, the potential card draw out of the rare version, it's not worth it for him. He'd rather be playing better payoffs for his rares.
Well, we are now going to see the second unique being revealed out of the deck from Carolina on Fen. It is the Tinkerbell unique. So it's a 3-cost from hand, 4/4/1 at dusk. You may discard a card from your reserve. If you do, sabotage. And we've got plenty of cards that are already in the reserve right now to be able to choose with that sabotaging effect here.
Which is, that is a cool effect, but the issue I'm seeing is that there's currently not anything that it will be able to sabotage here at Dusk. Notably, the at Dusk happens before progressions are calculated. There's no cards from the board that will then go to reserve, and that's yet another double advance for Etsadi, actually. So that's looking very good for their chances, I would say. They're not only multiple mana ahead here, but definitely some chances to actually close out the game early. Sometimes with Atsadi, especially these builds that you assume at this point, most Atsadis are playing Sakuraburu plus Eat Me Energy Bars synergy or combo. Oftentimes you'll then see that used to actually slow down your opponent when your opponent is ahead and trying to close out the game themselves. However, in this specific case, it actually looks like the person who might be most incentivized to try to close out the game quickly is actually the Atsadi player. So I wonder what impacts that might have here.
Well, we are into the start of the next day here, as we're going to see a card go straight into the reserve. I think that's the Hathor that's going there. But we are going to see Tinkerbell going ahead and going up from the reserve into the hero side of the Tumult. And now we're seeing a big character getting played down here. It's Kaibara, that 9-cost gigantic that I think we were just talking about here, weren't we?
Yeah, I mean, Kaibara is definitely one of these payoffs at the high end. Having Gigantic here means that it contests both expeditions neatly, and notably, though, the one weakness it does have here is that it is potentially removable. It does have Tough X, where X is the number of regions between your hero and companion, but notably, again, the Atsadi's been closing out the game relatively quickly. There's only one region between, so that will only have Tough 1, meaning I'm pretty sure I see that's a copy of Twinkle Twinkle in the hand right now for Carolina, meaning that there are still answers that can easily be used here for the Kaibara, at least for this day.
Yeah, Twinkle Twinkle to just put it to sleep and make sure that Carolina will get an advance on the companion side of the Tumult. Would actually get a double advance here as well, with the Gigantic being turned off. Is going to go ahead and looks like activating a Tinkerbell effect here. And we're just moving on to the next day, it looks like.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, trying to understand exactly what the discussion is that they're having here, but yeah, it's looking like there will simply be a progression, double progression here for Fen. We are going to be in a spot now where Atsadi has access to 10 mana, which is the convenient day for Sakuraburu plus Eat Me Energy Bars. But the question is whether, I guess, they're going to want to try to go for that right away. I would very much assume so, but there are some potential weaknesses to that line. Notably, if there was...
Yeah, apologies there for just the quick interruption there, but we are back into live gameplay. Nothing's been missed here as well. Looks like Matthew was still just trying to figure out what card to go ahead and send into the mana zone. But instead, we are just going to go ahead and get the Jin.
Yeah, Tiny Jin to lead off the day. That's interesting. That probably means they aren't actually going to go for Eat Me Energy Bars plus Sakuraburu. Notably, that would cost them 10 mana, and I believe they only have 9 remaining now after playing out that Tiny Jin. But potentially they have a better plan going on here for whatever is going to happen this day. It looks like the start off play here for our Fen is going to be this Haven Sarengar, another unique. And interesting. Whenever another character you control gains fleeting, target character other than me gains 1 boost. And then also a classic Haven Sarengar effect. When I leave the expedition zone, if I was fleeting, exchange target card in your reserve with a card from your hand, which is totally reasonable. Ooh, we do see Hunger come down, though. This is a nice one against Fen specifically.
Yeah, that's going to get a lot of cards away from Fen as well there. They already had, it looked like 3 that were in the reserve, and obviously that Sarengar having already been played. That's all 3 uniques now as well, having been revealed for Carolina on Fen in the Starfish, Tinkerbell, and Haven Sarengar. So all of those options have now been expended for Carolina. Do they have enough, however, to get through the remainder of this game without relying on the uniques?
And it's looking good for Carolina here, given that they have slept down that Hunger now. I am suddenly realizing that on the Tumult, at least, I'm trying to confirm. Do the tokens on the left? Oh man, like who is who? I see Axiom Heroes. Oh, okay, here we go.
There we
Okay.
go.
Yeah, this makes a bit more sense. So, okay. And I do think that Carolina will likely be able to finish the game here with a double progression, especially if they're able to use that Twinkle Twinkle for the discount effect, because they likely will be able to go over the hunger here on the companion side. But maybe they're missing a water stat?
Well, there's certainly a little confirmation discussion that Carolina is having with our table judge here, just to ensure that everything has been sort of correctly established. But you're right, if there is no water stat that is here available to Carolina to be able to play down into that companion side of the tumult, we're not going to be able to get the double advance. The hunger will then wake up and potentially cause some issues in the next day for both of these players.
Yeah, that it would. It would not only cause issues, but the fact that there's likely going to be so many other potential really strong options at these higher mana counts for the Atsadi player. Carolina would love to not go to yet another day if they're able to avoid it, but I do think they might be in a situation here of just not having a stat point for a water terrain.
Well, Carolina is going to have the 1 mana up here. And we are, looks like, just going to see the end of the day. Yeah, we are. Carolina missing the water stat there to be able to get the double advance and close things out. And that might just allow Matthew an opportunity in here to take care of this game here. If they can get the advance on this turn, we could even potentially see maybe an arena situation here. There's still quite a lot to play for and plenty of time to do it in as well.
Yeah, I think the awkward thing here for Matthew, I've seen this Eat Me energy bars sitting around in hand for a little while, but they've been missing a really critical card to pair it with in Sakurabru, which is why they weren't going for that line and instead had to gamble on that the Fen player not having had a water stat point there while playing out the hunger. Notably, they haven't found a Sakurabru this day either, which makes things so complex for them. Twinkle Twinkle now also just going to sleep down this hunger yet again. So yeah, definitely the Atsadi player with their work cut out for them now.
Yeah, definitely. Matthew, though, going to play the Mighty Jin now down onto the Hero Expedition. So we, at the moment, will get the advance on that side. And Carolina, with no characters at the moment having been played, is going to send one away. There's another Twinkle Twinkle that's going to sleep down the Mighty Jin.
Yeah, these Fen late game scenarios, especially if you've been able to collect these cards into your hand, mean that you can often just sort of pseudo remove like up to 4 or even 5 sometimes characters all at once. And notably, it's really, really hard for Atsadi to actually have that many characters out unless they've had an easy time drawing a lot of cards like Haven Sarengar and some of their cheaper options. But it's looking like they just might be really character short here in these late stages.
Yeah, we've obviously seen that Eat Me energy bars, but looks like that there is, maybe is that another Jin in hand there as well towards the back? Can't quite make out what the one at the front is there.
I think that last card in hand's a mana channeling even.
Okay.
There's a Swift Jin in the middle. The back card, I believe, is mana channeling.
We'll have to see as they get played out here for Matthew. Still has 6 mana available to work with here, but both characters in the expeditions at the moment have just been slept. There is the Swift Jin that we thought that we saw.
Oh, this is tough because here, as a viewer, we know here that there's no subsequent character here for Matthew. But okay, I was going to say Carolina does not know that, but they, I believe, are choosing to just sleep down that Swift Gen, and they will be able to take it here, I believe, just off of playing this Contortionist.
The Lyra Contortionist coming down. The fist bump looks like is going to come out. Carolina is going to go ahead and get the advance So it looks like it is going to go ahead and be Carolina on Fen that is going to take this game, getting through the hunger. Mighty and Swift Jin with plenty of sleeping effects to be able to get through it.
Yeah, I was gonna say that it was a Twinkle Twinkle show, but realistically, it was like 4+ Twinkle Twinkle effects, and I can't say Twinkle that many times in a row, but it was clearly enough for Carolina there at the end to close that one out against Atsadi. Atsadi, yeah, I mean, I felt like their position was so good for so long. But I think they probably just really missed that one critical card in Sakurabru. Not just because it would draw a card when you play it with that Atsadi hero ability, but also because it would set Carolina back and prevent him from losing the game sooner. And just the late game inevitability that he should have with a build like that of Atsadi should just favor him so much. So I think just really missing a critical card at the right time. And yeah, it can cost you.
Yeah, and the fact that that Eat Me energy bars was stuck in the hand for a solid 2 days plus as well, just not really giving the opportunity for Matthew to get the payoff from it. Like you said, not being able to find that Sakurabru throughout the game at all, and keeping it so that Matthew just didn't constantly have the pressure of some lower mana cost characters to be able to play on and just say, okay, you might get an advance here, but I will as well, and it will force us to that arena where I can maybe work with a payoff for that Eat Me energy bars that has been stuck in the hand. Very well played, however, though. Both players put on a massive show there, but it is Carolina on Fen and Crowbar that moves to 4-1.
Yeah, 4-1, definitely a very good place to be at this stage of the event. If they're able to win out from there, that would be guaranteed into the top 8. Atsadi, not knocked out just yet. They also need to win out, and then they have a very good shot of also making it themselves. But currently, checking out these standings, wow, from the last round, looks like Sigismar putting on a masterclass here in this event. 3-4-0 Sigismars, very impressive. One Traced hanging out there, up there at 4-0 as well. We don't quite know yet who is performing from those top 4 thus far, but we're going to be down to just 2 undefeated players by the end of this round.
Yeah, it's really, really congested up at the top there with those 3 Sigismars that are jockeying for position. Just beneath that as well, you see Laurel Urso there, also on Trace and Rosum, and then a couple of spots down below, Anthony Dupre on Sigismar and Wingspan as well. So certainly the Ordis hero getting a lot of love here in London today as one of the final World Championship qualifiers for year 1 of the Altered TCG.
Yeah, it's an exciting event thus far. If it was me personally, I'm glad that I'm not running into that many Sigismars in the top section of it. All of the decks that I play always do such a poor job into that deck. It's so consistent, it's so aggressive, and it really doesn't let up. It's definitely a strong one. Not surprised to see it's doing well. I'm just surprised to see there's that much of it today.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see how many of them make their way through in the remaining stages of these Swiss rounds. We're going to have 3 more to play after this 5th round concludes. So that is going to continue very, very shortly. Don't go away then, because we will be back very soon with round number 6.
Welcome back to the Altered TCG World Championship qualifier for the UK, hosted at the Kia Oval in London. I am Killon Guy, joined here by Ben, and we're about to head into round 6 of the event to see which players will draw ever closer to potentially fighting it out in a single elimination top cut to try to earn their coveted World Championship invite. This round, we're going to be jumping into Table 1 to see a battle of the 2 remaining undefeated players playing Traced and Rossum versus Sigismar and Wingspan, and a win in this round makes it exceptionally likely that the player will go on into the top 8, even if they were to drop the subsequent rounds. Ben, do you have any thoughts on who might take this one down?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, Sigismar today, at the very least, looks like he has been one of the most represented heroes going into the event today. The Ordis hero creating that 1/1/1 soldier token at the noon portion into the hero expedition. But this is our first sighting of Traced today, being able to, when a card leaves your reserve during the afternoon, if you have less than 5 scrap counters, you gain a scrap counter, and as soon as you have 5 or more, you get the effect to exhaust this hero, draw a card, and then put one from your hand in reserve. So we've worked through the deck quite nicely. You can see here, we're already underway.
Yeah, players getting off to a very quick pace to start things out. Trace deploying a copy of the Grems at rare, which is definitely a really flexible tool that Trace players love to have at the moment. Pairing it with a kill-on cylinder as well, so it actually contests pretty nicely. The Sigismar player did deploy an Ordis Attorney out, which was able to take a progression of its own, I do believe. But yeah, overall reasonable start for both players, I would say. Notably as well, I mean, the one Sigismar that we saw today thus far did actually drop to a Lindaway, but Sigismars have still been performing outstanding thus far at this event. And for Traced here, I'm really wondering already whether this is a bug fix configuration for Traced or a non-bug fix configuration. That card specifically bug fix in its combo varieties with the uniques that it synergizes with are specifically the sort of thing that a lot of players have their eye on for maybe top decks at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. Well, it looks like we are going into the start of the next day. Just making sure with the cards sent away into the mana pool, which they have done indeed. It's going to be Lucas, who is on the Traced, that is going to have the first action of the afternoon here in day 2. And that is going to start off with a payment of 2. And it looks like just recalling the rare Grems from the reserve into the companion side of the Tumult.
Yeah, it's a reasonable play. It's not sort of quite as blisteringly fast as Traced would often like to get counters onto their hero, but all things considered, it's good that they're able to do so before a card like Jack Frost comes down and prevents that from happening. But yeah, overall, they're not really going to be able to get much value out of it here, though, as well. We often see the Grems being used because of its ability to discard permanents, for example, or otherwise create additional value, but they're so loath to be able to discard their kill-on cylinder for this effect to potentially gain a brass bug out of it. So I very much assume they're just going to keep around that kill-on cylinder and try to get more use out of it later on, rather than generate the brass bug now.
Yeah, you can see now on your screens that Kalon cylinder currently has the 2 Kalon counters on it at the moment. It has the opportunity to spend one of them as well to give a boost to a character. So it will be that question of whether we're going to want to just put a load of counters onto the cylinder first, or if we want to go ahead and start boosting up these Grems at the moment as well. We see Silas coming down in the hero companion zone there for Pierre, and then a jump across of the token is going to be made here as well.
Yeah, exactly. Hooked to move that token around where it doesn't really matter anyway, considering that the Grems is out contesting it. Hooked is just such a nice card for Axiom to have access to at the moment. It lets them keep trading 1 for 1 while drawing cards. But speaking of drawing cards, was that Silas you were mentioning coming down from the Sigismar? That's a really sweet tech that we don't always see, especially that rare version there. It's potentially very powerful, and then sometimes it's not super good. But in those situations, of course, the nice thing about Altered, you can just put the card into mana. It's fine. You can pretend this never happened. But in this case, it's pretty good as an opener for early days in the game.
Yeah, and it's been kept in the reserve as well here for Pierre going into the next day, as the Ordis recruit token has been kept there just in the heroes side of the tumult at the moment, and both players currently level in terms of their advancements on either side of the tumult, both tied at the moment with advancing in the hero and the companion side. And I think here that Lucas just double checking what the actual rare wording is of that Silas.
It's interesting. I think if you were trying to do like a really advanced metagame decision from Traced based on what sort of uniques you might expect from a player, when you see a card like Silas Cryptic Warlock, I'm thinking to myself that potentially my opponent does not have card draw uniques, or maybe is playing less of them than we'd often see out of Sigismar. This is a card that some players will play it in combination with those uniques, but more often than not, they're saying, I need extra card draw in my deck. And Silas is a reasonable way to get that on a character, because Baba Yaga is not a legal card for the Sigismar. So potentially they're instead focusing on more like Haymaker style cards. I was gonna cite a specific Kakoba unique that we've seen before from a player Cladius, who I believe is actually playing today at the event. But it could just be things that are going to be much better able to contest on the tumult, but help a lot less with card advantage. So I think if I was Traced, I would be trying to think about that a little bit when trying to sequence my days, like worrying about uniques that could potentially change the board state rather than drawing a bunch of additional cards.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we see that Pierre here was just experimenting and thinking about spending 2 mana for the other character that is currently in the reserve at the moment alongside the Silas. And it looks like that is what we are going to go ahead and go for. Just deciding maybe onto what side of the tumult that they're going to go ahead and play down onto. Thought about the companion side, but is instead going to go ahead and say, no, I want to help this hero side up a little bit further.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, it is an Ordis Attorney as well. So what they're saying with that is that they're also fine not progressing on that on the hero side currently, where they have the Ordis Recruit token already, because they're also fine getting card draws out of it. Interesting. Yeah, interesting overall. I do wonder how Traced is going to try to navigate this, because again, they're in a situation where they just do not have many counters on that Traced hero ability yet, and really getting up to that 5 count for that will really let them unlock the entirety of their game plan. So I think they're trying to figure out how they can potentially maximize it, so that if not by the next, if not, clearly not this day, it's not going to happen, but maybe by middle of next day, they might be able to activate that Traced hero ability already.
Yeah, well, we are going to go ahead and hook the remaining character from the companion side over onto the hero side. A second copy of the Ordis Attorney is going to go ahead and get played down here as well, now onto the companion side for Pierre. That's just going to force the initiative to be taken here of Lucas to go ahead and put a character on the companion side to try and block a double advance here for Pierre. So new movement out of necessity, it felt there for Lucas, but one that has had a little bit of payoff here.
No, that it has. I mean, it's always nice with Ordis Attorney that, if you're not progressing, you're at least generating some form of value out of this. Of course, they're getting a little bit less value in that they're having to discard a card down from the reserve now, though, because they were overflowed. So interesting. I was sort of expecting that they were actually going to choose the Silas there, given that it's so expensive to play, but they ended up choosing to discard away the Ordis Attorney. So interesting to see that. I think that might actually be really smart, considering they are working with a good number of cards at the moment, and Traced sometimes does struggle to deal with just raw stats, and Silas definitely threatens to potentially provide that.
Yeah, absolutely. So Pierre here just deciding on what to go ahead and send into the mana pool into the morning of the next day. They haven't mentioned yet the other landmark that is currently on Lucas's side of the board as well. They found the Haven Bravos Bastion a couple of days back. It's 2-cost permanent landmark, which is the rare version, so has resupply and as well can exhaust itself and give the next character you play from reserve this turn 1 boost.
Yeah, and I'm just watching the mana decisions here from Traced. I think they're so painstaking for them right now. They're trying to do everything to make sure that they're going to unlock their game plan and have everything they need, but it's so difficult to make sure they're going to be able to use everything that they need to, both to power the Traced hero ability, but also while not losing any cards that they're really reliant on for going into these later stages. There is a unique now in hand for the Traced. I don't know if there's a copy. Okay, there is a copy of Bug Fix, interestingly enough. And I'm assuming this is a unique that synergizes with it. This is a Mowgli. Let's pull that one up.
Yep, so Mowgli is a 2-cost from hand, 2/1/1 in its stats. When a robot joins your expeditions, you may return a card from your reserve to your hand. It does have a support effect as well. The next card you play this afternoon costs 1 less. But at the moment, not doing a great deal considering there's no cards from reserve happening at the moment.
That is true, but Ben, I'm not sure. Have you seen a Bug Fix combo before? That is the question that I have for you.
I can't say that I've ever seen a Bug Fix combo before.
All right. Well, the thing that this card immediately implies is that there is a copy of Bug Fix in hand for the Traced player. Bug Fix is a card that they can play at common. It does have cooldown, so they wouldn't be able to use it repeatedly, just playing it out of reserve immediately, but they won't have to. It creates a Brass Bug at the cost of 1 Traced counter. Notably, when you create a Brass Bug, which happens to be a robot, it'll trigger this unique ability, which will then pick up your Bug Fix from reserve back to your hand, and you will then get a Traced counter for your trouble, meaning that you're net 0, and you just get to make as many Brass Bugs as you have mana.
Ooh, okay. I like the sound of this now.
Yeah, it's a very powerful synergy. It's totally reliant on uniques that work with it that will let you return a card from reserve either when a token enters or when a robot enters, I believe it works.
Yes,
yeah, so definitely unique reliant, but it's a good one.
Yeah, for sure. And it means as well that the characters that you'll play from reserve will be able to get those boosts from the Haven, the Bravos Bastion. So on the turn that the Mowgli does maybe go away, if we can't give it anchored, we can just immediately play it back out from the reserve, give it the boost from the Haven, and then continue to just loop those bug fixes as well. The Callan Cylinder as well to just give the target characters boosts just repeatedly with all of those 1 Callan counters that we use. But here we go. There is the bug fix that we are going to go ahead and use, and we're removing a counter from the Kellan Cylinder here, it looks like.
Yeah, that is the really nice thing about this when you do have the Kill on Cylinder in play and when you're setting up the Traced hero ability still. You don't have to do it with the hero, but it's most commonly that you'll end up doing that in the later stages of the game, at least, because it is so free. But in this specific instance, they're essentially just exchanging a counter from the Kill on Cylinder over to the Traced hero, which is awesome to have. They are replaying now this Mowgli as well, it looks like, at which point they would be enabling Traced's hero ability.
Yeah, and that character will be able to get the boost as well, I believe, from the Haven Bravos Bastion if we want to go ahead and activate it. We haven't done, though, so it isn't going to get the boost here on this day. And I think Lucas now's just realized that there could have been an opportunity to have boosted this Mowgli up, but it's been a missed timing.
Indeed, a missed boost there, but it's not the end of the world because, again, Trace does have the ability of activating the hero ability now that they've gotten to the requisite 5 counters, meaning that if there's a different character in hand, they might be able to put the boost from Haven onto that. And Lucas did sort of hand wave it away after realizing he was a bit late, realizing that potentially I can just use this on a different character, or maybe it's not going to be relevant anyway. But yeah, I mean, at this point, the combo is sort of set up. I guess the question is, will Trace be able to dig for another unique? Because they would ideally find one quickly enough that they're not worried about not having this Mowgli anymore after the end of today as fleeting, so it will be in the discard. And then they would want to be able to enable that combo for a subsequent day. So they just need to find more uniques from here.
Well, we are going to go ahead and see the activation of that traced hero ability. We've immediately played that card from the reserve as well, this time using the Haven Bravos Bastion effect to be able to give that character the boost as well. I think that might be Vike that's been played. It could come
Um,
bug fix.
I'm not seeing a Viking yet. I know there's the Axiom Salvager that's currently in play. There's a Brass Bug, and currently there's a Foundry Mechanic in the reserve for our Traced player. And Sigismar, I think they don't have anything else for this day.
No, I think that they've just
Nope.
passed
Yeah.
over to the traced player who has just gone through and immediately gone in with this Axiom Salvager with that Bravos as well. And then using another copy of Bugfix just to really make sure that they were going to get an advance on that day as we went to the evening. And now into morning we will go on the next day with both players drawing two and getting the opportunity to go ahead and put one of them into the mana pool there. That Ordis hero token, of course, sticking around in the hero landmark at the moment, the hero expedition. We're going to see a big payment and the first unique coming down. And I believe is that a little bit of politics being played because the
Oh,
council have arrived.
yeah, that's a draw 3 from hand council, which is really
Wow.
cool. Yeah, that's a lot of cards that Sigismar is now working with. The issue that I have, I think, if you're the Sigismar player, is that your opponent is significantly ahead on the tumult, and drawing 3 on its own doesn't do much to prevent the fact that if your opponent finds another unique here, they're likely to just keep looping you out of things. Of course, normally drawing 3 cards would give you much better chances of having removal for a unique like that, but the fact that this council did just cost 5 mana means they're not going to be able to use it today. So if they are able to dig for another unique here, I think things are going to go handily in Trace's favor. But so far, they haven't found one yet. They've used Frozen Delivery. They found a Haven Bravos Bastion, but none of that works with the bug fix loop. Not to say that they can't play other cards to try to take progressions anyway, even despite them not being this, uniques for bug fix. Kill on Elemental, for example, very powerful for price to stats.
Yeah, absolutely. So into the next action that we will go here for Pierre, who does still have that 1 mana available, is going to go ahead and use it here. And it's just going to be for the Bumblebeat, which is going to go ahead and I believe is going to get that anchored effect as well. No, that won't. It will have to be when the reserve is played there for the Bumblebeat. So likely is probably going to stick around in the reserve at the end of this day. There's so many cards that are going to go into reserve during the evening, and we've still got that rare from earlier on in the game, the Silas, still stuck there and sitting in the reserve at the moment.
Yeah, it very much is. It just has not been easy to find a way to play this out to actually get value. And I think that was largely because of the hooked that were going on early game as well, where Pierre was realizing, yeah, maybe he could turn the Silas into a 1-for-1, but things were going to go for a 1-for-1 anyway, and that was a resource that he really wanted to have into the later stages. At which point, bug fix was already live, so it just didn't really work out well for the Silas specifically this game thus far. Not to say that there's no chances for it, but it's definitely made things a lot more complex. Currently, they're mathing and they're trying to figure out if the Trace can actually out-contest on the companion side here, which I think should be pretty difficult, actually, but potentially doable. I mean, of course, the Council, it's reasonably statted, 3/3/4, but for 5 mana, that's not super efficient. Ordis Trooper does help a lot there, but even then, it's still a little bit lower than you might expect given the amount of mana that's been funneled into that expedition and that expedition alone.
Yeah, I think the conversation there was actually about an effect that was trying to be activated along with the Bravos landmark, the Haven Bravos Bastion, to bring it in with 2 boosts. But you can see there with the Council that all of the play abilities, so play from anywhere, hand, and reserve, the abilities of those characters facing the Council can't actually activate. So the Bravos Bastion has been held as rested here, not being able to sort of use its effect, or its effect has been activated, and we've gone ahead and fizzle, but we see a fist bump is going to go through here because it looks like Lucas might be set up for a double advance and for
Yeah,
the game.
Believe it or not, I think it was the exact opposite interaction that had happened, where the council tried to prevent Haven from giving that one boost over to the Sap Sniffer that was played. However, the council doesn't actually interact with the Haven ability, because the Haven ability, what it reads is you can exhaust it, and the next character you play from your reserve this turn gains one boost. The council specifically blocks the from hand, from reserve, and from anywhere when played abilities, but it doesn't prevent the effect that was already going to happen from Haven, interestingly enough. And I think that one boost was just enough to allow Lucas to go right over the assembled defenders, I guess, for that side for Pierre. And yeah, looked like it was enough for Traced.
Oh, the council ending up being overwhelmed in round number 6, and Lucas on the Traced is currently the only undefeated player. We are, however, going to play the remaining 2 rounds because we will have a top cut stage. So it's important for those players to get their opportunities that are currently on the fringes a little bit of potentially qualifying into the top cut to get their final chances in these remaining 2 rounds. But with all of the perceived noise, at the very least, that we've seen around Sigismar today, the 2 that we've had in the feature match area, Kellen, have both lost.
Yeah, they have not had the best time on the feature match. Maybe it was a bit of a curse in that sense. Notably, we did have alternating wins depending on whether players were sitting on the left or the right side of our feature match area. It was alternating, and our Trace player there did break that pattern, so maybe that will no longer hold for the rest of the day. But yeah, I'm not overly surprised to see a Trace as the one remaining undefeated player, especially with a really strong configuration like the Bugfix Traced. But I am surprised to see that he's pretty much well and truly alone up there for Traced at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you'll look down a little bit further into the 4-1s. There's still a handy amount of Sigismar. No Trace, I don't think I see at 4-1. I do see both Aurak and Navanka there as well with Fen. So all 3 of the Lyra heroes are currently at the X1 stage at the moment. Also there, I see Kojo being piloted by Abigail. Sierra and Oddball is one that I don't think that we've seen today from Axiom. That's being piloted by Stefan, and they were 4-1, at least going into this round. And then going down towards the X11 and the X2 stages, that's when we start to see a couple more Trace players showing themselves.
Yeah, it's Sierra, also not super common. At least it's a little bit more common than Subash is at this point, at least to see. Trace definitely far and away the best performing hero for Axiom at the moment. I am, just looking through this list as well. We have a single player on that first page who currently has a 3-2 result with Lindaway, that being our only Izmir player that's doing pretty well up at the top so far. They can still potentially make it in if they're able to win out themselves. I know there's at least a second Lindaway player in the event as well. I don't know about the rest of the representation for that faction, but yeah, if they have X and 2 or better, they can still potentially make it.
Yeah, it's going to be all down to the tiebreakers that people far smarter than me will be having to depend on. And by far smarter, I mean it will be computers and the servers of Melee.gg, which are far and infinitely smarter than I will ever be. Well, that means that with round 6 over, we've got 2 more rounds still to go and plenty more players still vying for that shot at the top cut stages in the remainder of today. Who will join them and what factions will be the strongest? We'll have to find out over the next couple of rounds. So I'll invite you to join us there as well. Don't go too far though, because round number 7 is coming up just after this. everybody, and welcome back to coverage of the Altered TCG World Championship qualifiers live from London. We are gearing up for round number 7, so we've got this and one more round of Swiss for players to try and earn their vital wins to get themselves into the top 8 cut, which will commence immediately following the conclusion of round 8, and then we will whistle down to see who is going to be going to the World Championships in Paris next month. Ben and Kellen here with you once again, and we have a similar faction showdown at the very least in round 7, but the hero for one of those factions is slightly different.
Yeah, we're showing up into a Sierra and Oddball versus Sigismar and Wingspan match here. Again, I believe these players are both X and 1, so needing to win in order to guarantee or try to guarantee, I guess, the next round, their entry into a top 8. But yeah, neither player will be eliminated if they do drop in this match. Again, they can still potentially get in on tiebreakers, but you don't want to be in that position. You just want to win out from here. Both of these players are definitely going to try to do so. And yeah, at least for our Sigismar player on the right-hand side, it would be nice for them to be the first Sigismar who would actually win on stream today, because both of the ones that we've seen prior have struggled to do so.
Yeah, very, very true. It has been one of the most represented heroes in the World Championship qualifiers here today. Sierra and Oddball, one that we've not necessarily seen as much of. It's the first time that we are seeing this hero in the feature match area here. So a reminder of their hero effect. When you play a permanent with hand cost 3 or more, you may exhaust me to create a Brass Bug 2/2/2 robot token in target expedition. So I have a funny feeling that if we saw some potential Brass Bugs that were flying around in the matchup for Trace last round, we might be seeing a little bit more of that again as well here with Sierra.
No, you're totally right on that. You can virtually expect that you will always see Brass Bugs whenever you see Sierra, just because that is both the nature of the hero ability, but typically one of the main reasons to play Sierra is the card Brass Bug Hive, which is a very expensive permanent that oftentimes these Sierra players will make use of to try to get some good late game inevitability and supplement it with some additional permanent synergies. So I'm excited to see what sort of build they're going for. Sierra and Oddball being the companion there, I'd say a fitting companion name, and that we don't often see Sierras at the top tables like this. But they're not doing too badly for themselves either, especially in this event. It seems Stefan doing a good job on the hero thus far.
Yeah, well, it's already gotten off to a pretty blazing start here, because with the Bug Out bag, creating a 2/2/2 robot token in the hero expedition, which then is going to go ahead and activate the Sierra and Oddball hero effect as well to create a Brass Bug in the opposite expedition as well. So it looks like we're going to get double advances here for Stefan, thanks to those 2/2/2 Brass Bug tokens.
Pretty sure that those Brass Bugs as well might have been some custom token art. I believe that they might have been ones by Gnome School from the German community. I could be wrong on that, but they're looking at beautiful there. And notably as well, that Sierra hero ability was able to secure a progression on the first day for the Sierra. If it had just been the Bug Out bag for, say, Traced, for example, that single Brass Bug would have just gotten outstatted by the Aegis Templar, and that would have been the end of things. But instead, the Sierra hero ability already coming in clutch and scoring a first progression for the Sierra. Of course, Sigismar is perfectly happy just trading here. They did play an Aegis Templar, so when it leaves, they should be getting a additional Ordis Recruit here, and there it is. There's the one at noon as well.
Very, very nice indeed. So starting to get a lot of tokens already out onto the landmarks and into the expeditions at the moment. Aegis Templar is going to come straight back into play. And now here, I believe that is going to go ahead and be the Hooked that's going to be played out here to...
Yeah, this Hooked card is just looking so good here. Maybe my audio just cut out for a second. I couldn't hear for a brief moment, but Hooked is so nice. Not only does it just draw cards here, but It does virtually everything that you're looking to do in a game here. One, if you're trying to stall for late game permanence, just ensuring that all of these characters will just be on one side is a great way of preventing double advances from your opponents. Two, drawing additional cards means you're always going to have what you need in the late game. And the fact that this card doesn't have fleeting means you get to do it not once, but twice. Really strong stuff.
Yeah, very, very nice indeed. As we see here, it looks like we're going into the next day. Looks like potentially here we've got 3 open mana still to work with at the moment for Stefano. See that there is, what is that, mechanical training in a hand there. We're going to see the first unique being played out of hand here for Anthony.
Looks like a Category Alchemist, which we're pulling up on screen. It both gains a boost just for 2 cost. Okay. Oh, yeah, this is a great one. When another non-token character joins your expeditions, if you control 3 or more characters, you create an Ortis Recruit token in target expedition. Token spammer unique. It's not super insane on its own. Like sometimes there are even some crazy ones that have card draw stapled on, but the fact that this is just 1 mana from reserve as well is particularly absurd to me. Getting such value out of an effect like that is actually really easy for a Sigismar when it only costs 1 from reserve. So I definitely expect they're going to try to do that the next day.
Yeah, that seems very, very nice indeed. We saw Stefan there playing out a character into the companion expedition here as well, creating that bug token.
Yep, that they do. I do wonder though how the rest of this day might go, because I could see a world where I have a feeling that if I'm trying to run the stats in my mind now though, I can't figure out whether this is a double advance for Anthony or just a single advance, but I think it is just a single advance here. Although they are continuing to put the stats on that side, so maybe they're seeing it and I don't. But regardless, the fact that there is an Ortis Attorney means if they do not find a progression on that side, they are going to get back some value in terms of just card advantage, which is definitely nice to have. Especially considering that any additional cards means more characters plus that Category Alchemist just means they're going to be working with a ton of dudes for the foreseeable future.
Well, there's going to be another token that is going to go ahead and be generated here. So looking like Anthony is instead just wanting to go ahead and take the advancement on the companions side of the tumult here. So not allowing himself and not wanting to worry about getting the card draw here, is instead just going to create a bunch of those token units, get the double advance going, and try and get himself to a position where he's not running into a load of these bug tokens turn after turn after turn.
Yeah, definitely a really solid day to take the double advance. I think most decks would struggle to get over that hump of all of those characters that were piled up on the single side by our Sierra player here. But I guess that token spammer just enough when combined with that 1 cost Ortis Trooper, that for its rare version at least gives ridiculous amounts of stats for the cost. And they're threatening to be able to do something similar yet again. Notably, this is now a day where Sierra could potentially concede yet another double advance if they have a Brassbug Hive. But it looks instead like they're going to use a Nylum Withered Tree here.
Okay, Nylum Withered Tree is certainly an interesting one here for Stefan. He's going to create a couple of tokens over on the hero side here of the expedition.
Yeah, exactly. It'll both make a mana moth here when it exhausts this Ortis Attorney, but also you get that native brass bug still from the Sierra hero ability. I'm just wondering if that's going to be enough to potentially stem the bleeding here, because it looks like to me that Anthony still has a good amount of gas for Sigismar, and it's definitely possible that with a token spammer out, that these remaining mana could easily turn into a double progression, even going over both of those tokens.
Yeah, it's still 5 mana here to work with as well for Anthony. We're going to use just 1 of it here, and it is going to be the Ortis, that's the Trooper, I believe, that's going to
Yep.
be played out here. So going to allow an extra token here to be generated once again. But what expedition?
Yeah, it's interesting because they're trying to avoid hooked being relevant, but they have the perfect counter to hooked, which is token spammer unique in some sense. Because, yeah, normally you're trying to swap something that has a lot more stats so that it's less relevant. But in this specific case, like they're saying that even if the Katagirian Alchemist was going to get hooked to the other side where everything was statted like lined up all together, they would just be able to play another character and guaranteed be able to progress on the other side as well. So in this case, hooked getting a lot less value here. Although, I mean, we're going to see potentially this is enough to stall for our Axiom player still.
Yeah, it looks like there's just a confirmation as to what's happening with that hooked and wanting to make sure that it was all correct. Look like before the card was drawn, so everything has all been done here, and now Anthony has the opportunity for their next action. It is going to be for a payment of 3. I think that's the Sandman that might be coming down and putting the token generator to sleep.
Yeah, that is the stuff right there. Yeah, this is the nice flexibility you get while playing the Sandman. You are not forced to win the game via sleeping your opponent's characters at the right moment. You can also set up to do that just a subsequent day, especially keeping around some of your best cards like that. Again, this Alchemist was 1 mana, so this 1 mana token spammer that's just been sitting there and dominating every single day that it's been out. And yeah, they're going to get a 3rd day now with it.
Yeah, it's really, really strong indeed. This means look, Stefano is going to get the first advance from the hero side of the Tumult at the very least. But look, they are still solid 4 moves away from being at least individual moves from being able to win this game here. Whereas Anthony just needs to find 1 move, and that unique of the Cadragon Alchemist is still on the board after it was put to sleep by the Sandman. Will wake up during the rest period, so it is going to be around, as you said, Kellen, for a 3rd consecutive day here that Anthony is just going to be able to continue to work alongside.
And I've been checking out the draws here from Stefan as well. It's been so ridiculously difficult to make any of this work at the moment. They're so reliant on being able to find some form of proper engine in order to get things going. But the problem is they keep drawing copies of Hooked, which normally absolutely fantastic, but it doesn't do anything against this Alchemist specifically.
Yeah, it's not been the ideal situation there for them. All Stefan can really do as that first action of this new day is to use the Nylon Wither Tree to be able to exhaust down that Ordis character in the reserve at the moment, in the Ordis Trooper. But immediately, Anthony just says, okay, cool, I'll just play out the Sandman from the reserve, get myself another token, and continue to try and pile on the pressure.
Yeah, and we are seeing a Foundry Armor try to stem the bleeding, just maybe a little bit too late to do so, but it is a really reasonable cost to stats ratio here. It's also spread amongst 2 characters, meaning that it's a little bit easier to dodge removal with this. But I guess the big worry here is that, yeah, I mean, characters just on their own will likely be able to push things through here for Anthony. Again, it's not just the one character that could potentially go over whatever the Sierra is playing out here, but it's also the fact that everything will come with that additional character. Also, if further copies of the Sandman, for example, come out, they'll be able to sleep down things. Any combination of like 1-cost spells plus 2-cost character could work. There's cards like Rallying Call that can add stats to the board. I'm loving this position for Anthony, and I think the biggest problem that I'm seeing is that even if Sierra finds a way to prevent them from losing this day, they're likely still in this situation, if not a worse one, the next day.
Yeah, and then all Stefan can do is just play the bug out bag from the reserve. It is going to be able to generate a couple of tokens here for Stefan. Anthony on that last action did, however, use the gift of self to be able to draw some cards and look for some ways to potentially just boost up that hero side of the Tumult and just take the victory on that way. We are seeing a payment of 2 being used here from Anthony, and it is going to be a unique Ordis Trooper that we're going to go for here. It's a 2/1/1 for 2, but it's going to draw a card.
Yeah, this is a sweet unique. Not only is it just a okay stat line, but this arrow draw card effect, really, really nice here. It does not quite on its own threaten to take the progression, even with the Katagiran Alchemist here, as the region type that they're looking to advance on for the Sigismar, at least, is Mountain. But I think playing it there still sort of tells me that there might be something else for 1 mana in hand here for Anthony. If that's something like an Aegis Templar, for example, it's going to be incredibly difficult. It is an Aegis Templar. Brutal.
Wow. Really, really nice here. And there is the fist bump there. Aegis Templar being the exact card that we needed. Went ahead and played it for the scout cost. Left the expedition zone. So Kraid did the Ordis recruit 1/1/1 soldier. And you saw there as well that within the combination of that token generating unique, the Katagiran Alchemist, with another non-token character joining the expeditions, 3 or more characters being on the board across expeditions as well, being able to create extra soldier token characters onto the board. So Anthony breaking the streak of Sigismars in the feature match area that fell to defeat, this time with tokens aplenty, taking the win.
No, that's actually really cool to see. For a little while there, I think there was a tendency for Sigismar players to go away from these token spamming uniques and more favor card draw overall. Things like that Ordis Trooper, for example, which are totally reasonable. But I think what this is really showing off is that especially when you can get one of these token spammers for an incredibly discount cost, like that 1 cost from reserve there, they're still incredibly powerful. And specifically, they play really well into Hooked, simply because you're just not offering many characters that actually provide you value when you're hooking them. For 2 mana to pull something to the other side, that's really good against anything that's 2 mana and above, really. But especially when for 1 mana you're generating multiple characters in that sense, it's a lot harder to make that work and to actually stall out a game in that way. And that is what Sierra needed there for the game to go better, is some way to actually stall it out with Hooked. They just couldn't against such a card.
Yeah, absolutely. It means that you can see on the standings there that Stefan is going to drop down to 5-2. So not completely out of the running yet, with still 1 round to play. The extra point, though, that is in a availability for Anthony there, a 4-1-1 record going into this round here. So the extra point from the draw might be very, very helpful for them indeed as they go into the final round.
No, they're going to certainly have to win that final round as well. But unlike a lot of these other players who are looking to try to make it up to 6-2 then at the end of round 8, they're not guaranteed in. If he is able to win his final round there, he will then be 6-1-1. That should be guaranteed in. So they definitely have that opportunity despite having that round draw. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether they can convert that or not.
Well, that's for sure. There's going to be plenty still to play for as we have our final Swiss round that is going to be coming up very, very soon. And then straight after that, we will be heading directly into the top 8 cut. So everything being decided here today to figure out who is going to be sent on one of the last spots for the World Championship qualification. So don't go too far, because we will be back very, very shortly with our 8th and final Swiss round. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the final Swiss round of the Altered TCG World Championship Qualifier live from the Kia Oval in Surrey in London. Ben and Kellen here with you as we have been through the entire day. And it all comes down to this now. 8 players are going to make their way through safely by the end of this round and progress immediately to the top cut stages. And what we're seeing on a lot of these tables, Kellen, is a lot of Sigismar. 6 of the top 7 tables are all featuring at least one of the Ordis hero.
Yeah, I think the deck, I'll have to look back at the numbers later on, but I'm very much assuming it's both a case that it's a very popular deck today at the event, but also that it is converting really well so far into these top tables. Now, the match that we have ended up on here, though, no Sigismars here. We did see Bruce earlier in the day on the Nevenka here. They weren't able to win on the feature table, so cool to be seeing them again, giving them a second shot at maybe taking one down. They are going to be playing against an Atsadi player, Victor Manuel here, who is representing I have access to the deck list. I'm gonna say it's a very, very nice build of Atsadi.
Nice, very, very nice indeed. And we saw earlier on in the day from Bruce as well that it wasn't necessarily your typical style of Nevenka deck as well that Bruce has brought here. And even after taking that defeat all the way back in round 3, has been able to rally themselves up. The luck of the rolls have been on their side when they've needed them, and is here in the feature match area vying for a potential win and in to that top 8 spot.
Yeah, indeed, this build is really cool for Nevenka as well. Like, I don't think I've personally seen anything like it, and I'm also someone who combs a lot through 39cards.com listings for decks, as someone who's been very heavily involved in competitive play myself. And it's a situation where when I end up against Nevenka, it's actually one of the scariest decks that I go against because I don't really necessarily know what I'm going to be up against. And this is exactly one of these reasons why. This deck is very unlike anything I've seen have much success, but today they're killing it thus far. Of course, it was unfortunate that we saw them one round on stream where the deck didn't quite perform, but their deck has otherwise been absolutely crushing people, and I'm excited if we're going to get to see a bit more of it this round.
Yeah, well, it is going to be Bruce. It looks like there's going to be starting off here is the turn player on the opening day, going to be going up against this Atsadi, which is starting the game with those 5 heroism counters. The game that we saw Atsadi as well on this feature match area back in round 5, that one didn't quite work to the same way that it was hoping for as well. That was up against a similar and faction of hero in Lyra, but it was Fen that lost to. Will it do any different here up against Nevenka? We are underway here in round number 8.
Yeah, and we're already seeing something really sweet come out from the Nevenka immediately. It is a Bliss guitarist being played into a Bliss bassist, meaning there is a very heavy Bliss band sub-theme of this deck here. Both of these cards having the passive support ability of when it's in reserve at least. When you play another character with base statistic of 0, I gain 1 boost up to a max of 2, meaning that the backside of these cards is actually going to be pretty well statted overall, especially as the game progresses a little bit further here. And then otherwise, Bliss Guitarist is a really sweet card because it also has the potential of getting additional card advantage via this at dusk effect that it has as part of the main part of the card here. Overall, it's a pretty aggressive opener for Fen, I would say, having multiple characters that they're playing on opposite sides on day 1. But of course, very reasonable for Atsadi. Getting ramp via mana channeling is excellent, and then following it up with a tiny Jin, that's absolutely absurd as an opener, especially when that tiny Jin can't get sabotaged away because they're the starting player for day 2. They get to play it out immediately. It's beautiful.
Yeah, very, very nice stats from both players indeed. And that Bliss Guitarist is even nicer as well when you're playing it with Nevenka, because you have that die roll ability to just immediately try and go ahead and give it a boost if you roll from 2 to 5. So some really nice synergy that we are seeing early on here. as we are seeing some boosts coming down onto those characters that are heading into the reserve.
That was a Daedalus that came down with its scout ability here, which is a nice way of getting more information from the Atsadi before committing the rest to the board. And in this case, yeah, I'm interested to see how they're going to follow it up here. They are going to play out something from reserve. It might just be the Daedalus again. Looks like that they have their hand on it. Looks like they are going to be playing the Daedalus yet again, and they are going to be playing it onto the side that the Tiny Jin is currently contesting. It looks like, which, you know, I mean, reasonable enough. I think they were just trying to figure out whether they would rather be winning on that mountain expedition and getting off of it, or whether getting rid of or getting off of the water terrain was going to be more important for them here. I like this decision a lot, though, because of cards like this Tiny Jin, but of course potential for Mighty Jin as well. That, yeah, they would just rather not have to deal with potentially getting trapped there. So love that.
Yeah, and then getting the ability as well of the Daedalus to put an extra boost onto the Keytarist there. So that Keytarist has a +3 on its boosts here after the initial Daedalus play, and then the return of it onto the hero side of the expeditions from the reserve there. So a very, very strong character waiting in the wings at the moment, ready to take over the show. And it's going to get into the front and center stage straight away.
That it absolutely will. Keytarist getting played out again. It is very well boosted up, but is it going to be enough to contest an enhanced prototype? Interestingly, I'm not sure which of the enhanced prototypes this is, because I believe there's more than one here. However, it undoubtedly is going to remove a counter from the Atsadi hero in order to facilitate some part of this effect, which is, we were talking about it earlier, being able to remove Atsadi counters is such a nice way of getting an advantage into the late game. You know, you're going to be able to, I mean, with a configuration like this, realistically, you might just be able to draw extra cards for pretty much the entirety of the game. But realistically, this is going to convert really well into the late game.
Yeah, it was really, really nice there. It looked like it was some kind of mana acceleration. It looked like that might have happened there. I might have seen it wrong, but either way, it looks like a very, very strong, unique indeed. And now Bruce, having a decision, is going to go with unique of their own.
This is a Studious Disciple. We saw it earlier in the day, and it does have the potential of anchoring another character at dusk, which is, of course, incredibly powerful when it pairs with other characters that have gotten a number of boosts while being in reserve. Yeah, Bliss Guitarist here threatening to do exactly that. We do see Chiron come out now to try to secure a progression on the hero side, which I like. It should be able to go over this Studious Disciple quite neatly.
Yeah, and it's going to be able to give itself the boost here as well with its playable effect. We are going to go ahead and roll the dice here, though, with the Nevenka and Blotch effect. It's a 6, so something is going to go ahead and anchor here. We're going to anchor the unique, which is very, very nice indeed, because it means now that with that Studious Disciple effect at dusk, we're going to be able to anchor down the Keytarist as well. So both characters will stay on their current expeditions going into the start of the new day. Very nice hit there off the Nevenka.
Yeah, that's beautiful stuff. Those are the moments, I think, with Nevenka where you roll the die and you're feeling it. You're not just rolling the die and like hoping you're going to get the right result. You know, you're thinking to yourself, yeah, maybe I can get some advantage here, or no, actually, I just feel like keeping my characters around forever, which is exactly what they're suggesting that they're planning to do here. It's going to require removal, realistically, from the Atsadi pretty quickly to actually start interacting with characters on board. Otherwise, the potential advantage that Nevenka can gain off of days like this is going to be pretty absurd. Of course, our Atsadi player here, Vikman, he is in a great spot as far as being so far ahead in terms of mana, but they're going to need to convert that still.
They will indeed. They're going to start off with a Tiny Jin here for themselves, and then in response, we are going to go ahead and see a card into the reserve straight away for the Nevenka player.
That is a magical training that is currently in reserve. Pretty sure there. Which is actually interesting to see. Sometimes I think some players are not playing that, especially when they're playing a character-heavy build that doesn't have ways of doing like native spell return from uniques in some cases. But I believe the Ouroboros Inkcasters are just enough to make this card worthwhile for him, and so I like the choice of playing it. It's just one of these scenarios. Oh wow, second one, nice. It's a really good after you.
Yeah, very, very nice there to get the double training going on there. Just scouting out for more hands, even potentially just sort of, like you say, burning a couple of turns here to just try and figure out what Victor is going to go ahead and plan. We're seeing a lot of mana being paid for here. It's another enhanced prototype unique. And this is why we were a little bit cagey about which one is which here, because there is a lot of enhanced prototype uniques going on here. It looks like this time it was a reactivation of 2 mana and then a boost granted to the enhanced prototype that is in reserve.
Yeah, this is absolutely the sort of thing that if you're playing a lot on like Board Game Arena Ladder, for example, you might run into Summit Sadis here and there, and you typically you can get sort of a warped idea of what the hero can do, because they will actually at the late game they'll run out of gas. You'll get to 6 mana, they'll play something for 6 mana. You get to 7, they'll play a Sakurabu. You get to 8, and suddenly it's Kaibara time, and then nothing happens, right? But when players who are really dedicated to this deck have a full unique package that are fully based around it, you can get a very, very different impression of the deck. What this really ensures is that their late game is just going to be so well scaled. They're not going to run out of gas virtually at any point here, especially while they're able to continue looping or like playing enhanced prototype cards again and again. And when they're not running out of gas, it means they could actually very well ramp and draw their way through their the entirety of their deck, even in some cases. It's just excellent cards all around.
Certainly is indeed, as we see Chiron coming back from the reserve into the hero expedition here, granting the boost onto the Tiny Djinn. And now Bruce here with 2 mana still left to go ahead and spend. Remember, we're still in the same day where we went double magical training here from Bruce at the start of the day. It's just going to be that's a Hathor there that has been played. So it's just a 3-3 in both forest and mountains. But when we're looking for forest to try and contest here, we're not going to mind that too much, as the dice roll grants a boost with the 2.
That it does. I'm not quite sure on the stats of that enhanced prototype, whether or not that's enough to enable a potential progression there. But something that I can definitely say is important is the fact that Bruce did make that choice earlier on to get off of that mountain expedition where our Atsadi player is pretty strong at still. With that additional Tiny Djinn having come out as well, these are the sort of scenarios that are really important, where they are potentially able to either avoid progressions from the Atsadi player or potentially find their own here, that they could have potentially taken a different line in the earlier stages of the game and then might have ended up getting punished at this point. So that decision is definitely it's one that's paying off.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are heading into the end phases of the day, cleaning everything up, sending everything that needs to be in reserve. Victor, of course, makes a lot of sense holding on to those 2 uniques in reserve at the moment of the 2 different versions of the enhanced prototype. Bruce makes sense getting rid of those magical trainings here from the reserve, so keeping their own unique of the Studious Disciple and the Hathor in reserve, and then the anchor still after the Bliss Bassist from that Dusk effect of the unique from Bruce.
Yeah, we sometimes see players there want to try to keep something like the Hathor plus magical training to continue to gain incremental value out of both playing magical training for its card draw, but also just because leading off into a day by spending 1 mana for magical training is one of the best things you can typically be doing for that after you effect. In this specific case, it looks like okay, the Hathor did actually just choose to pick up instead the unique that we saw, that Studious Disciple. And instead, they're interestingly playing a Martingale off to start off the day.
Yeah, Martingale just coming down here. This is the rare version that we saw earlier on in the day. If you would roll a die, you may add 1 to its result. And now, looks like we're seeing, is that the Arcolano milk that we're seeing here from
That
Victor?
is the milk, yes, indeed. Meaning that, I think at this point you need to start worrying a little bit about the hunger, for example. That's probably the card it best synergizes with, but there's a lot of potential use for it in general. They do not have to play the hunger. They're by no means forced to. But I think Bruce was also playing around that card by choosing to pick up the card immediately with Hathor instead of potentially letting further cards stack into their reserve there. They're very well aware of that potential from our Atsadi player. Atsadi, meanwhile, still has this double enhanced prototype that they can potentially use just from reserve. And it looks like that is going to be the play here.
Yeah, and it's going to be the one that is boosted up really, really heavily, that is going to be brought out from the reserve. It's going to get more boosts and the mana reset as well. It's a refund on 2 of the mana that was spent to be able to play this enhanced prototype out from the reserve here. And that is now going to be contesting this companion expedition up against a very, very boosted Bliss bassist.
I think this one's the guitarist, but regardless, it is a very boosted card indeed. I do wonder, I'm trying to read quite how many boosts that prototype has on it, but I have a feeling we're at a point where it's barely outstatting the guitarist, and then playing a second one here likely means it's still going over it, which I think the intention of this is to force a play onto that side to try to at least progress on the other and continue trading out. They're currently ahead, actually, if they keep trading for the Nevenka at least. So they're very happy with just going 1-for-1 repeatedly here. The issue that I'm seeing is that almost certainly this is another Sakurabru deck, it being Atsadi. That's what we're very used to seeing at this point, meaning that these progressions don't necessarily convert into the ideal endgame scenario. Sakurabru is very much the card that will reverse these dynamics in a lot of cases, and we can very much assume that Victor is going to find one at some point as well, considering how many cards he's drawing off of the Atsadi hero here.
Absolutely. Well, here comes the Studious Disciple unique back once again onto the companion expedition. So Bruce trying to shut down the double unique expedition that Victor has been able to create with themselves for this 2 different copies of the enhanced prototype. And now Bruce here is going to go ahead and attempt to roll the dice here. We have had it obscured from us. Was it a 1? To send
if it was a 1,
no,
luckily, it might have been a 1, but there is a Martingale in play, meaning that because it is that rare Martingale, they can add 1 anyway. What we can assume is that it wasn't a 6, because in that case, it would have definitely gotten anchored. Instead, just 1 boost. All's well that ends well, I assume, for a Nevenka here.
Yeah, not bad at all. It's always one of the things that I was keeping an eye on whenever I was playing Nevenka during the start of the game when Alta was first releases. Was okay, I want to have as many dice roll modifiers as possible. I want as many payoffs for my dice rolls as possible, and I want to roll as many dice as possible. So when you have that character on the board that can get you that extra +1, either help you out if you maybe haven't quite rolled what you wanted to, or get you that 1 step closer to the roll that you did end up wanting, all the better for me, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, and I think there's something sort of funny about Nevenka in that in some way it's actually similar to a hero like Lindaway, in the sense that because of the nature of the hero ability specifically, you can often conserve information about where stats are actually going to line up until the very, very end of the day, which can be incredibly powerful because it's not that your opponent is purely like, say, for example, against the Tasia, where you know the first card they play in the day will get the boost from Tasia, right? It'll give you something very clear that you can play around. But instead, with Nevenka, it's a dynamic where you know that you have to be at least 1 stat above them in order to prevent them from progressing necessarily. And if you play elsewhere, they can potentially play elsewhere and again change that dynamic purely based on where they choose to roll the die and either try to get the boost, potentially fail the die roll and send the character to reserve, or anchor it. So it's really tough. And at the same time, you also want to force them to use it for its gaining a boost ability in a lot of cases, because otherwise they'll often get free dice rolls to try to just hit a lucky anchor. And depending on the character, that can sometimes on its own be game ending. So yeah, it's a really cool hero for that specific dynamic.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing Bruce here immediately replaying that Martingale out from the reserve. Looks like the Studious Disciple is going to go ahead and follow suit now for the next action of this day for Bruce. And that anchoring effect that he's been able to continuously grant that key Tarist has been so valuable for Bruce so far. As we go in here with another Jin, it looks like, for Victor, loading up that hero expedition.
This one's a Fire Rabbit that is getting fleeting to put an additional boost onto this Mighty Jin here, which is definitely nice, specifically because they have 8 mana remaining, meaning that they can potentially play a Hunger here in a critical scenario to just wipe the board entirely and prevent more incremental advantages from being gained by our Nevenka here. And that is the Hunger here. Beautiful. Definitely shows why they were fine giving that character fleeting when they were already significantly ahead in that expedition. The answer is it would get discarded anyway. So it's free. It's upside.
Yeah, absolutely. And here is that issue that we were having as well for a couple of other times that we saw the Hunger. But now we're going to get to see the combination play. The Arcolano Milk is on the Hero's Expedition. So a character is going to join it, is going to be able to give the Hunger the fleeting here, which of course also means that that Hunger, while it is fleeting, is gigantic. So it is going to affect its stats across both of the expeditions here, the companion side and the hero. But a sleep is going to silence that for a day.
Oh, that is such a big deal. Notably, that will allow Nevenka to close the gap to their expeditions being adjacent here, meaning they are very easily threatening to potentially even win. The issue that I'm seeing is, again, well, one, there is this gigantic Hunger that is currently sitting in play that likely will have to be dealt with. There's the fact that Sakurabru, again, there will be one at some point. Vikman has to draw one at some point, right? And at that point, this dynamic very much shifts back in their favor if they are able to create a gap with the Nevenka's expeditions yet again.
We are going to start off with a Sandman and put the Hunger to sleep once again, or at least try to put the Hunger to sleep.
The Sandman will only be able to do that from hand, so they're going to need it yet again. Yeah.
Okay, so it is just being played here for stats, if anything, then. And then we've got another Bliss member joining into the companion side. That is really where we are going for here. But with that fleeting on the Hunger, the gigantic is still going to be affecting the stats of the companion side of the expedition here, even with it currently sitting in the hero side.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out outs here for Nevenka to find a way through this. I think one, they likely just need Sakurabru to not be drawn or found. There was the Merry Reunion as well for our Bravos player here to start off the day to further dig a little bit, which again potentially ends up finding a card like that. But again, I think Vikman's doing a really, really good job here of also conserving information. We were talking about that dynamic with Nevenka being good at that in the earlier stages. At this point, though, when Atsadi has this much mana, they should be able to make all of their decisions that actually matter after knowing what Nevenka's day has already looked like here. And that is the advantage that having so much mana and so many additional card draws off of that Atsadi hero, thanks to those enhanced prototypes, that's that advantage that it actually buys you.
We're going to go for the dice roll here. It lands on a 2, so it will be a boost that will go to the bassist here. No ability to modify that dice result in any way either right now on board. And here comes the Inkcaster.
Yeah, Inkcaster is potentially nice, as it does threaten to potentially just recycle a card here. If there was something like a Twinkle Twinkle remaining in Bruce's hand, or some other removal effect that could potentially affect the Hunger, for example, even if that wasn't enough to win this day, at least Inkcaster would be able to pick it back up, so it feels a little bit less game losing, I guess, if that does not work out. But overall, it's so hard to break through this scenario. Now, we are seeing a lot of mana spent now, finally, by Vikman here in this day. What is coming down here?
Just deciding, I think I do see that there is the Sakurabru there available to Victor. They might have very well found it. It is going to be
Swift Jin.
Swift Jin here, the rare, not paying its scout cost here, being paid for the 6. Let's just say 555.
Yeah, I mean, this is just reasonable stats, I would say, for cost to start with immediately. And then that will also allow a Sakurabru to come down from Vikman's hand here to make sure that even if one of these sides is not going in his favor, that the other one, or that it won't matter, or it won't lose him the game then at that point. Yeah, Swiftgen, just really nice card that Itzadi players have been able to include since actually a little while now, but it's definitely one of these cards that really helps out, especially this rare version. Notably, they are able to oftentimes scout this on day one to put itself into the mana. The mana orb is ready, and so sometimes you can even play 4 mana worth of cards on day one with that card.
Very nice indeed. Well, you see here that both players are adjacent now on the expeditions and on the tumult, so if one player can find a movement and the other can't, then there will be a victor. But if they adjacently move at the same time, then we will be heading to the arena. We head to the arena in round 1. If Swiss earlier today, could we potentially see it happen in the last Swiss round as well? Bliss base is coming down here for Bruce in the companion expedition, and then Eat Me energy bars coming down into that same expedition here for Victor.
I think we're finally going to see the legendary synergy here. Eat Me energy bars to give a character gigantic. It is Sakurabru to set both expeditions back here from the Nevenka. All of that effort that they were making to claw their way forwards in those waning days there, suddenly it's gone. So just being reset like that, it's so brutal. Things were not looking good for Nevenka there, even to begin with. And this is definitely a really damaging thing that would happen to their game plan. I'm not seeing any easy ways for them to retain advantage either. They don't have those uniques that they were leveraging in the early game to keep around these boosted Bliss characters. I think they're going to need something like that in order to try to stabilize it all, and they need to do that while being so many mana down and behind on board for the most part too.
Yeah, now there's a merry reunion as well. Now going to go ahead and be played. Put a character into reserve this way. We can put this into the hand. So this Haven Serengar at the moment in the reserve. We're seeing there is the Twinkle Twinkle to put the Sakurabru to sleep here at the very least.
Yeah, that's definitely a good start and does actually give them a shot of potentially surviving here. The issue that I'm seeing is that our Bravos player here can actually just win on the water stat line potentially on that hero side, where Hathor is, unfortunately for Bruce, unable to contest whatsoever.
Bruce, with no cards in hand, is going to have no more actions for the remainder of the day here. We are going to go and see the Serengar getting played into the companion expedition here, and Bruce, I think, has extended the hand. Victor will advance on the companion expedition and take the victory in round 8. Very well may possibly have booked them their spot into top 8 as well with that win. And the Sakurabru character that we have been hinting at and teasing towards for the Bravos faction, it feels like pretty much all day, Kellen, has finally showed its face.
Yeah, definitely it has. And yeah, in the right time, I would say, for that one.
Yeah.
And again, these players are not Vikman is not guaranteed to be in with that win, but they have a really good shot now, at least on tiebreakers. So it will still come down to tiebreakers, but I think they have a better than even chance of being in for top 8 with that. So impressive win there. Bruce, really good shot there. Really cool Nevenka build overall. And I think they played really well in certain instances as well to try to give themselves the best shot there. But Vikman, a really strong player overall and showing just what their deck can do, regardless of it being one of the 2 most popular Bravos heroes or not. The way at Saudi is probably 3rd. But yeah, definitely it's a good one.
Absolutely. Well, it means that we are at the end of the Swiss stages now. So let's have a look and see what the standings look like after round 7. So this doesn't include all the results from round 8. This is just how they looked going into this round as it was paired. So Victor, we could see, was 11th place going into this final round. So a 6-2 record. There are X2 players that will be qualifying into top 8 momentarily. The number of those players, though, we're not 100% sure, especially while we've got the XO player still at the moment with Lucas on Traced. We've got the X11 player of Anthony as well on Sigismar, which could skew the maths a little bit as well. Bruce was in 7th going into that round, so a win for Bruce, if they managed to get it, would have been very, very close, if not guaranteed, to have made them safe with their 6-2 record. But now it's going to come all down to the maths and to the tie breaks.
Yeah, and I think the thing really skewing that math as well for a lot of these X and 2 players is wondering whether or not Anthony Dupre on Sigismar there will be winning this round or not, because that will definitely make a significant change in both how many players at X and 2 get in, but also just tiebreakers in general. Yeah, I think it's pretty likely that Vikman will get in with that, but definitely not guaranteed. They, as you mentioned, they're middle of the pack for the X and 2s. So definitely they're going to have to sweat it out a little bit, but hey, I think they've done all they can at this point.
Absolutely. Well, there won't be too much time for them to wait. There was only about 3 minutes on the clock when that game ended. So the players around the rest of the main event will still be playing maybe their final days in towards overtime as well now. And a reminder, we are heading straight into top 8 today. There's going to be no breaks on this altered WCQ train. So don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we will have the breakdown of top 8 and, of course, our featured quarterfinal. Stay with us.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of the Altered TCG London World Championship qualifiers. The Swiss pairings have concluded now, and it is now time for us to get into our top cut standings. 8 players have made their way safely through into the top cut and are walking away first and foremost with a very nice top 8 playmat to recognize their achievements. But for one of these players, they are just 3 best of 3 rounds away from becoming a World Championships representative.
No, I mean you're totally right. They are walking away with some prizes already, but they are all here for that one thing, which is to qualify for that event the next month. I'm very certain that's all what they're after here. They're not looking for booster packs. They're not looking for other awards. They just want that entry for the World Championship. And yeah, I mean they're doing great so far. We had a couple little delays there because we did have some deck check related game losses that had to happen. Which sometimes happens if people register, for example, a deck list that had been improperly modified or whatnot between like the last time they had registered with an altered deck. So unfortunately that did happen here, but none of that should be interfering with our first match that we'll be seeing in our quarterfinals here.
Yes, absolutely. Before we get into that quarterfinal feature match, let's quickly talk about the players and the leaders and the heroes that have made their way into top 8. However, if we can take a look at the standings, Lucas Theobald on Traced and Rosum, the undefeated 8-0 player, and that's even after being undefeated from the round 6 points. So they have won an extra 2 rounds to be able to go completely undefeated at the end of Swiss with Traced. A very, very great achievement.
Yeah, really impressive stuff there. That's a bug fix traced combo deck. And yeah, incredibly powerful build, an incredibly strong player. They're known in the French community as Zero Suit Samus. I'm hearing. True. We are getting word now, though, that we might actually have to do a repairing because we are hearing that that we've had a mistake as far as the pairings of players are concerned. But regardless, these results stand as we've currently seen them. The 1st through the 8th are completely correct. It is just how the top cut is actually being paired that has had an error in the system, at least. But nonetheless, 5 Sigismars making their way through here. Yeah, it's been a great day for Sigismar players, all things considered.
Yeah, Sigismar was one of the decks that a lot of people would have undoubtedly had their eye on going into this World Championship qualifier, and it certainly played out that way as well, with 5 of the top 8 heroes being Sigismar and Wingspan, but that undefeated hero being Traced and Rosum. 1 Lyra representative in Aurak and Kibble, though, being piloted by Florian. That's not too bad at all. And then at Sadi and Surge as the hero that has rounded off the top 8, with the Kojo and Buddha there just missing out as the X2 player that did not qualify.
I think a lot of people will be excited to hear both Vikman qualifying on the Itzadi and Surge from Team Altered Aces, but then also an Aurak player, Moondust, really well known as well, and very deserving. This is someone who's practiced with that deck specifically for a long, long time. They're incredibly familiar with that hero. They're one of the people who's driven innovation with that archetype. So I think a lot of people are going to be really excited to see that they're converting it into a good top 8 finish here, and not just one where they got in based on tiebreakers. It's one that they properly earned it. 7-1. They were guaranteed. It was really well done from them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it looks like we have had that little reshuffling of the pairings as well, so we're going to be able to get into our feature match in just a moment here, which is still going to be featuring Lucas Theobald, the undefeated 8-0 player, going into top 8 with Traced and Rosum. Does look like they are going to be paired up against one of the 5 Sigismar decks, however, that have made it into top 8. And when you think about heroes that were likely going to be at the forefront and likely going to be a matchup that we would have expected to see in a top cut of a WCQ, Trace versus Sigismar probably is up there, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't think, if nothing else, it wouldn't surprise anyone. I would say there are a couple other heroes that have been doing fantastically recently, including Fen, including Basira, including Kojo, even. But definitely, these are two of the decks to beat. To my understanding as well, these are now matches where the players have access to their opponent's deck list, meaning that we can talk a little bit more freely about what we're seeing from these players. And that's really cool as well, because there's something really interesting happening in this Sigismar's deck list that I haven't seen much of before, which is the choice of using Feast of Thoughts, actually, a really interesting rare spell that is not seen in many configurations. And they're using it at 3 of, to my understanding, which is, yeah, really innovative build here.
Yeah, very, very interesting. There's a couple of things, honestly, in this list that are definitely standing out a little bit from the traditional Sigismar builds that we have been seeing. Obviously, the uniques are always going to be a completely different build, a different version of what kind of implementation or support that you're wanting to get, whether it's more kind of anchored style uniques, whether it's more token creation uniques with the Order Sigismar hero ability. But we're seeing here things like the Frog Prince being brought in here as a common as well, which is certainly a bit of a different one.
Yeah, that one's pretty solid. It's a nice spike stat card overall, and in general, I think it's aggressively statted, which does favor the fact that Sigismar does every day get that innate 1/1/1 Ordis recruit, meaning that they can just play in an aggressive configuration that much easier. It's additionally a thing where, I mean, we've seen it a lot in actually virtually in any number of copies and configurations that I think were competitively either optimal or viable. And I think it depends very much on what you were touching on, which was unique configuration in a lot of cases. I'm not overly surprised seeing 3. I think that card's incredibly strong, but I also wouldn't be overly surprised seeing 1, for example. It's a card with a lot of flexibility like that. You can play it, you don't have to. But yeah, some really good stuff overall. But yeah, they are playing against what I think for many players is the elephant in the room at the moment, which is Bug Fix Traced. Bug Fix being an incredibly powerful spell, synergizes really well with incredibly powerful card return uniques that return cards when you make either a token or a brass bug, or a robot rather, not specifically a brass bug, but it's a brass bug. And yeah, otherwise it's just a pretty standard Traced build outside of having access to that Bug Fix synergy.
Absolutely. You can see the players are getting themselves shuffled up and prepared for game number 1 of our featured quarter-final matchup. Remember, when we are now into the top 8 stages, we are at a best of 3 with a 70-minute time limit. So the timer there on the clock will be restarted in just a moment, and we will be ready to get into the quarter-final of the Altered TCG World Championship qualifier. Both players are rolling to see who's going to start off as the turn player on day 1. And it's Lucas with Traced that has won the dice roll and is going to go ahead and take that first turn marker.
I pulled up Feast of Thoughts here as a card to look at. Notably, I just wanted to touch on it, just in case it confuses anyone here. There is an ability on it. You can remove 3 counters from a card that is in play or in reserve. Notably, you cannot use that against your opponent's hero. So you're unfortunately for the Sigismar unable to use that to remove counters that Trace has been accumulating on their hero. So it's not one of these techs that you can use that aggressively into a specific intended metagame. But nonetheless, a really sweet card to be seeing them teching with here. Yeah, really special configuration overall. I'm excited to see how it works out for them.
Well, players are having a look into their opening hands and deciding which cards to send away into their mana pool. Draw 6, then send half of those cards into your mana pool to make it so that you can play the cards out from hand for the remainder of the game. The hands have been set. The Ordis token has been created, and we are underway into the afternoon of day 1 here in the Altered quarterfinal.
I like seeing this already. How we get into day one of the quarterfinal. This player knows exactly what they're doing in general, but of course, still wants to make sure they're sequencing properly and is taking a well and truly good amount of time to make the decision of the very first card they're going to play for the day. Altered is really complicated, guys. I want to make sure that's known, that's out there. This game is really difficult.
Yeah, it is indeed. So we are underway with the first couple of characters down into each of the different expeditions. Immediately, Lucas moving into the hero expedition to try and help challenge where the token already is. And Pierre, seeing that, says, okay, I'll just go ahead and go straight into the companion expedition and make sure that I can try and get that early double advance.
Yeah, it does look indeed like the Traced is just going to stack everything on one side. There's definitely some intention for the Sigismar to try to avoid a circumstance where they could potentially get a trade to happen unfavorably via a card like Hooked, but that is not the case for this day. This is an Ozma getting played out that notably it doesn't provide card advantage from the front side. Oftentimes a lot of these Ozma uniques we'll see are just repeated card advantage, but it is looking to potentially give that from the backside when that card ends up getting played from reserve. So just starting out by deploying that, trying to secure their double advance here, which they will be able to manage to do so, which is great for them. But yeah, overall, yeah, it's a pretty good start for Siggy.
It's not a bad start at all for Sigismar, meaning that both of the characters will go into the reserve. That token will just disappear for now at the very least. One of them will stick around as soon as the afternoon goes ahead and goes in, or the noon, I should say. It will be that Recruit 111 that will respawn back in to the hero expedition as the first cards have been flipped from the tumult to see what Pierre is going to need to advance on this day. Mountains on the hero side and forest on the companion side.
It's worth mentioning at this point. I don't think we touched on it any of the rest of the day, really, but double advances are a lot more common in general in Altered when you are the player who is not starting. It's that much easier because you get to make all of the best decisions essentially retroactively. Like you get information from your opponent and then you react to it. And that is definitely part of the reason why day one went so far in Sigismar's favor. But things can turn around very much from there because the reverse dynamic will then happen. It's breaking that parity where one player is more likely to win scenarios that actually ends up determining the winner of a game. Also, there are certain decks that have a much better job of preventing your opponent from breaking that dynamic at a critical point in time. Sigismar is an example of one that does a really good job of making that difficult for the opponent. They have an easy time capitalizing and creating those double advances, and they're also pretty good at taxing the ability of the opponent to come back from there. So we're going to see how well they can leverage that this game. Jack Frost is a great example of a card that helps do exactly that, though.
Jack Frost coming down, an exhausting target card in the reserve. We're now going and seeing the ability of the Haven Bravos Bastion getting activated to play the Grems back out from the reserve, and it's going to go ahead and go in with a boost as well, thanks to that rare Haven Bravos Bastion effect.
Do not fret, by the way, if you were in chat and you were noticing that there are only 4 minutes left on the clock. That will actually be 64, and you'll see momentarily as 4 minutes will tick down first. This is a 70-minute best of 3, so don't stress too much. They are not expected to finish a best of 3 in 6 minutes or whatever it was. But yeah, I mean, I think things are actually in a reasonable position for Trace looking back, especially considering that no advance was found there by Siggy. Even if it was just one for Traced, it's still a reasonable position, not only because they've managed to set up a Haven Bravos Bastion, but also because the Traced is slowly working on both getting cards into the reserve and adding counters to the Traced hero. Those things are that is what will let the Traced ride out into the late game, essentially, and that's where they would like to be. Mid to late stages of the game are typically when Traced, especially these bug fix configurations, will well and truly turn the corner.
Absolutely. Well, it's going to be Axiom Salvager that will be making its way out of the reserve to start things off for Lucas, coming in with that fleeting. And we're going to match deployments here from the reserve for Pierre as well. Jack Frost going to go ahead and come into the companion expedition and immediately try and counteract that salvager. Is going to go and freeze down one of the 2 CADs in reserve as well here from Lucas's side of the board. I think that might be either the mechanic or the Kellen Elemental there.
That one's a sap sniffer that has been exhausted there in reserve. Realistically, I think what this does is it just slows down Traced a little bit from enabling that hero ability. It's not the most it's a good thing to do if you're Sigismar, especially because you're contesting very well on a region type that favors Jack Frost where it was played. Overall, it's not going to matter too much, but it does slow down the Traced a little bit, and sometimes slowing them down just enough is how you prevent them from turning the corner fast enough. Any day that they're then unable to activate that hero ability that they might have been able to otherwise is a day that you've gotten a massive amount of value, or more accurately, prevented a massive amount of value from being gained by the Traced. So definitely like that. Jack Frost is a great card to do exactly that. And sometimes it's in a way that even sabotages don't work, because sabotages also add a counter to Traced when they happen in the afternoon.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to go ahead and get another Axiom Salvager onto that companion expedition here as well. So just trying to fulfill that companion zone a little bit further on here. We'll get that resupply if it is played out from reserve at the next day. But we're now seeing the unique coming back into play for Pierre, and creating another one of those Ordis tokens as well.
Notably, that unique was the one with the spike stat on Mountain, so it's still not like in its absolute best scenario, given that it is contesting on the Forest. But the idea here is they're trying to make Traced commit even more resources onto that companion side, while still being favored on the hero side at the moment.
Means that Lucas, with it looks like 3 mana here still to work with, has either the option in hand, or it looks like that spell that's currently in the reserve. We are going to go ahead and use the card out of hand, however.
Yeah, that's a Viking right there, Energy Pioneer. Not only does that allow the Sap Sniffer to get played if they so choose, which it does look like they are indeed doing at the moment, but also when played from reserve gives an exhausted resupply, this rare version of Viking. Pretty cool.
Not too bad indeed, as we are going to go into the end of the day. We're heading ourselves into the dusk stage. So we are making sure that all of the regions have been accounted for, counting up all of the boosts and things like that, and then making sure any advances will be made. Then we'll go ourselves into night. Any of those rested characters and anything will go into the reserve. Anything that has fleeting will go away, and then you'll go down from your reserve as well. So now up into morning, going and drawing 2 fresh new cards, sending 1 into the mana pool if we wish, and then checking for any at noon effects. So that will be when that Sigismar and Wingspan ability will activate and respawn that 1/1/1 Ordis Recruit hero token, and then into afternoon, which is where the main action will take place. And the first of that main action will be a new Jack Frost to rest down that Viking in reserve.
That's really nice. Not only is it preventing some value here from just that Viking ability to exhausted resupply, it prevents any card that then gets exhausted after a Viking is played from getting played anyway because of the Viking ability that allows you to do so. I'm also noticing in general, it's pretty good card advantage for Sigismar at this point, outside of what's in reserve for the Traced at this moment. They do find another Viking, though, however, off of this Axiom Salvager resupply, which looks like it might actually be hilarious here, given that they could then play both of those cards from reserve as one of the Vikings exhausted, but if they play out the other one, that's fine. They get to then play their exhausted cards. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, not a bad little interaction whatsoever here. I think Lucas is trying to figure out if that's going to be the right thing to do first, or if it's going to be to spend this final card in hand. We are going to go ahead and play the effective one in, and it's going to flip and resupply a unique onto the board. And this one, I believe, is that the Coppelia?
That it is, and Capelia uniques are often some of the absolute sweetest, because they do often have this effect that keeps them around for a little while longer. Pulled it up on stream now. When I go to reserve from the expedition zone, you may play me for free, and I gain a sleep. When another robot joins your expeditions, you may return a card from your reserve to your hand. If this was not open deck lists, this is the point where Sigismar would know almost for certain that this is a bug fix combo version of Traced. Of course, it is open deck list at this point, so they do know bug fix is the next thing that's going to be on their radar.
Yeah, absolutely. That second line of text definitely being an option to loop those bug fix spells to make sure that we're getting so many of them down into play here, as we're seeing there. It looks like is the Frog Prince that is coming down that we were talking about at the beginning of the game. The 303 in this scenario, which is pretty helpful for Pierre, targeting both of the attributes that we are looking to find.
The curve is somehow working so perfectly for Traced here, despite the fact that they went down to one single card in hand and just the two in reserve, with that Jack Frost to lead out the day from Sigismar as well, to even further try to punish this. Somehow now an Amelia is being put into reserve here, meaning that for the remaining 3 mana the Traced has, they're likely to be able to play out 2 different cards from reserve and actually contest reasonably well on at least one side here. Sigismar's attempts to slow down Trace, they did help a little bit, but not quite enough here, I would say. Actually, I do think Trace is doing an excellent job of trying to prevent Sigismar from capitalizing on any early advantage they had. And yeah, I'm liking the game state for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially with that Amelia Earhart being hit, it is only the 1 mana that Lucas would have to spend for it to play it out onto one of the expeditions here, as it is being played from reserve. As soon as it does, it will get that fleeting indicator, however, but at the very least, to give yourself an opportunity for an advance. And when we've still got that Viking as well, being able to play exhausted cards from the reserve, the Viking itself and the Coppelia as well are certainly live options here. But instead, we're going to hook a token over into the companion zone and play Amelia.
Yeah, this line's a little bit surprising to me because it almost feels a little bit wasteful, because they will have to discard down a card in their reserve here. At the same time, they're at the part of the game where they can actually start to become wasteful, and that's fine. And yeah, clearly Lucas is the expert. I haven't played Traced in a long while, so I'm assuming that this line is perfectly fine. What they're saying is, I'm going to take an expedition progression over you. I'm not going to lose too much this day. And I've drawn an extra card to dig a little bit deeper for my potential bug fix to go along with this Coppelia. And then otherwise, they want to leave around a card in their reserve that will provide some card advantage additionally. They are discarding Hooked. I think that makes sense as well. Viking adds stats and does resupply as well. So it's sort of similar card advantage to Hooked, while it actually contributes to the board.
Yeah, absolutely. We see there Lucas getting the advancements as well as Pierre. So Pierre makes the move into the middle aspect of the tumult and is now looking for water to be able to continue an advance from the indicator that started on the hero side. And I think a spot in the hand there, is that one of the cards that we were picking out at the start of this game in the Feast of Thoughts?
Yeah, you got it. It is indeed hanging out there in hand. I'm just wondering what it's really going to be most relevant for here. I think there's a chance they could potentially try to go after the Coppelia with the sabotage effect of this Feast of Thoughts. And just hope that there would not be another unique, for example, to follow it up. But I still think that that might just be a dynamic that very heavily favors the Traced, especially because there is a Haven Bravos Bastion in play, meaning that they're actually just going to be contesting on the Tumult a lot better, especially if 3 mana are committed to sabotaging with no other upside.
Yeah, well, I've got news for you in terms of the unique question. There was a unique, I think, that was drawn from the Traced and Rosum hero effect that was utilized there. So does look like the second unique is going to be available to Lucas here when they want to use it. There is the Feast of Thoughts, though, to immediately take care of the Capellia that we thought that we might want to, but now we are just going to go ahead and play out this Scavenger here from the Exhaustion, and we're going to find... What is that we're going to grab? Is that the cylinder?
Yeah, that's a kill on cylinder. It does resupply kill on cylinder, which all things considered, it is the rare, so it does actually add meaningful stats to the board immediately when it's played. This is a circumstance where, yes, the Trace did find a unique, but they don't really want to play it out until they found the cards that go with it. If they find a bug fix to go along with it, I'm sure we're likely to actually see exactly that. To try to go over the top of Sigismar and even try to potentially take a double advance over the next, even today. But otherwise, they're heavily incentivized to try to keep digging where possible and contest with the characters that they currently have access to.
Well, how much of that is going to be possible, though? Because it looks like the other card in hand is a copy of Hooked. It is indeed. It looks like it's Hooked, and it is the unique that is available here to Lucas. So it is realistically just going to be the characters that are here in the expeditions, and then the one character that is in reserve at the moment. But I'm not sure how much more card draw that the characters currently on board are representing for Lucas to be able to find that bug fix that we are so desperately looking for here.
Yeah, that's true. I think that part of the complication here is how Lucas is trying to find a way that he can play around these cards that are currently in reserve and avoid giving up much of anything, really. Realistically, with a Hooked in hand, he would be very fine with a 1-for-1 trade where he is able to Hooked, and he's trying to make sure that if he does play that Hooked, he doesn't end up in a circumstance where he loses an expedition without gaining a progression of his own, or concedes a double progression, both of which would be pretty bad considering the phase of the game that he is in, when he has so many things that are going in his favor. So anything that he can do to stall us out a little bit and potentially get a little bit more information, but before deploying to the board at the very end of the day, that will go very much in his favor. So chooses to play Hooked first. It does look like this Ortus Accountant is getting played onto the hero side, which makes some sense. It's going to force another play there on that hero side still. I'm wondering whether he's going to use the sleep effect of it, but it doesn't look like it at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's awkward here with that sleep effect as well, with the Ortus Accountant currently having fleeting as well. There's an argument about whether to use the sleep effect and silence down either the Viking or the scrapper over on the other side, the salvager on the companion side of it. But at that same point, we then got the Hooked that is here in the reserve, so that's just going to go and send straight in to the companion expedition, guarantee that there is going to be an advance for Lucas on the hero side. So maybe it would have been the correct idea to go ahead and use the sleep effect of that accountant. Who knows? There'll be a lot of games still to go on, however. What it does mean is that both players are just 2 advances away from taking game 1.
That they are. Hooked was just so ridiculously good there. It pretty much gave them all they want, because it was able to dig them multiple cards through the deck while sort of just functioning as removal on the relevant side that Lucas actually cared about there. Which I think gives them just a massive lead at this stage of the game, especially, again, if they were able to find bug fix. I'm not quite sure. I'm not seeing quite the cards yet that are in hand to know if there is that bug fix still, but still, they are working with a lot of gas. They still have that potential Traced hero ability they can activate. Even if they're not working with bug fix, they have the Haven to add additional stats. I'm loving this position for Lucas here. Of course, it's one that Sigismar can still win, and you still have to play a bit cagey, I would say, as the Traced in this spot. Sigismar is well known for having the card the Sandman at really timely points in time, just to sort of steal away a game in the late stages. So I think that's probably the card that Lucas is most thinking about when going into these turns, especially that and the potential for additional removal effects to come out on top.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like the first action of this new day is it's going to be using the Feast of Thoughts here. We're choosing X+1, where X is my number of arcane counters here. And it looks like if the 2 and 1 is indicating correctly here, it looks like that Pierre's going to get to choose all 4 here. If that's what that is indicating, that there's 3 arcane counters on the Feast of Thoughts, and then the +1 is going to be choosing 4 here.
We've got a reader, and that's how you know you're cooking, when your opponent double and triple checks what your cards are actually doing, especially when the effects seem relevant like this as well. There's a good amount of value that's actually being gained by Sigismar from playing a card like this. It was relevant earlier as well, going after one of those uniques that we were talking about, how good they can be in this configuration. Of course, it still ended up being a pretty favorable interaction for Lucas in that specific point in time. But overall, all of these different modes can be pretty relevant into Traced as well.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure they're discussing now whether they're allowed to use the same effect multiple times on it. Yep.
Yeah, that certainly looks like it. I mean, as written, the card doesn't say use one of these once per turn, but this will be a question for the judges, which will be in a much better position to leverage that decision than we potentially will. But it could certainly be a lot of value created here from either decision here, realistically. A card draw, pretty nice. Getting a 2/2/2 illusion token into one of the 2 expeditions to either join into the hero's side with the Ordis Recruits token, or go into the companion side and try and set yourself up early for a double advance for game 1. Remove 3 counters from target card in play or in reserve. That's probably the only one that's not having an immediate effect onto the board state right now. As Kellen perfectly explained at the start of this game, you can't remove counters from your opponent's hero, so wouldn't be able to get rid of the scrap counters that are currently on the Traced. And then the final indicator is that sabotage effect. So certainly quite a lot going on for Feast of Thoughts here. That's giving the judge some food for thought.
I am pretty sure indeed that the rules question is related to whether they can use the same thing multiple times. Otherwise, I think they probably would have run into the circumstance likely already. Although, to be fair, there were a lot more Sigismars than Trace today, so maybe they didn't run into the specific case of the Traced hero itself. But my assumption is very much that this is focused around whether they can just do the same thing repeatedly, potentially stack Mana Moths here. To be entirely frank, I actually also don't know how that works. I believe one of the things that excited me about seeing Feast of Thoughts in a deck like this is that I don't think I've ever seen this card actually get played before. So yeah, it's really cool to see here, and I'm learning along with the rest of us.
Absolutely. Well, the players are still in very, very deep consideration with the judging crew at the moment. So while they are doing that, we'll maybe have a quick check in and let you know about the other matchups that are in the other 3 quarterfinals. So on table 2, it's a Sigismar mirror match, Lillian versus Kevin. We don't have updated scores on these, unfortunately, at this point in time. If we did, we'd let you know, but we can maybe update you as soon as we have any information in terms of overall match results as and when they come in. Table 3 is a very interesting one. It's Florian on Aurak and Kibble up against Victor Manuel on Atsadi and Surge. So one of the few one-of heroes being represented in top 8, and they are playing up against each other. And that means that the final quarterfinal matchup is a Sigismar mirror again. Pierre up against Benjamin Sada.
Yeah, it's definitely been looking really good for Sigismar players today, but they have resulted in at least a couple mirrors happening here, meaning that we're gonna have less Sigismars after this round, no matter what. It's also rough to see, though, that we're likely to be losing some other of our favorite heroes who have also been doing excellently today. But as far as this specific game is concerned, it just looks like this ruling is getting incredibly complex. It was mentioned in the chat actually that specifically for the Izmir Rare version of Feast of Thoughts, it does actually mention that you can use the ability multiple times. So that would then conversely imply that the common cannot do so, is my understanding of it. But I don't know what they're actually discussing here. Maybe we'll get a little bit more information about it, but otherwise I think they're just trying to figure out how this should actually work at this stage.
Yeah, definitely. And this makes a lot of sense to have a lot of time to do so over on this as well, as it looks like we have a card going down into the hand here, and the judges have stepped away. So it looks like we very well may have had a resolution of some description. So whether that is the fact that Pierre is going to have to use each of the modes just once to fulfill the 4 conditions that it is going to have access to, or whether Pierre is going to be able to choose multiple modes here. We do see a sabotage, it looks like, on the cylinder. A mana moth is being created. So it'll be telling now if we get a second mana moth, maybe an extra card drawn on the deck as well to go into hand, as to what the remaining modes for this Feast of Thoughts has been.
I really like the fact here that before they decide where they're placing that mana moth, that they went back to their hand to check and make sure that they were placing it on the correct side based on the cards that they were anticipating playing the rest of the day. It's definitely the sort of heads up play that will, if you don't make that sort of thought, you can sometimes lose games that you might otherwise be winning. So I love the fact that they were double checking there, and they do find a copy of Bug Fix finally that is now in reserve.
Wow, and that's of the second Haven Bravos Bastion, which, if you remember from the beginning of this day, feels like it's quite a while ago now after that very, very interesting Feast of Thoughts judge contribution there. But the Haven was almost sent into the mana pool for Lucas. So deciding to keep it here has been paid off, and finding that bug fix to look to potentially start off the combo that we have been seeing from these Axiom-style heroes.
This is one that's interesting, though, because there might actually have to be some effort involved in getting that card back into their hand, depending on the unique that is played here. I believe it is a Mowgli that they have access to for a bug fix looping unique. And I think they might have to be able to play another robot in order to pick that card up. Of course, they could go for the quote-unquote fair line of playing this bug fix combo, where instead they just play the bug fix, gain a little bit of value, and pick up some additional cards from their reserve. That would also realistically be totally fine and get them a lot of value this day, but it's not quite the infinite that we might expect. And okay, we do just have a Orta Spy to sabotage it away immediately. Better not see that at all, after all, actually, if you're Pierre.
Yeah, very, very good find there for Pierre. The Order Spy coming in and discarding that bug fix spell immediately from the reserve. And all Lucas can do now is just play these characters out from the reserve themselves. That is the Grems rare that is now being played. And then a handshake has been extended, and the game is going to be over.
Yeah, it did indeed seem that Lucas could just go right over the top of all the cards that were out in play. The bug fix likely would have won the game there on its own, but sabotaging it away. Unfortunately, it's not enough to prevent the rest of the cards in reserve from also just coming out. Haven Bravos Bastion pulling some weight there, adding some additional stats. I do think they could have possibly waited to see a second or another character come out from hand from Lucas first to make sure that there would indeed be a character going on the companion side. But at that point, it was pretty safely in the bag for Lucas anyway. And yeah, we're going to be going into game 2 of this. Still 43 minutes remaining. So enough time to, if they're fast, to get both games in still. And yeah, should be interesting to see.
Yeah, definitely a really intriguing first game there, which was headlined primarily from that Feast of Thoughts, which looks like that the ruling there was that each mode had to be activated once, and it wasn't an instance of being able to activate multiple instances of a certain mode in the resolution of that card. So certainly very, very interesting. As we said here, we're learning as we go with a card and a ruling like that. But now Lucas going up a game to 0 in this quarterfinal is one step away from top 4.
I want to give a shout out to the 3 or 4 different people in chat and the 3 different people who all DM'd me during that, explaining how that card works. So thanks to all of you. I'm learning today. But yeah, Feast of Thoughts, pretty cool one. I'm really interested to hear, I guess, maybe a bit more about how that tech was actually working out for them today, because again, that is a pretty seldom inclusion. But yeah, it didn't quite perform up to snuff this game, I would say. It cost them both a lot of mana when they were playing it from reserve, but also the initial time when they got the Sabotage onto the Capellia unique with it. It just didn't quite do enough because it wasn't able to add to the board at the same time. So I believe that there's a ton of value that can be gained there, but just maybe it wasn't the right scenario for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, players getting themselves redrawn and ready in for game number 2. Lucas with his 3 mana pool already created. Pierre just making sure that they have everything that they want in the opening hand to kick things off. And very soon we will get into game number 2. Can Pierre claw back from this 1-game deficit that they are now currently in to continue this Sigismar train that is steaming through here at the moment in London? It's Lucas to kick things off, though, with just a simple 1 mana. And now we see it looks like a... is that a unique landmark that's being played here?
Yeah. Is that the farm? What? I'm blown away by this configuration.
It's not a unique, in fact. It looks like it is just might be a a rare here.
Yeah, my bad. Farm? Yeah, that is the farm. Interesting.
Okay.
So that one reading at noon, you gain 1 food counter per character you control. You can also exhaust it and spend 2 of its food counters to resupply. So interestingly, we've seen occasionally there were some attempted inclusions of cards like Town Square, even in Sigismar, that I think a lot of people thought would be better than it's shaken up to be over time, just because I think that the play style of putting a ton of characters into play and then playing charge to boost them all, that has long since fallen by the wayside. And that was sort of what that was doing, but would also cost you some of your aggression in early game days when you're having to deploy that card. This one's a lot different though, because this is a value over time sort of card instead. Yeah, I can see it actually.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to be included here and showing up here as well in game 2 of the quarterfinals. Something we were a little bit more accustomed to seeing out of Axiom there to end day 1 was the bug out bag, creating a 2/2/2 robot token in that hero expedition and guaranteeing that Lucas was going to get the advance over on that side of the tumult.
You were mentioning before, we'll see if Pierre is able to claw back and win 2 of these games, and I was going to answer in a very tongue-in-cheek sort of way. If anyone can, it's him, because he was the last person on the tiebreakers there. Unlike Lucas, he has actually lost games in this tournament before and has been able to convert that successfully anyway into this top 8 finish here. So yeah, maybe he's just a little bit more mentally ready to take a loss and then come back. Who knows?
Absolutely. And it's always the mark of a very, very strong-minded player when you're in these best of 3 scenarios. We've been playing best of 1 throughout the entire game as well. The mindset and mentality has to change a little bit with how you approach these games, knowing that you'll have to win back-to-back games in order to advance into the next stage of the single elimination bracket. And that's even in the best case scenario. When it is in that worst case scenario, when you've gone down a game already and you need to go back-to-back with the next 2, you have to prepare yourself for that eventuality here, as we see Trooper and Haven coming down, but the Haven is immediately going to get sent back away.
Yeah, license withdrawal there, coming in clutch to remove what was a problem permanent in the last game with that Haven Bravos Bastion. It is also a play, though. It's funny. I was going to say it's a play that is very difficult to make because of how mana inefficient it often is, which is why Haven has actually been one of the best landmarks that we've seen over time for a lot of decks in general. It's something that adds a lot of value, both when it gets resupplied, but also in the subsequent days when it adds additional stats. But it's also hard to remove efficiently, and license withdrawal for 3 mana, getting rid of a 2 mana permanent that has already gotten resupply value, is not always the best. At the same time here, though, it was an Ortis Trooper that was played, which for just 1 mana is massively overstated in a lot of cases, so ends up being a pretty reasonable day, all things considered. The Siggy has successfully prevented the establishment of what is yet another piece that Traced would like to have on board.
Yeah, and it's even better as well because the bug out bag is now gone as well from Lucas. Played it out of reserve just to get the advancement in the companion side of the Tumult. So that is 1 copy at the very least of bug out bag that is gone, and 1 extra way for those bug tokens to be created that Pierre has been able to deal with without it getting too far out of hand. Lucas with the first action of the next day, and looks like there was at least 1 mana being paid for something here. It's going to be multiple mana because we're going to go ahead and play one of these characters from reserve.
Killon Elemental just going onto a region type that it very much favors, both players looking to progress on that 3 stat for Killon Elemental now, which makes it very hard for Sigismar to make good use of their characters here for that. Yeah, like that overall. I've also noticed, I've spied a little bit, and in both players' hands, it looks like they've respectively found a unique. We haven't quite seen actually either of these enter play just yet. The Capellia is the one in Lucas's hand. It was sabotaged in a previous game, the last game that we saw. But the Sandman, however, is the other one that we haven't seen just yet. I'm going to pull it up quickly so we can check it out. It is a 2 mana from the front side. It's just a Frog Prince, believe it or not. That's pretty cool to see. And then from the backside, it is if you control a token, up to 1 target character gains a sleep. Yeah, that's really cool overall, actually.
Yeah, that's not too bad at all. And it's interesting as well because we were mentioning about the Sandman being run in quite a few of these decks as well. And we were thinking, okay, maybe it's just the common Sandman, maybe it's a rare Sandman, but instead Pierre here going, no, we're going to go unique with it instead. And with the 2 mana being paid, are we just going to go ahead and see it get played down now? Or is Pierre going to use that other card that is in hand?
Really interesting for Pierre is that his entire configuration is very different to the norm, is what I would say. Not only are there the 3 copies of the Frog Prince that you were mentioning earlier when we were talking about interesting things about the deck, but overall there's actually no copies of Sandman at rare. It's really just this 1 unique Sandman. They still have access to these sleep effects, though, through cards like the Ortis Accountants that we've already been seeing. Things that will gain value while sitting in reserve. Additional cards like Staff Clerk, even, in addition to Feast of Thought. This deck just plays very different than many of the other Sigismar configurations we've seen. I'm wondering if that will threaten to trip up Lucas at any point here or not, or whether it's just going to end up being business as usual for him.
Well, what business is going to be attended to here is some advancements on the Tumult as we go into the start of the next day. Sandman was played down, so is going to be sat in reserve, ready and waiting to potentially go ahead and sleep down something either from Lucas's board or from Pierre's board that they maybe want to keep around going into a future day. They do still have that farm as well that is sitting in the landmark zone at the moment and is going to go ahead and get a counter. I couldn't have timed that any better.
Also notably, the fact that this Sandman is statted very much like a Frog Prince, it's actually going to contest perfectly for this day specifically. Either side that it gets played on will block with some of its best stat lines, either on the water side, on the companion expedition, and it will also block perfectly on the hero side, where the water stat line still ends up being relevant for the Sigismar's own potential progression and neatly stops the forest side from the Traced player. So that is a very good turn to have a card with that Frog Prince stat line, at least, if nothing else. We do see Vaiki getting played out here and Exhausted resupplies into another Vaiki. So yet again, that lovely scenario of Exhausted Vaiki in reserve. Doesn't really matter that it's exhausted when you have another one in play. So that's a really nice interaction for Lucas.
Yeah, very nice indeed. And with the 2 cards still in hand, 4 mana still available here as well. There's plenty of options as Pierre is going to play themselves down, looks like, to a 0-card hand here, playing another copy of the character that was already contesting in this companion side of the Tumult. One of them, though, having fleeting, so will go away at the end of today.
Yeah, that it will. Lucas is really trying to get maximum information here about the board before committing anything else, it seems. And they really want to make sure they're doing it correctly. We keep seeing them look at not only what's in reserve for the Sigismar player, they've looked at the farm, they've looked at both sides and done the stats multiple times, and they are indeed choosing to play that second Vaiki out onto the companion side here, potentially going to contest on that water expedition. And then otherwise, they've now enabled this traced hero ability as well. I hope they won't forget the fleeting marker there because that was played from reserve, but I do see it hovering over on the hero side still. I think it's just temporarily forgotten. And yeah, meanwhile, we're just going to see where these tokens from the staff clerks line up.
It's going to go 1 and 1 across the both landmarks here, as we're going to see the Sandman unique coming onto the board here from reserve, and he's going to sleep down the one that was going to go ahead and be fleeted here, which is the staff clerk that you were mentioning earlier on. So both of those at the moment are going to be sticking around in some regard at the very least. One of them being asleep and will wake up morning, and the other will go into the reserve ready to be played once again.
I think the cruelest thing about this bug fix combo is that when you're playing a card like Staff Clerk, it feels like it should somehow work against bug fix. But notably, the way that the combo actually works out, Staff Clerk doesn't matter whatsoever because you're playing the card bug fix from hand, which causes a trigger that lets you pick it back up and then play it from hand again. So it never ends up getting played from reserve and giving you any of the value back or making it, any at all less valuable for you while generating brass bugs. So it's just funny how the interaction works out that way. Very much not in Sigismar's favor to that end, but this is well and truly a nice little puzzle for the Trace player here, at least. It's very hard to find a good advantageous way of resolving this day specifically, largely on the back of these staff clerks.
Yeah, and an extra piece has been acquired to that puzzle as well there with the Copelia that was played down. It is now going to go to the reserve from the expedition zone. So Copelia can be played for free and is going to go to sleep when it does, but it's just going to go ahead and do so at the very least to keep it around. And then, of course, has that extra effect of when another robot joins your expeditions, you can return a card from the reserve to the hand. And there is a not little bad robot generator that I see that is currently in the reserve in the form of the bug out bag.
Yeah, there is indeed the bug out bag there, which is already potentially a massive value piece, but plus the additional potential for Trace to draw some relevant cards here. For a second, I thought that was a bug fix, but it was a sap sniffer, which is good for Pierre that it wasn't specifically the bug fix that would synergize with the Copelia already, but still, again, potential for that to be drawn into. Otherwise, we are seeing a copy of Avalanche over there as potential removal to go after a bunch of different things. They could actually conceivably get rid of virtually all of these tokens with it, which I wouldn't hate at all. And it looks like the card that drawn off of the Traced Hero ability is a Frozen Delivery. Choosing, though, to put this Amelia into reserve, which makes a lot of sense. It's just so much cheaper from that reserve side. So definitely makes a lot of sense. Everything so far from Lucas coming up pretty much as expected.
Yep, as there we see another resupply happening as well there. That was that character that you just mentioned there, I think, or the Frozen Delivery, the spell here, cooldown on it at the moment, so it is going to be in reserve exhausted, but it does resupply into, I believe that is another copy of the Axiom Scavenger that we've got in reserve here. So 5 cards in reserve at the moment for Lucas. And Pierre with another one of those staff clerks being played down. And here comes the Avalanche.
Avalanche to well and truly sweep all of the relevant things from the board. Mostly that those staff clerks are pretty important there. Mostly because we know for a fact Lucas is going to want to play a bunch of things from his reserve subsequently, and this makes that a lot less of a feels bad man. Not having to play out a bunch of random assortment of characters into cards that will say, I would like to make a bunch of 1/1/1 Ordis recruits, please. That's a good timing to have that one of removal spell, by the way. This is the only copy of Avalanche in the deck. There's also a copy of Kill on Burst, and otherwise, that's it. You just have Hooked.
Incredible. Well, found it exactly when we needed it, and the only thing that we could respond with immediately afterwards there from Pierre was with the Ordis Attorney that was in the reserve. So it's going to come in and have Fleeting ready to go away at the end of this day, in fact. And then Lucas is just in a bit of a situation where he can feel a little bit freer to play things out. They know that there's a good likelihood that they're taking an advance on this companion side, although that is where Pierre is exactly going to play on that last card that is in hand.
Yeah, that Aegis Templar coming out here, unfortunately not enough mana to both be able to scout it before playing it, but realistically, it's at least okay. It does a good job on stats, given that they're trying to progress on that water expedition. But it's looking really difficult overall for Sigismar, I would say. Getting everything swept by that Avalanche was a really big deal on its own. And the fact that this Capelia is going to be sticking around for the near future is also really rough. It's not just today they're getting out of it, they're getting the next day as well. Notably, that effect when it goes to reserve from the expedition zone that lets you play it for free and it gains Asleep, that Asleep doesn't fall off right away at the end of the day, because the removal from the expedition zone that would remove that Asleep has already happened, meaning that they're going to get multiple extra days out of this, and it's going to beg removal essentially. But so far Pierre has not had access to that removal.
Yeah, absolutely. As it looks like we are discarding down here from the reserve. We are going to play out the bug out bag, which is going to create that bug token as well. And then it looks like it's going to be stacked even further here. Amelia Earhart is just going to go ahead and join the companion zone here.
Yeah, just making sure that Trace will take another progression here. They are flipping the remaining Tumult here to see how it's going to actually end up. But now it is a position where Trace will potentially threaten to win via a double advance. Sigismar getting a single progression for their trouble as well, but they're not quite as close to winning.
Yeah, Lucas has done pretty well here to be able to get these consistent advances. And you can see here now that we are just that one extra step closer with Lucas and the Trace than we are with Pierre on the Sigismar. We are going to see the activation of the farm. It will resupply into one of the uniques. So this is the last unique that we have needed to see from Pierre's side of the board here, the Monolith Legate.
Yeah, it's an interesting one to see. I think overall it's of course a very good card. It gives a lot of additional card advantage, especially when it's played in the early stages of the game. However, at this point, it's hard to make use of in a comfortable way because you're already under so much pressure. And for 3 mana, getting 3 stats on the region your opponent is trying to progress on, you would ideally like just a little bit more. I would not be feeling comfortable with that play. It's not that he's making any mistakes. It's just not necessarily necessarily where you want to be in the game. I also feel like Lucas has also picked up a little bit his pace of play at this point as well, because I think he's realized that he's in a very familiar spot where he's turning the corner and is likely trying to close the game out, and I think he knows how to do so from here.
Yeah, this is typically the point when you get to these stages in a best of 3 where you'll see, like you say, those players pick up the pace of the game because they know that they are just going to be a few actions away from being able to take hold of it. I do see, I think that's the final instance of the uniques there out of hand, but you see the visceral reaction is because we frozen deliveried into frozen delivery.
Yeah, every single time that he resupplies a card here and it's not bug fix, I'm loving watching the reaction from the player noticing, like, damn, it's not the 1 mana spell I needed. Of course, I think the bug fix would likely have well and truly locked it up at that point. So, of course, nice for us getting a little bit more of a spectator experience here that's not quite over that simply. But yeah, they might get another opportunity to go for it again with yet another frozen delivery if they do choose to do so. Otherwise, still with the Grems, still with this Amelia, and still with whatever is left in hand here for the Traced. I think it's a really good spot for them, but they're still going to have to fight and earn it because currently they are a bit behind on both sides of the tumult. So yeah, we'll see how they navigate it.
Yeah, they are somewhat behind on the tumult at the moment. The hero side is completely uncontested at the moment, with Pierre being able to mitigate that a little bit with the Ordis hero that's on there. You've also got over there the... what's that one with fleeting there? I can't quite make out and see.
The fleeting character is Aegis Templar, I believe, on the Sigmar side.
Yes, yeah, it is Aegis Templar. So that is currently at the moment contesting for Forest and Water, so 2 and 3 respectively to the stats there. Then the +1 and the +1 from the hero token as well. There is a lot of work that needs to be done if the hero side is going to be advancing at all. We do have some presence at the very least on the companion side as well, but there is that unique on Pierre's side of the board and the token to contend with as well.
I mean, Pierre's done something very nice here, actually, with their unique Monolith Legate that wants to be on a side that doesn't progress in order to gain additional value out of it, where he's essentially said, yes, the easier side to progress on for you will be the one with that Legate unique, so you're already incentivized to play into it. So if you are going to take just one progression, I would rather it be on the one where I get a little bit more incremental advantage. So that's at least, it's definitely a smart line. I don't know if that's going to be enough for them to be able to stabilize just this day or just overall in general, but it looks like Kill an Elemental now coming out onto that side. I do believe that's enough to go over the top on that side. And no, okay, they are just putting everything onto that one companion side here. They're going to take a 1-for-1 trade this day, go after that the farm with the Grems to just prevent any additional value from being gained. And now, yeah, Pierre's going to have his work cut out for him. I believe he has no cards left in hand at this point. Just, a boatload of mana, a couple cards in reserve here, and Traced should be at a significant advantage going into what I expect may be the last day of this game.
Yeah, that Grems here actually is really, really nice, being able to discard a target permanent with hand cost 5 or less, because it means that there won't be the opportunity for Pierre to potentially go ahead and spend 2 of those food counters and resupply to try and find anything that's going to help them for the remainder of this game. Teamwork training is there, it looks like, for Pierre. And now just having a little look into the discard pile and seeing, okay, how many uniques are gone? How many instances of your combo pieces are potentially gone? There's no bug fixes there, but believe that the 2 copies of Bug Out Bag have both been seen on this game.
Teamwork training is definitely a relevant card here, though, because it does prevent the I guess the most simple lines of just play out unique and get the correct combo out into play line from Lucas. At least it'll make that a little bit more complex, if nothing else. And then otherwise, if they wait towards the later stages of the day before playing out those synergies, then the teamwork training can go after something towards the later stages. But Lucas has also drawn a really relevant card for this scenario specifically, where they're looking to close the game out with just a single expedition progression, while the Sigismar needs two. That one card being hooked here yet again. It does look like they're just going to show off a hooked right away, even with this traced ability activated. They're essentially saying with that, I'm not trying to use this as hidden information to just cheese the game out at the end. They'll be aware of it the entire time, and there is that unique that does get put into reserve here off of this kill on Elemental. It is, yet again, one of these super sweet bug fix uniques.
Yeah, it's Izmir Stargazer. Only has the one stat line on it, being 2 water that it contributes. But the real kicker for this card is if it is going ahead and play from anywhere, you could go ahead and put a card from your hand in reserve. If it's a permanent, you may have target character other than me lose fleeting. But the best part for that bug fix combo, when you create a token, you may return a card from your reserve to your hand.
Yeah, it's good stuff, but of course it's a lot better when you actually find the bug fix to go along with it, which has been a bit of a trouble here. There was one in the earlier stages of the game, but I believe it either got sabotaged away or had to be put into mana in those earlier stages when it was less relevant. And at this point, finding the remaining 2 in the deck has been a struggle. Here we do see Jack Frost does actually go after, instead of that character in that powerful unique, it goes after a copy of Hooked. So I guess recognizing the potential damage that card could provide, teamwork training, no, going after this unique. I believe just 1 card left in hand for Pierre. I think the second Hooked might lock it.
Yeah, Hooked is going to go ahead and go down here, and if Pierre doesn't have a way to contest against that elemental that is on the companion side of the side where we do have that character that's there in the reserve that we've gone ahead and played, is that going to be enough to be able to deal with us boost-wise? We've still got a Hooked, though, that is able to be played. So again, we're just down to, do you have a character in hand that's going to be able to deal with this elemental from the stats-wise?
Yeah, and again, the kill on Elemental is still just on such perfect stats. I'm pretty sure we saw from Pierre that it was an Ortis Trooper, which won't be enough on its own to get through that kill on Elemental. There's additional cards from Lucas as well. It is a Sap Sniffer. That's good enough. Pierre extends the hand. Lucas takes it down on Traced and Rossum. The undefeated player, finding their way now into the top 4.
Yeah, and doing it without finding the core components to that bug fix combo as well, with just straight up no bug fix being able to be found really that were actionable in that game too. And Pierre, even after what looked like making some really, really great lines of play, trying to lock things down, there was a point in that game too, on one day where there were just so many token units that were spread across both sides of the tumult. But Lucas, in the end, doing enough to take the 2-0 victory and advance into the semi-finals.
Yeah, really clean play from Lucas overall. I like the fact that they constantly slowed down and checked the board state in all relevant ways at the right times to make sure they weren't making any horrible misplays, and then realized when they could bring the pace back up when they were more familiar with those dynamics at the right points in time. For Pierre, it was a really cool build overall for Sigismar. I think there was a lot of cool I guess things that we've never seen before really for the deck. So yeah, I'm liking the creativity there. I'm hoping it works out more for them in the future, but that was their exit from this tournament here. Lucas taking a well-deserved win in this top 8.
Absolutely, and it means that one of the 5 Sigismar decks that started us off in top 8 have fallen the first stage as well. We know for a fact that 2 more of them are going to be defeated as well, because they were playing in mirror matches in the quarter final, and it looks like that we have the results of one of them that may have come through as well here, with Pierre taking down Benjamin Sada over on table 4. The other 2 quarterfinals, though, at this point are still currently contesting the Sigismar mirror match, and one that is very, very interesting in Auric and Kibble versus Atsadi and Surge. How did you think that matchup would sort of initially play out at face value.
Yeah, it's really funny because in some way I'm not really surprised to hear that the Itzadi versus Orak match is one that's going a lot longer. Both of those decks have been known to do this sort of thing, including in online play, which I'm a lot more familiar with. Orak specifically is one where when you start executing the more combo-oriented lines of play, especially with those uniques that we know they have access to at this point, it actually takes a lot of time to click your way through the combo. And there's definitely, undoubtedly, there's some element of that in physical play as well going on here. And meanwhile, Itzadi's a deck that wants to get to the late game. So all things considered, really not surprised to see it's going late. I could imagine it could be either way. It could be one player's been spending the last, few minutes comboing out. It could be that they've tried to do so and have gotten met with the hunger repeatedly to repeatedly reset that game plan. Realistically, I think it's a coin flip. I have no clue.
Well, we'll be finding out the winner of that very, very soon, because the semi-finals is our next order of business here at the London World Championship qualifiers for the Altered TCG. We know two of the names that are going to be in that best of three, in that top four, but what will the other two names be that will join them? We are going to find out very, very soon. So don't go too far, because we will be back very soon with our semi-final feature match. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to coverage of the Altered TCG World Championship qualifier for London. We are getting into the final stages of this World Championship qualifier. One of the 4 remaining players will go on to Paris, France next month. We can tell you that 2 Sigismar decks are in that top 4. We obviously saw the Traced in our feature quarterfinal make it through. And the final deck, the final hero that is rounding us off is going to be Aurak and Kibble. Lyra representation in top 4.
You can scratch that one off of your bingo card. Aurak making the semifinals here needs to win another 2 rounds here if they're looking to get into that World Championship. Of course, those are best of 3 rounds, so it's still going to be a certain number of games they're going to have to play it out for. But I'm sure they're having a lot of fun, and all of the players at this point, they can smell it, they can taste it. Victory is around the corner, and they all want it.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're all having to go through Sigismar as well to do it, because Aurak is going to be going up against a Sigismar deck here on the feature match area. It will be Florian versus Ben. So then the other semi-final will be Lucas, who is still currently undefeated in terms of rounds here. Hasn't dropped a game, in fact, for including both the games from that quarterfinal that we saw. He is going to be going up against Kevin Barr, who is on the Sigismar deck as well. So we could run into a situation here where Sigismar could be fallen completely by the end of the semifinals.
Yeah, you never know, especially when you see 5 Sigismars going into the top 8. I think most people would have in their mind, like, yeah, it's going to be Sigismar all the way through, but it is definitely possible here still. Lucas definitely giving his best to try to make that perfect run. And if they are able to do that, I would be very, very impressed. But yeah, I'm excited to see some Aurak gaming here.
Yeah, Aurak, of course, relying on getting those performance counters onto itself anytime that you play a character with a base statistic of 0. And then at noon, you can spend those 5 performance counters to reveal the top card of the deck, either play it for free or put it into your hands. So play a couple of lower, maybe understated characters in the early game, get to that 5 performance counters, and then try and get yourself into some of the top end finishers, or even find some of your uniques.
It's interesting because I think a lot of players would look at Aurak just in general and think to themselves that it would be very difficult for them to actually beat Sigismar, given that likely Sigismar will be able to take so many free progressions just on the basis of Aurak having to play 0 statistic characters a lot. I think Florian has a nice configuration because they can sort of avoid that being the main dynamic of the game, because they have access to some incredibly powerful uniques that allow for it doesn't turn out into the exactly perfectly fair game that a Sigismar would ideally have into Aurak necessarily. If they don't have removal at the right times for these uniques, they threaten to be able to potentially take over the game largely on their own. So I definitely think that that is an additional tool that Florian needs to get an advantage in the matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. As both players are getting themselves prepared for the start of the game 1 in the semi-finals. We'll be looking at their hands for Benjamin here, just looking to try and figure out what the final card is going to be into the mana pool. I do see Jack Frost there at the front of the hand, which could be very useful throughout the mid-game stages. And then into Florian, where I do see one of the 3 uniques that are there for them.
Yeah, it does indeed look like a Paper Herald over there. Chances are they will keep it. I would be surprised if they didn't, but both players having some difficulty on making those mana decisions. It does always feel a little bit awkward, especially when you're playing both of these decks realistically are playing a lot of cards that are easy to play in the first day or 2. And so discarding, or not discarding, but manaing any of them can feel really uncomfortable when you think, maybe the next day I might have wanted to play that.
Yeah, as Florian looked like he was committed to the cards in the mana pool, and then is thinking, oh, okay, do I really want those cards away in mana? Are they going to maybe necessarily come up in one of those situations in the mid to late game? Very, very difficult decision, especially when you're having to send 3 of them away into the mana pool to kick yourself off. But it looks like that Florian might now have gotten his configuration correct that he wants. And we are ready to get underway into day one of game one in the semifinals.
Immediately, nice start for Benjamin, I would say, just playing out a Ortis Trooper to start things off. That's already going to compound that issue we were talking about that Aurak often has with those zero statistics, that being now relevant on both sides potentially. But we're going to see how the Sigmar choose to follow up this Paper Herald here. The fact that it's getting played immediately, I'm very much assuming it is one that has a resupply effect on it, just potentially to gain a little bit of additional value, but maybe not. Could be anchored. Let's pull up these Paper Heralds and see which one it might be.
Yeah, because there are a couple of different ones that are going on here. This is the one.
Not this one. I believe it's this one. Yeah.
So we are going to go to the end of the day here. Get ourselves the flips of the first cards over in the Tumult. It looks like Jack Frost is down onto the board and is now going to go ahead and get into the extra zone there.
Yeah, that was actually really nice overall. They ended up just using this Paper Herald not to gain any resupply value out of it, but purely to make an after you play, essentially, allowing Benjamin to play out another card, go over the Paper Herald then, of course, yet again, and then Ouroboros Inkcaster says, I'm just going to pick up that Paper Herald at the end of the day, and we're going to trade. So, all things considered, I think that's exactly how Aurak would like to start the game. Going even with Sigmar would be excellent for them overall.
Yeah, absolutely. As we go and head in towards the remainder of the morning stages here, the final card going to be sent into the mana pool here. And I would like to know about the orientation of the Tumult here. If it is as how we have it on the display, then that Ortis hero does need to be on the other side of the Tumult here, because the hero aspect is over on the top side. So want to make sure that we have that nice and correct.
Yeah, that's a really good catch there, actually, that token would be in the hero side, and it does appear it's the companion that's moved on that sense, but it could also be that we're seeing the mirrored version, essentially, that for them it just looks a little bit different, that everything is correct regardless. However, we'll see. Now a second unique gets played out. Notably, it is not multiple resupply uniques at the same time. However, it is another really powerful one, especially when synergizing with other uniques. This Studious Disciple threatens to not just be resupplying the things off of the Paper Herald that we saw before, but then anchor down that Paper Herald and potentially even other cards to just keep a chain going for a long time. It is a Haven Sarengar getting played out now that will result in the resupplies, and yeah, that's likely to potentially, if they can find a die roll effect, that's potentially likely to give anchor somewhere as well. They just need to find the die roll.
Yeah, and it's not bad finds either. We get Martingale and the Bliss Fan here. Now, importantly, this is the common Martingale. It's not the rare that allows you to add +1 to any of those dice roll results that you do generate and you do run into as the Lyra faction. But still not a bad, just another 0 base stat character that's going to be able to help out with some more of these effects, as it looks like already we are at performance count 5 here, with the Bliss Fan now being played from reserve.
Yeah, this is crazy to see a deck start to go off like this, but I do think they're likely to be running out of gas around this point. They do have 2 discount effects currently hovering in the reserve between the Ouroboros Croupier and the Martingale. They might be cashing in both of them here to play out yet another card. It will just be the Sandman that gets played out with that. It looks like also still going on to that companion side. Again, assuming that is indeed the companion side. It might be the hero side, but just from a different perspective. Regardless, they're looking pretty good on that side at the moment. And wow, hitting double Kodama here, anchor down both uniques. Benjamin needs to find removal immediately.
Yeah, this has gotten out of hand very, very quickly here for Florian. And of course, as we go through in towards the evening of this day now here as well, we are getting ourselves prepared for the noon to come around, and Aurak going to have access to that hero ability where it looks like 6 counters currently on the Aurak and Kibble hero. So as soon as noon comes around, Florian is going to be able to spend 5 of those counters and flip the top card of the deck and either play it for free or put it into the hand, which we are going to go ahead and do. We're going to flip the top card, and it's a spell.
That one is
character.
a scribbling starfish, looks like. Oh, and they find a Hatter for yet another anchor, even in the absence of any other ways of potentially anchoring with that Studious Disciple. This is looking absurd, and it was really funny as well watching Benjamin pick up those cards to make sure he was reading them and knowing exactly what the abilities do. To me, it almost felt like so this is how an Aurak player made all their way through this event into the semifinals thus far. It makes a lot of sense. These are incredibly powerful uniques, especially at 1 mana, but yeah, a really strong player, really capitalizing off of them as well, recognizing the situations perfectly where playing them in unison can provide so much additional value.
Yeah, very nice indeed. And then Ouroboros character coming down here out of the reserve. So has the fleeting, does have some boosts on it though as well. And this companion side of the Tumult looking very, very dangerous indeed, as does the reserve that Florian has been able to build up. There is double of the what's called the oh, I've gone completely blank.
The Hatter, you mean the 2 cards in the reserve there that can both anchor?
Hatter and there's the other one as well.
Oh, Haven Serengar, of course. Yeah.
Serengar, that's the one.
Mm-hmm. No, they're all looking really strong here, especially because at least one of the regions that they're going to be on is going to maximize that forest stat line on the companion side, at least. And yeah, I am pretty certain now that is indeed flipped, essentially, the Tumult from the view how we're seeing it. The companion side being the one where the Haven Serengar is just played to try to get the maximum stats on that forest side. That would make a lot of sense. And otherwise, just continuing this resupply chain as long as it can last. Notably, Florian has not found any additional cost reduction effects in this set of resupplies thus far, meaning that it might be hard for them to continue to chain additional cards here, but even then, they're still threatening to anchor multiple things again.
Yep, and then here comes the second Serengar now out of the resupply zone, or of the extra zone here, getting the double resupply now happening on as well. As soon as those Serengars leave the expedition zone, they both have fleeting, so it's going to be double card draw that is going to be generated. But look at this huge chain that we are creating here with all of these cards currently in the reserve here. It just continues going and going. The amount of cards that Florian's playing as well, it's starting to stretch off of the screen.
Yeah, this is both absurd to watch, but also I'm just blown away by how clean and neatly he's playing this out while doing so at such a blistering pace. He recognizes how much advantage he can get from being able to play all of these additional cards that other decks would just not be able to churn through their deck in time to get access to. But in order to do that, he needs to be playing things very quickly, making snappy decisions. The decisions have to be correct because I can assure you, Aurak is not a very forgiving deck either. And so far, putting on an absolute masterclass, showing what these resupply uniques can do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as we go now in towards the dusk stage here of the day, I'm pretty sure that Florian on that previous day had the activation of the hero effect of Aurak and Kibble. We've already now built straight back up to 7 performance counters on the Aurak and Kibble hero. So we're going to be able to use that effect of the Aurak and Kibble at noon again as soon as it gets around to that timing. That is insane value.
Oh, it is so much value indeed. I'm just wondering as well, when are these uniques actually going to leave play, and whether or not this can just continue forever at this point. There's a non-zero chance that he's gotten enough cards through his deck that he'll be able to find a third copy of a unique, at which point, if Benjamin does not have removal to somehow break that up, this could just be, that could be it, really. Florian could realistically threaten to do the exact same thing every single day for the rest of the game, like well and truly.
Absolutely, and we're seeing the at noon effect going ahead and getting activated here. It looks like that's the Nyala that has been, not Kodama, it's Nyala that has been found here from the flip and is going to immediately go ahead and get played as well.
I believe that did find a unique there as well, being the second
wow.
Paper Herald with a resupply effect. Yeah, there it is, exactly. So they will have access to that now in addition to everything else, meaning that that will be even more resupplies if they decide or determine that they do indeed want them. I'm interested to see if they're going to find more ways to roll dice here, that being the main trigger that is needed for this Studious Disciple to give things anchored. Because, of course, what's better than doing this just today and taking a double advance? It's saying, I will do this perpetually and forever. But currently, a bunch of discount effects currently in reserve as well off of these Will-o'-the-Wisps. There's additional copies of Scribbling Starfish. There's Nyalas for more value. Florian has everything that he could reasonably want in the world as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, and has now resourced himself into an Ouroboros Ink caster as well in the reserve. So Benjamin here with an action is going to go ahead and play a unique of their own. This is their own Paper Herald. A 1/1/1 for 1 mana here in this instance when another non-token character joins your expedition's resupply. So slightly trying to play Florian at his own game with the resupplying here, but Florian's already well on a roll. This concert's getting out of hand.
Yeah, on one hand, it looks like, yeah, isn't this Paper Herald just strictly better than your Paper Heralds? There's less restrictions, it has better stats to start with, and Florian's like, no. That Ortis faction does not have cost reduction the way mine does, and it doesn't have a bunch of free ways to anchor these characters perpetually. Yeah, again, back up to 5 counters on Aurak, which is already nice, knowing they will be able to do the same thing again the next day. It looks like they should be able to anchor enough things here that they're going to feel like they can continue the loop with uniques. I don't think they're anywhere close to done just for today. Of course, I mean, it's a respectable effort putting out some characters onto the companion side now, or actually that is the hero side for the Sigismar. Again, we're seeing that backwards view. But yeah, if they're trying to put out stats, but it's going to be really hard to measure up to what we're seeing here.
Yeah, and Benjamin Sada on the other side did find their second unique off of a resupply effect as well from that unique Paper Herald. We have Ortis Trooper, but Benjamin Sada says, yeah, you know what? With all the resupplies and finding all 3 of your uniques here, the chain is just not going to stop. I'm way too far behind, and we'll scoop it up going into game number 2.
I'm really happy that we got to see the deck go off in that way specifically, because the last time that we saw Florian on camera, notably they piloted their deck to a win, but in a completely different way, not using their uniques really whatsoever in order to navigate to the win in their previous their on-camera match. I remember them distinctly using a Nyala plus Ouroboros Ink caster loop to sort of generate a lot of incremental value over time. Not really that go infinite sort of play style, just draw an extra card functionally every day off of it, which was also incredibly powerful, but they were able to show that their deck can win without using the uniques. This is the other hand of the coin, where suddenly they do have their uniques, and it turns out they're really, really good. To Benjamin's credit as well, though, I liked the fact that he seemed thrilled, actually, to see what was happening against him, even. He seemed to, like, you know, he was, of course, bemoaning his own circumstance there, given that he didn't really have much chance after that engine started rolling, but he thought that engine was pretty cool himself, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's definitely something to behold, and definitely what you can do, and shows the deck building prowess of what the Altered TCG can provide to players in these factions here. But now Benjamin is going to have to try and figure out a way to either stop the combo from happening at some way, shape, or form, or hope that Florian just doesn't hit as many of his combo pieces like he did in that game 1 this time.
Yeah, it was a particularly rough scenario, I would say, because even if Sigismar had managed to find some removal effects that could go after those uniques, notably, those uniques didn't have fleeting or anything. They weren't played from reserve. They ended up getting anchored and were just there. Even if they had been removed, they were potentially just going to threaten to come back from reserve and then potentially get anchored again, even. So it makes it a lot harder to actually find a way to play around. I do think that Benjamin is looking at a copy of Teamwork Training in his opening hand and being like, Do I need that? Which the answer is maybe, but you don't know. And you often don't want to have to keep that removal in your opener as well.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to get ourselves into game number 2 very, very shortly here. Florian is going to go and get that performance counter straight away as we are playing ourselves into a Nyala on day 1.
Yeah, sweet opener overall. It's a potential card that they could swap back into their hand if they wanted to, but sometimes it's just totally fine to just be putting the card into the reserve and saying they're cool with it. In this case, I do think they exchanged something that I might have missed there because that card in reserve is currently not exhausted and it is an exhausted resupply, or potentially they're just shortcutting, knowing that they won't be playing it anyway. Katagir and Alchemist though is really nice. This is the rare. It's massive in terms of stats for cost, what you're getting there, and yeah, we'll handily take a double progression in day 1 going into this. So this one's already looking a little bit better for Siggy.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting those 3 boosts when played out from hand, getting the advance going on here from what is the companion side. We are looking at it reversed here from the Tumult at the moment, with that Ordis Hero token being on the hero side for how Benjamin is playing this out in this semi-final.
Yeah, I like the fact here for Benjamin as well that he will be able to lead out this next day with a Katagir and Alchemist. Again, I keep harping on the same fact that sometimes this card can, or any card just with these flat stats, 1/1/1, can often progress over whatever the Aurak is looking to do. And just starting off by not committing much of your mana to your early play in the day is something that is particularly powerful in this specific instance, I would say. Ouroboros Trickster now coming out for Aurak that will roll a die and rolls a 6, so nice 2 boosts on there, already threatening to go over that Ordis Recruit. But again, I'm just trying to keep in mind here, this still does favor Sigismar because they're currently 2 expeditions ahead here.
Yeah, and 3 mana open as well, with only the 1 that it was spent to play down that that character from the reserve after having used it already from hand, the Cadogan Alchemist. So Benjamin here with the opportunity to act here at the moment is being put over on the hero side of the Tumult. So Florian currently is getting an advance, and it would be a 1-for-1 trade in that fashion, with the uncontested Alchemist over on what is the companion side of the Tumult here. But Benjamin looking like picking up all 3 mana here to go ahead and contribute. Instead, it is going to be just the 2, and it's going to be Jack Frost to rest down that Twinkle Twinkle.
Yeah, that's a really interesting line there. I like going after the Twinkle Twinkle in the sense that you are preventing the discount from allowing a Nyala to come out anyway, for example, from reserve. So it's sort of the same there as just going after the Nyala itself, but it also prevents it from discounting something else in hand, potentially another copy of Nyala, for example. So I'd say that's a pretty heads up play overall. Of course, it is an Ouroboros Inkcaster that comes out from hand anyway, which is a very comfortable one for Florian at least, and they are threatening to do that thing that I was mentioning that they did before in their previous on-camera match, which is they're playing the Uniqueless game. They're doing a Nyala plus Ouroboros Inkcaster loop, which it's strong in this case as well. It will give them good incremental value over time, but the issue that they have is that they are still behind this game thus far. So yeah, we'll see. If Benjamin's able to trade things out over time, it could go very well in their favor.
Well, Florian is at least going to get the advance on the hero side of the Tumult, but it is going to be that 1-for-1 trade that we mentioned at the start of the day before. So Benjamin already getting back-to-back advances in some way, shape, or form at the very least in this game too. And even with this loop of the Ouroboros Inkcaster and the Nyala, it's the big question about whether it's going to be strong enough. As unique number 1 is found from Florian, and it's going to be the Disciple.
Yeah, this one's actually really funny here as well, because I believe it was the Jack Frost was played just the previous day, and they're essentially saying you need to use this Jack Frost now to go after this Ouroboros Trickster that's still just hanging out in reserve over here. Otherwise, whatever, anything I want will get anchored essentially off of that Ouroboros Trickster. Otherwise, you need to remove the Studious Disciple right now. I'm wondering what else Florian might have to actually capitalize on that, if they'll have a different way to pick up this Trickster, or otherwise another Trickster, for example, from hand. Could be any number of things here. But yeah, overall, really cool card, Studious Disciple here. And yeah, they've been incredibly strong thus far.
Well, that Jack Frost does come out from the reserve and is going to go ahead and rest down that Ouroboros Trickster. Here comes the Nyala again here now to make its way over into the opposite side of the Tumult. And that's double Starfish, it looks like, that have been resupplied here. With one of them is going to be bounced into hand and exchanged for the Kodama.
I'm trying to figure out what exactly is happening here, because I feel like the Studious Disciple is resupplying, but the one that we're seeing is Anchor related to Dice Roll one. So potentially we need to look into that. But regardless here, Kodama is really nice to have. Every single time that these uniques have been out thus far, finding Kodama has allowed them to stick around perpetually, which is pretty insane, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. So Benjamin here on their action at the moment. So just trying to figure out exactly what we can go ahead and take here for the remainder of this day. We do have that Jack Frost that has already made its way out to stop down that Ouroboros Trickster from the reserve. And we've still got a good, I think 4 mana at the very least that is still open here for Benjamin. So still options here for them. But what's going to be the best option of all of them?
Yeah, I mean, again, the nice thing for Benjamin here being that they are also currently outstatting on that companion side, where we see the Jack Frost is also in a region type that it favors. Or again, that's probably mirrored. I think that's the hero side yet again, but the case still stands. Being out in a position where they're outstatting there means that, again, I think they're still just comfortable riding out and going for one trades where possible, as long as these uniques don't stick around and get combined with other uniques.
Yeah, now here we're seeing a card that I don't think we've seen too much of. Is that Ebenezer Scrooge that's being played down here on the other side of the Tumult? It is indeed. It's just a 3/3/3 for the 3 mana contributed here, but at least just a vanilla character here just to be able to get themselves some statistics onto the companion side of the Tumult and try and either challenge for an advance themselves or stop Florian from progressing. We are going to get the progression on the hero side.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, I think Sigismar is doing a very reasonable job starting to actually close things out here a little bit. They're not giving Aurak much breathing room to set up. Of course, Aurak will have their performance now. They are at the requisite 5 performance counters, so potentially able to flip something impactful off the top, and that might help them going into these later stages of the game. But the other thing I'm noticing as well is that Benjamin has not run out of gas yet either. They still have multiple cards in their hand they can play. I'm pretty sure they just actually picked up a card draw spell in the form of Gift of Self as well. If they're able to ever find a way that they can play Gift of Self during a day and find a progression, they're going to be in a really, really good spot.
Yeah, it'd be very, very nice indeed. And we do see there is that Gift of Self as well as one of the uniques as well available. I think that might be the Trooper that Benjamin has been able to draw themselves into. They are going to have the first action of this next day. So are we just going to go ahead and use the Gift of Self first here? Get rid of the Ordis token? No, it looks like we might be sending it into mana.
Yeah, it's possible. I think they did elect to send the teamwork training into mana instead.
Yeah.
Which I sort of get. I think the risk that they're running into is just running out of all of their cards in this one day, essentially. At which point they are going, despite probably still being ahead on the Tumult, or certainly still being ahead on the Tumult, things get really uncomfortable for them because they won't be able to mana cards really anymore. So doing that this day at least ensures that they should be able to continue to play for a later stage in the game. And it's one that they should know they will be able to get to, because of the fact that they're so far ahead in the opening days.
Absolutely. Well, it was a Ordis unique that we found, but it's Ordis cadets that we found here. But now Florian has responded with a unique of their own, and he saw the reaction from Benjamin, maybe slightly tongue-in-cheek there, saying, okay, I've seen this scene before, and I didn't like the ending, and the ending here is being spelled with a full playset of Ouroboros Tricksters currently in reserve.
Yeah, a full playset of them for 1 mana apiece, each of them resupplying twice when played here. Yeah, that was a good find, and it makes it feel especially brutal that he did mana a teamwork training there. But yet again, it's actually the same situation as last time, where even if he had kept teamwork training, those cards could well and truly just be in reserve and just played out again. Like, nothing's preventing that. They don't have fleeting.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we see the Will-O-Wisp, and I think that's Break the Ice that has been sent into the reserve here as well. A Lyra spell with fleeting and costs 2 less if there are 3 or more base statistics of 0 among characters you control. Nice and simple, just sends a target character to the reserve and then exhausts it as well. So it means that that character cannot be played. And all Benjamin can do is just say, okay, we're going to play out this Ordis Trooper from the reserve here, give it fleeting, and resupply ourselves, which looks like a gift of self.
Yeah, yet again, it's just this classic circumstance of Benjamin gets his own unique out that also has a resupply effect and is just facing down a deck that can do exactly that thing so much better. Now, a bunch of different cards that can still be leveraged by Florian here. Again, there is just 1 discount effect that's currently in reserve for him, but I would imagine with the 4 mana he currently has, he's either going to be able to find multiple more discount effects or just get enough value out of that as it stands. But of course, Florian does want to be able to anchor these uniques to keep them around as well. So undoubtedly, they're going to be trying to churn through their deck to find some of those Hatters, Kodamas, that sort of thing.
We do see one of the Ouroboros Tricksters is going to go ahead and be played. Don't see Hatter or Trickster off of those 2 resupplies. It is a Martingale as one of them.
Yeah, the Martingale does mean that playing out that Trickster was functionally free, as the Martingale itself does have a what do you call it? A discount effect on the support ability. So that is nice already. So both Martingale and Will-O-the-Wisp potentially additional discounts here. Now spending an additional mana and playing out yet another Ouroboros Trickster that we can't see on screen as there is not enough space simply, because the more relevant thing here is being able to see the reserve. There is now a Nyala in the reserve that we can see as well, which potentially can be discounted enough to play that one out, or instead it's going to be this Haven Sarengar. Sarengar going out, that will both get a boost from being played from reserve, also trigger these 2 uniques yet again, and go another 2 deeper. How deep does the chain go?
Well, maybe deep enough, because it looks like we've now found ourselves a copy of... No, we haven't found the Hatter. That's a Bliss character instead. So we've got Bliss, Fan, and another instance of the Haven Sarengar. So, I don't know. I mean, do we want to just go again with the Sarengar? We've got the reduction from the Martingale. We're using that effect to make a discount. It's going to be for the Bliss Fan, however, that we found off of the other instance of the reserve here. We're going to go again, another Sarengar and Kodama now found as the double resupply triggers.
Yeah, Kodama is at least 1 anchor here this day, which isn't quite as many as Florian would have hoped for, but it's likely enough that they're going to have a substantial advantage here anyway going into subsequent days. It's not quite game ending by any stretch of the imagination. They're likely to have to discard down a total fortune in terms of cards here, but notably as well, Benjamin has been able to retain a unique of their own, with which they can use to get a little bit of additional value themselves. I guess the big question here is, will there be removal for any of these uniques that potentially come back with fleeting?
And what is Florian going to go ahead and discard away from the reserve? He goes ahead and scoops a bunch of characters up and cards, and it's going to be the unique at the Studious Disciple and the Bliss Fan. They're going to be kept in reserve here for Benjamin. Big 2 cards off the top of the deck. I don't think I see removal immediately there at the very least.
Yeah, there was a card in there that I couldn't recognize, which might have been removal. It's hard to see. It is 2 mana at least. But yeah, not quite getting a glimpse of it there. But if it is removal, that would help them a lot at this stage. They really need ways of dealing with these uniques. And again, it needs to preferably not be the Paper Herald that's already in play, rather one that's in reserve. The big worry I have as well is the potential for something like a Nyala to pick up that unique from the reserve, so it wouldn't even have fleeting in that case. That, and of course, the ever-present danger of yet another, a third unique. But of course, it is indeed Nyala. They are almost certainly going to be picking up that Studious Disciple yet again, and yes, they do.
Yeah, and then double resupplying into the character of Martingale, and then I think that's the Bliss Bassist that is currently the exhausted resupply character that is there in the zone at the moment. And now Benjamin is going to go ahead and spend the 1 mana here. And this does look like it is going to be for a character here that's going to go and resupply the Ebenezer Scrooge into the zone.
Yep, that is a Foundry mechanic. Interestingly enough, I'm not sure if this is I don't think this is a landmark configuration. So purely using it as sort of additional copies of Ortis Trooper, just with a missing mountain stat, which is still totally reasonable, all things considered. It's a very threatening early game aggressive card. But yeah, they're not getting any additional value out of that support ability. And yeah, I think it's about to... Okay, the card that I did not see in their hand previously, it was just another Gift of Self. And I'm almost wondering, does Benjamin need to fire that off just to try to find interaction at this point?
It's like that might be what we're going for here. A C2... No, it is just going to be a character out of the reserve first. Just maybe buying an action or 2 here, or are they maybe deciding against it and thinking exactly for that Gift of Self? It is 2 mana. So we do have the opportunity to just go ahead and Gift of Self, sacrifice that token. Instead, we are going to keep a hold of the Gift of Self for now, and we're going to resupply into an Isitok here.
Oh, that is super interesting indeed, and that could actually be pretty relevant over time. I think the issue that I'm having is imagining a world where time doesn't favor the Aurak, interestingly enough, because like this isn't really a temporary loop. The longer this goes on, the Aurak threatens to say, I'm going to do this forever and anchor all of my cards again and again and again. At which point, the Isitok isn't really doing what you want because it's trying to slow the game down. So, but it does end up just leaving pretty much immediately, which, yeah, I guess makes sense there. It does still slow the game down in a way that Aurak would rather just push through at this point.
Yeah, and Aurak has found their 3rd unique as well, currently hanging out in the reserve with just 2 mana available to spend here, though. We do have the discount effect of the Martingale waiting in reserve as well. Next time you play this turn, it costs 1 less, so we can discount that unique from the reserve, but we're going to want to give it anchored in some way, shape, or form to really keep it around and continue this combo line that we saw so brilliantly in Game 1.
I believe it's an Ortis Overseer that's currently in reserve for Benjamin as well, and I'm just not really sure what value these cards that he has access to are providing him at this point. It is the 3rd unique now, which well and truly goes from, you know, trying to break even with the cards that you resupply to going actually infinite with these cards. We are now seeing Ouroboros Tricksters yet again for what will be the 4th one once this first one gets played here. The discount effects are coming back. There's not just the couple that we've already seen, but finding yet more martingales. Oh, this is looking so ridiculously brutal.
I mean, this board state just in and of itself is looking absolutely ridiculous. I mean, you take a first-time player of the Alter TCG and you show them a deck that can do this. I think quite a few of them are hiding behind their couches.
Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. This would be something terrifying to you know, show to a newbie friend, right? Like, what can you do in altered trading card game? Here's Sigismar. There's this hero ability, and then you show them whatever this is going on the other half of the table at the moment. Yeah, well and truly absurd. I think they're almost at the point where I think Florian is sort of forgetting some of the Aurak counters even at this point, or maybe he's gotten every single one of them. I could be wrong. I know if it was me, I would just be missing conveniently Aurak counters because he knows he'll get enough of them. But yeah, things looking really good there. I'm just trying to see if this is nearly guaranteed at this point if Benjamin doesn't have removal now. I'm seeing at least 4 discount effects, which makes me think, yeah, I think Florian can go forever.
Well, we are going to go ahead and play the Frog Prince down here as a character over on what is the companion side of the Tumult. But now we are going to go ahead and see the activation of a support effect here, playing out the Ouroboros Trickster from reserve. That's going to give a performance counter onto the Aurak here as well. That's going to give some boosts and importantly trigger a load of resupply effects that are flying around, boosts going everywhere. Now here comes the triple resupply into another Trickster and finding the Serengar in there as well.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say at this point. I'm sort of just stun-locked watching everything that keeps happening here. Benjamin keeps making like intelligent decisions to try to outstat on certain sides, and then like 18 more cards hit the board for Florian, and he shuffles his deck again. Numbers keep ticking up and down or all around. This is beautiful to watch. Not much else to say. Of course, license withdrawal is sweet because it does threaten to potentially be able to get rid of cards permanently or semi-permanently, given that this player can indeed loop their deck. But unfortunately for the license withdrawal as well, these characters that are relevant for the resupply chain aren't even boosted, so it can't go after those relevant uniques.
Chain's off the table. This is insane at this point. We can't even see the other 2 cards that were resupplied because the line just keeps on going. As Nyala is one of them. Another one was the Haven Serengar yet again, because that's just been played out from the reserve here. So we're going to slide once again. Nyala, was that a Kodama that was potentially found as the second card from resupply? If it is, then that is a way to be able to give something anchored to one of these uniques here.
Yeah, all 3 uniques can now be anchored just between the 2 Hatters and this one Kodama that was then resupplied. And those would then enter the discard when they activate that support ability. And then they can play some other cards from the reserve here, which will cause enough resupplies that they go through their entire deck, shuffle their discard back in, and then procedurally anchor every single character that they have in play. I do believe that's likely to be the outcome here. And it is hilarious only seeing, 2/3 of the cards that he currently has access to, of course. I'm almost wondering, it's really funny thinking back into the earlier stages of the day, because I remember one Sigismar was teching with some copies of Break the Ice, which at the time seemed really interesting, and I wasn't so sure about it. But boy, I can tell you, Benjamin would like to have had that this game or even last game.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we do find a guaranteed Kodama there off of the resupplies here, but so many characters are flying all across the Tumult here on both sides. We're getting another performance counter going on. I think we're up to 12 performance counters at the moment on the Auric Hero. This is absolutely insane. There's a character that's currently in the reserve with boosts as well. There's fleetings everywhere. There's boosts flying all over the place. There's now tokens going on to the Bliss fan as well. There's the end of the deck for Florian. So the discard pile is now going to get shuffled back in, and we just go again, I guess.
Yeah, and now I'm thinking back to when I was saying that, yeah, maybe he didn't want to see that Isatok because it's just going to favor Florian. Maybe he just needed the Isatok in order to find some world where, I don't know, maybe tiebreaker rules could save Benjamin at this state. I don't know. What cards are in the faction that could potentially deal with this? There's the Ordis version of Celebration Day. It's the only thing that's coming to mind.
Oh wow! Well, we had to get a mention for Celebration Day at the very least. Some days
That's
throughout the
true.
stream, we didn't get to see the lockout, the hostage deck. How do you term it? It's the
Yeah, hostage. Yeah, there's
hostage.
yeah, there of course there's Runefolk currently sitting in chat of the stream at the moment, who's well known for various hostage versions. Who I'm sure will be able to tell you that there are many, but the two main ones that I know of being Akesha and Waru.
Well, I mean, this is a lockout deck of some kind of faction here. It is just I'm gonna combo off for about 15-20 minutes, and you're all spent out of mana, so we're just gonna go through all of the motions here, but going through it with such a precision, it has to be said here. Like Florian, we mentioned earlier on in this day about any of the performance counters potentially being missed here throughout all of these combo chains here. But Florian has been making sure at the start of every single chain, of every single line of play, to methodically go up with the performance counter, add any boosts to the characters that need to be added. Look, we're seeing it right here. There goes the performance counter. There, one by one, goes all of the resupplies instead of just going, well, I'm resupplying 3 here, so let me just do top 3 and make it a little bit quicker and easier. But there is such a refinement to what we're seeing on this combo line, which has been going for action after action after action. We're looping the deck again here, Kellen. There's only like 2 or 3 cards in the deck.
And I mean, the best part at this point, right? He now knows what the cards left in his deck are, and he's getting to the point where he will guaranteed resupply the same cards again and again, at which point he will be able to create a loop where he's able to anchor everything as well. Guaranteed. Absolutely absurd here. It is the Hatter that he's going to use to anchor the remaining unique that wasn't previously anchored. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, this is unbelievable. We're seeing Kodama now getting into the action with its support effect to anchor down the Ouroboros Trickster, which is over on the companion side of the Tumult. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 anchored units that we can see right now. There are still possibly characters that are out of our vision at the bottom of the playmat because of everything that has gone on here. We've still got all of this cost reduction as well that could potentially be going on from the Martingale. We're seeing another support effect being activated here. If this is, I think Florian has actually run out of anchored tokens there and has had to borrow one from Benjamin to anchor down Nyala. This is absolutely brilliant.
I think they're both having fun with it at this point, as I think both players know the conclusion, but Florian's just trying to show the fact that he can actually do it from here. He knows how to execute this. Finally deciding that he's good for the day. He can go to the next one, I believe. But funnily enough, in chat, Red Hot 332 was mentioning, and you haven't seen the Izmir deck he made, where he won by playing 7 times Small Step Giant Leap at the same day. Believe it or not, I have actually seen this deck of his. I'm very familiar with Moondust replays on Board Game Arena there. Really creative configurations in general, and I can tell you this player loves to combo in general, not just on Aurak, but especially on Aurak.
I mean, absolutely hats off to them for the combo, because this is just absolutely insane what we're seeing here. We are indeed going on to the next day. The final card of the Tumult is going to go ahead and get flipped over, but look at the amount of characters that are still staying on both sides of the Tumult here for Florian. One of them was asleep as well. One of the uniques was asleep throughout that entire thing. They've just woken up and seen all this carnage and gone, oh, well, I guess it's just another day at the Aurak office.
Or that unique was clearly sleepwalking, right? Because it was having a really relevant it was doing things. It wasn't just passively sleeping. It was going around. It was like going to its normal day job while asleep. They weren't even aware of it. It's still restful, right?
Oh my word. And now we're seeing the Aurak hero ability getting activated here as well. It's going to go ahead and immediately be played. There is now a Kodama coming down as well. And I think we're at the end of the deck again with Florian reshuffling up. We're going to resupply once more into double Ouroboros Trickster.
Yeah, those being like the 8th and 9th times we've seen these cards this game, I believe, around that, thereabouts.
Yeah.
To
Oh my
Benjamin's
lord.
credit, he has been such a good sport about this the entire time. Like, I haven't seen him with anything less than like a smile on his face about this entire interaction dynamic, which, given it is his tournament life on the line here in the top four, and the loser of this match likely is not going to be getting in for a world championship. He was really, really friendly and respectful about that the entire time. Really impressive showing to Florian, who does take that down Moondust on that combo Aurak. Beautiful stuff.
Wow. And I love the fact as well that at the end of that game, Benjamin Sada has gone ahead and resupplied a Isatok into the resupply zone and has looked at the judge and gone, okay, I might have a chance here to get back in this, but then realizing literally just seconds later, no, you know what? You can just basically go infinite again. We'll extend the fist bump and we will send Florian into the grand final of this London World Championship qualifier. That was something to behold.
Yeah, and I'm sure the next round is also going to be something to behold. I do not know who the victor of the other semifinals match was yet, but I'm sure we're just waiting as well to find out who that will be. But last round is going to be exciting. I mean, it's always exciting with an Aurak involved, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's exciting with just a Lyra hero involved as well. Just the crazy things that you could do with that faction, whether it's the heavy dice rolling or whether it is all of these performance counters being amassed up into a grand finale. And that grand finale went on for a long, long time. That was encore after encore after encore. But all the encores, they played the best hits. It was exactly what you would have wanted from a grand performance.
Yeah, I would agree with that totally. I think there's an interesting dynamic as well, where I think this metagame is potentially conducive to this deck in a way that often wasn't at different points in time, especially the more copies of decks like Traced that are going around, which have often very few removal options. The more likely you are to be able to play a unique like this that sticks, and then you just ride it out. Similarly, I guess just the lack of Afanas now in the metagame, considering that Afanas received a massive errata, means that there are less decks with a combination of good removal plus sabotage that can go after your uniques like that. So you're much more incentivized to just play decks with strong uniques that you can potentially ride out in that combo game plan, as long as you have a plan for when that won't work. And clearly, I think the one that was really well shown there by Moondust was the fact that he could ride out Nyala plus Ouroboros Inkcaster specifically. That loop has been carrying him so hard so far, and I've been really enjoying watching him play even without the uniques and using that to great success.
Absolutely. Well, they are into the grand final of the World Championship qualifier, just one best of three away from putting their name into the Paris registry in next month's tournament. Either Lucas Theobald on Traced and Rosum or Kevin Barr on Sigismar and Wingspan will be standing in their way, though. Which player will it be? And will we be treated to that combo again in the grand final? We are going to have to find out in just a few moments, because when we come back, we will have the grand final of the Alta TCG London World Championship qualifier. everybody, and welcome back to coverage of the Ultra TCG World Championship Qualifier live from London. We are at the point now where we are getting ourselves prepared for the grand final. We knew from our feature semi-final that Florian on that Auric combo build was one of the names that was going into the grand final. And we can tell you that their opposing hero is not going to be a Sigismund deck. It is going to be Lucas on Traced, who is continuing undefeated currently in this tournament and is 2 games away, possibly even 3, if they are able to drop 1 game from an undefeated and flawless tournament in terms of round progression. That would be quite something with Traced as well.
Yeah, they've been having an absolutely absurd day so far, and whether they'll be able to continue it or not, I'm really excited to see. This matchup, I think, is going to be a really exciting one. Bugfix combo is definitely thought of as definitely a premier combo at the moment, and I think that Aurak combo has been on a lot fewer people's radar, at least comparatively. But I think that a really interesting dynamic here could actually potentially come down to whether the Aurak combo can actually go infinite if the Traced combo actually gets set up. Believe it or not, it's a real interaction that can then occur where both players just do their optimal game state, put a ridiculous amount of stats on board, and then Aurak has the potential chance of just going over the top by cycling through the entire deck. So who knows, maybe we're going to see some more absurd board states here, but I am really excited overall, regardless of how this goes. It's a really exciting event, and yeah, this is for all the marbles right here.
Absolutely. One of these 2 players, Lucas or Florian, will be heading to the World Championships next month in Paris, France, as winner of this event as well. It's only the first place player that gets in, as opposed to some other World Championship qualifiers where there have been multiple participants that have made their way through. Getting to the grand final will not do. They have to go 1 step further, as we saw a nice hearty handshake between both players, as well as they know well and truly what is on the line here with a best 2 out of 3. Same time limit as the rest of the games in the stats of the top cut proceedings as well. So 70 minutes will be between one of these players and a trip to Paris to compete to become the first ever Ultra TCG World Champion.
Yeah, super exciting indeed. Just something a little bit funny that I noticed on board looking at these 2 players' respective heroes. I believe Florian actually exchanged his Aurak out potentially for one of those World Championship qualifier heroes for the Aurak, but notably Lucas is sticking with his Traced. It got him this far in what has been an incredibly lucky and, of course, skillful run. And so he's just going to stick with that original hero. I like to see that, the little style choice there going on. And we are now underway. Bug out bag coming out immediately from Traced. Let's see what the start is for Aurak, and it's a strong one. Nyala.
Yep, Nyala indeed has been a linchpin of the reason why this game and this run has been going so strongly so far, for Florian being able to link up that Nyala and the Ouroboros Inkcaster when those combo plays with all of the resupplies and the uniques have been going off not necessarily to their best position throughout this tournament run here. So finding one of those almost kind of alternative win condition combo pieces here for early on in the day 1.
Really loving the pace of play so far from both players, but especially seeing the familiarity with little interactions like play out the kill on cylinder, put the boost from the kill on cylinder, put the die on the kill on cylinder as you exhaust it, then to add another 2 counters to it. Yeah, nice, beautiful, familiar repetitions there with those core mechanics for the decks. We did also have a question in chat about the removal that the Traced player plays in this deck. So outside of Hooked, which is not proper removal as such, there's a copy of Kill on Burst, which can be pretty useful, and then otherwise a copy of Avalanche. And Avalanche specifically is really interesting against Aurak here because it does threaten to potentially be able to discard many characters. It's not a discard up to 4 target characters with total mountain stat of 4 or less. It's any number. And as we've seen before, there can be a lot of characters in play for Aurak sometimes. So, and a lot of them will have zeros for those mountain stat lines. So that could become relevant this game.
Yeah, we saw the copy of Avalanche actually from Lucas in a previous feature match earlier on in the day, being super, super important and impactful. So definitely an important one to highlight out of the other removal options besides from the Hooked that Lucas is going to go ahead and have access to here in this matchup is going to be the usage of the frozen delivery that's going to be activated here to get another character into the reserve.
Yeah, and that's definitely a nice one as well because it's going to be able to at least enable multiple counters, scrap counters being put on Trace this day, and have some stuff left over in reserve to potentially be able to do the same thing over the next days. That's definitely a big upside at this moment. Trace would like to get their engine going as quickly as possible to be able to optimally contest the engine that Aurak is undoubtedly also trying to set up at the same time. So that's definitely a good start, getting the boosts out, and Frozen Delivery will help with that.
We do see from Florian that the remaining 2 mana is going to be spent on the Ouroboros Inkcaster. So this combo play here of when it goes to the reserve from the Expedition Zone, another card from the reserve can be bounced back into the hand. So as soon as that Inkcaster goes into the Expedition Zone at dusk, we'll be able to bounce that Nyala back into our hand and potentially try and go back and forth with those 2 characters as we see a scrap counter is going to go ahead and go up onto the Traced with a card leaving the reserve during the afternoon.
Florian did something awesome there by playing out the Ouroboros Inkcaster onto the same side as the Haven Sarengar that already had a boost there into what was otherwise an empty board. And the goal was to play around Hooked in a way that would make that card as miserable as possible for Lucas to play out. And that actually ended up paying off massively, as that was the remaining card in Lucas's hand there. So they just denied a lot of value, actually.
Very, very nice indeed. But we do see there some of the early combo pieces in both players' hands. In fact, Lucas with a bug fix there to be the namesake card of the combo. But I did also see that Florian has picked up one of their uniques in this turn here and on this day, and we're getting Seed played down right away. It is one of the 2 Paper Heralds that are in this list at unique.
Oh, they're coming out already. I cannot believe it. I guess we'll see if they end up finding multiples or have already found multiples even. But I very much assume that they probably have some way of putting a character into reserve that can give anchored, if I had to guess, off of the Nyala, quite possibly. Whether that's Kodama or the Hatter, either should work then, being able to use that effect from Nyala to both Exhausted Resupply and then swap a card from hand. But leading off with a Martingale first, and yeah, getting some more information first.
Yep, and a Twinkle Twinkle is resupplied as well into the reserve off of that effect of the unique Paper Herald. And we're now going to continue to see more cards getting played out of the reserve here, just accumulating as many scrap counters as we can at this point in time until we have that 5 or more to give that Trace Hero ability activation live of gaining rest, draw a card, and then put one from hand into the reserve.
Yeah, Trace hasn't had quite the best opener, all things considered, but at least they are making a good effort of getting scrap counters onto Trace to fully enable that game plan. The faster they're able to enable bug fix themselves, the faster that they can potentially pressure, but otherwise, the faster they can start digging through to find potential answers for the crazy setups that are like to come out pretty soon even. Yeah, it's going to be pretty necessary. So I like that they're at least finding ways to start adding those scrap counters and find value where they can. I do think against a lesser player, they would have been able to find more value this game already. The fact that the Hooked was able to come out or wasn't able to come out in the early days was really impactful. And that was a thing that Florian played around really well that I think a lot of players might have missed.
Yeah, very, very nice indeed. But we do see that the Kodama has been found off of one of the resupply exchanges here from the Nyala Gifted Conjurer. So we are going to have the opportunity to go ahead and give a target character with hand cost 3 or less anchored, either targeting down that unique or maybe even the Nyala itself.
I very much assume it's going to anchor the unique. I think that's
Yeah.
probably the most important thing they have going on here. Even though the Nyala has nice stats and whatnot, this deck will win if it can get all of the uniques into play at the same time, as we've seen previously in the last round. And so I think they're recognizing very quickly that's the best thing they can possibly do. They're also playing out this Haven Sarengar here, which is super nice because that's also going to help them start to dig through for other relevant pieces while also pushing for progressions. So yeah, a lot of really good stuff happening, mostly on the Aurak side at this point.
Yep, and there is the resupply of the another copy of Martingale. We are going to see the Kodama support effect getting activated. Will anchor down the unique here as well of the Paper Herald, and then we're moving on into Dusk. The Haven Sarengar effect will activate because it's leaving the Expedition Zone with Fleeting, so it's going to go ahead and draw an extra card for Florian to dive even further into the deck and look for those important uniques and all those important remaining anchoring effects here as well. There will be a 1-for-1 trade on the Tumult in terms of the advance, but Florian here, for that combo strategy at the very least, looks like they're in a very, very good position indeed.
I'm trying to keep my eyes peeled, looking into the cards that are getting drawn by either player at this point, whether Trace can find removal very quickly or specifically Avalanche, whether Florian finds yet another unique. But so far, it's not looking good for Lucas because he has not found a meaningful interaction. Of course, there's very little of it in the deck, but it's so impactful if he does manage to find the one-of copy of Avalanche specifically. Otherwise, just trying to set up his own game plan thus far, but I don't think he has a unique for his own synergy just yet, which is still a major problem for him. But yeah, and he's going to need it quickly.
Yeah, as we saw the first activation of the Aurak hero ability as well. There were 5 performance counters or more on the hero heading into the noon period. So we go ahead and flip that top card and play it down. Now getting into the Haven Sarengar yet again with Fleeting. So we'll be able to draw a card when it leaves the Expedition Zone in Dusk. And then getting the resupply once again, at this time of the Ouroboros Trickster. We do have the Hooked. That is going to come out of hand from Lucas here. But as we've been mentioning here, Kellen, it's not the hard removal that we are actually looking for.
I don't mind it at the same time, though, because it is at least a card that will enter reserve, can get played out again from reserve, and then enable that traced hero ability while digging for additional cards. And that does potentially find them over time, their outs. So at least there's that, if nothing else. But they definitely have their work cut out for them here. Again, still no second unique coming out from Florian. So that's the one saving grace here for Lucas, is that potentially he's not under quite as much pressure, but it's still a good amount of pressure that's coming in.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of pressure here as Florian is now going to use that Nyala, it looks like, out of the reserve to be played in, puts us back up to that 5 performance counters we need as well. There is the second unique hit off of the resupply. That is going to be the Studious Disciple this time, which allows the abilities for when you roll 1 or more dice. If you have 3 or more base statistics of 0 among characters you control, up to 1 target character with hand cost 3 or less other than itself is going to gain that anchored effect.
And look at the card that just got swapped out by the Nyala for that unique. It's another Kodama to yet again anchor down this first Paper Herald. The synergies have been coming through so well for Florian realistically all day. I was going to say in this match, but it's been sort of perpetual at this point. But yeah, it's been so excellent. It's looking like they're just going to try to do the exact same thing again, though. Anchor this Paper Herald now, go into the next day, and then start setting up with their additional uniques. They are indeed cashing in on it now. And again, it's the same dynamic as last day. There's also a Haven Sarengar that's looking to draw them additional cards.
Yep, as we're going to see the ability of the Traced and Rossum activated here, getting a card drawn, and then 1 card from hand is going to have to go into the reserve. The other card at the moment in reserve at the moment is that Viking, which has been a really good card and a fun card in the games that we've seen from Lucas so far.
Yeah, no, it's true that it has been. In multiple cases, we've seen a exhausted Viking end up being able to be played thanks to another Viking that also enters play. And yeah, it's pretty excellent actually, both in terms of potential card advantage it can provide, but also being able to interact with exhaustion effects, including their own in some cases. But again, still not the relevant things they need yet. Again, just they're things that dig them towards answers that they so desperately need. But I think things might be getting closed a little bit too quickly for Aurak, even if there is going to be the avalanche. But we'll see. I mean, of course, they are both still even on the tumult, so that is a redeeming thing for Lucas here still.
Yeah, Lucas has been able to inch closer with these little advances here and there. I think is that another copy of Bug Fix that we found as well in the hand for Lucas. It looks like it might be.
Yeah, that's not looking good. Another copy of Bug Fix. I mean, yeah, it can be some raw stats here, but I don't think at this point they're looking for that because the threat is so great for Florian just this day to be able to deploy not just the one unique, but likely start digging through the deck and find the last, and then start the combo well and truly. And we saw that combo executed the last game that Florian was on camera for. They stopped just to save us all a little bit of time and effort and suffering there. They didn't have to stop. They could have continued to make that situation even worse. And I think they're also heavily incentivized to do so here. So we'll see.
Absolutely. We see Ouroboros Croupier is the card that was flipped off of the effect of the hero here for Florian. So certainly an interesting one that we haven't really seen much of throughout today from Florian, even with us having seen pretty much the entire deck of Florian from our feature match in semifinals. But definitely a cool one nonetheless.
Yeah, you're totally right on that. Not only have we not seen much of it today, we don't see much of it in Altered in general. It's one of these cards that just hasn't been super popular overall. But the decks that want it are particularly looking to use it for that support ability more than anything else. I would very much imagine for Florian that this is one of these cards that if he sees it in his opening hand, he's likely putting it into mana most of the time. But of course, there is some potential value you can get out of just playing it on day 2, for example.
Well, we saw that Lucas was initially going to go for the hooked out of the reserve. He is going to commit to it now, hooking the Bliss Fan into the companion side of the expeditions. There is another one there in the reserve, as well as the Croupier, the Martingale. I think that might be the Will-O-Wisp that is the other card in reserve at the moment. Fan is going to hit the hero side, and it is going to resupply another copy of the Nyala Gifted Conjurer.
I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of Lucas here and try to figure out, is there anything you can do other than just play Frozen Delivery and hope you hit relevant removal? He does do exactly that, but does not hit anything relevant. I mean, relevant. It's good stats for cost. Again, kill an elemental, fantastic card. But it's not fantastic compared to being able to potentially sweep Florian's board with Avalanche, which I think he really, really needs or needed at that spot here. Currently, stats are looking really good on board for our Aurak player. Realistically, Lucas can probably still add a good number of stats to the board with just this remaining 3 mana. I'm not sure if Florian's going to try to go for the full combo or not, but I still feel like it might be likely here.
Yeah, we know that one of the other uniques should be in hand here still for Florian as well from the day before this one. As we see, there it is. I think that was the Disciple that is in the hand. So it's just missing the other Paper Herald unique to get all 3 of them on board and available to us and try and go full combo.
We do see another Viking getting played out from reserve there. That was a different alternate art of it, at least. So I believe those are indeed the same, despite looking very different currently, the one in reserve versus the one in play. So yeah, don't be fooled. However, yeah, again, this is just currently the characters show from Aurak specifically. I do think they need to be to pay a lot of attention here, though, to make sure they will guaranteed progress on both sides here. They have played out that second unique. They are ideally trying to look and find the third so that they can go for the full combo. But otherwise, there is a world where potentially a progression can still be found by the Traced, but it's looking less and less likely.
Yeah, certainly looking that way as well, as we see that the Kellen cylinder is going to go ahead and get some extra boosts onto itself. The Bliss fan number 2 is making its way out of the reserve here and played into the hero side of the tumult. So here, Florian maybe just considering that exact option of maybe even if we don't manage to go completely full combo here, we still want to make sure that we have these statistics in the necessary attributes to be able to get ourselves the double advance and even just win in the traditional manner as opposed to going through the combo with all of these uniques in order to do it.
Yeah, I mean that is the nice thing as well, is they don't have to try to properly go through their deck entirely if they don't necessarily need to or want to. I just feel like it's probably advantageous for them to try to do so if they're able to, purely because of the fact. Oh, there is the last unique, by the way.
Yeah.
I do think they might be missing a discount effect, though, in order to actually enable it right now. So that is notable, if nothing else. But they're heavily incentivized to try to go for it if possible, simply because the Trace did not have any setup yet for removal for this board. And if they're able to take a double advance this day and ride it out with such a substantial mass of characters into the subsequent day, even if the avalanche comes through at that point, it's likely already too late. So I really do think Florian should try to get whatever he can out into play this day and anchor everything if possible.
We are going to see the final unique is going to go forward, and Lucas just extends the handshake right there and concedes the game to Florian with the third unique hitting the hero side of the tumult. Lucas says, I don't need to see the combo. I don't need to see any of your uniques getting anchored. I've got 50 minutes on the clock here. I need to find game 2 before you do.
Indeed, that is the case. And I'm loving how quickly both of these players are playing. They know what they need to be doing at virtually all points here. And they're executing, they're going through the motions very quickly and accurately at the same time. Yeah, and I'm wondering, will Florian be the person who was able to take down Lucas today? It's been Lucas's day thus far, but yeah, just awesome stuff from this Aurak deck.
Yeah, this Aurak deck and this combo line has been absolutely insane, even when we haven't found the full combo as well with all of the uniques and anchoring them down and things like that. Even when we have just been going with Niala plus Inkcaster to be able to get ourselves enough of an advantage loop, an engine to take care of the game in the traditional fashion. I really, really want to see this bug fix combo in its fullest, though, from Lucas. We haven't really seen it in combination with the uniques that they are playing. We've seen the Capellias a couple of times on the day already. We've seen the Mowgli in the Swiss portion, I believe, as well as the Stargazer, but we've not really seen it work all together just yet.
No, that's true. I think those games often have a way of getting conceded at the point at which that either gets established when it's good, or otherwise there's enough interaction involved that you don't get to fully combo off with it. You more so get to generate sort of a great amount of value with it, while still not being able to truly properly combo, because most people will be aware, yeah, bug fix, I probably need to have removal kept into this or other forms of interaction. So that makes it a lot harder for Lucas to actually properly combo off in that sense. It's also not an infinite combo, so he is mana limited, whereas this Aurak deck, on the virtue of having all of these support abilities for discount, is not mana limited in the same way. But I agree with you. I'm hoping we'll get to see a bunch of bug fixes come out this game for Lucas as well, and see truly the army of brass bugs that he's been undoubtedly unleashing on people from the rest of today.
Absolutely. Well, we're getting a little look into the opening hands of both these players. It looked like a pretty strong one for Florian. I saw that there was the Haven Serengar and one of the Paper Herald uniques already in hand. I do see a unique for Lucas, though, as well. It looks like it is the Capellia. That is there. So at least Lucas is going to see a unique in this game. It'll just be about how much impact it's going to have. We are underway in game 2. It's immediate Haven Serengar from Florian into the companion side of the Tumult to start with. And Lucas will be a little bit more conservative with his mana, just a 1 play.
Yeah, it looked to me like it is actually that full traced combo in hand currently between, I believe it was both a Capellia and a bug fix. And again, this Capellia is so good because what it specifically does, it will now go from the expedition zone to reserve. It will come back into play with a sleep, and it will be around for an additional 2 days. During which absurd crimes can be committed in the form of just bug fix loop repeatedly, if that's what he wants to go for. But yeah, that's going to be pretty threatening, I would say, at least just on the Tumult to try to take these early progressions, which would be definitely very nice for him. At the same time, I like the fact that Florian did not choose to play out his unique from hand, even if he could have potentially gotten a single bit of resupply value out of it, for example, playing the Haven Serengar. The reason for this, I believe, is he wants to assemble this combo of multiple of them without potentially exposing one to removal or other effects that could potentially interact with them, especially if he ever has to play one from reserve. That would be a particular problem for him. So instead, he's just keeping it in hand.
Well, here comes a bug fix being played here into the reserve. Although Lucas now is just reconsidering maybe what aspect of the Tumult and what expedition the bug fix token is going to go ahead and go onto. Now has indeed gone and almost had decided that it was going to stick into the companion zone here, but maybe just deciding doubly against it. No, it has gone into the companion zone, and it has prompted Florian to just immediately respond with the Serengar once again. But here's bug fix number 2.
Yeah, they keep going, and it's yet another Serengar as well, funnily enough. So it does look like, actually, yeah, no, that should be just enough, I believe, for the Serengars to get through and progress themselves. But that will be at the cost of an expedition progression as well. On the other side as well. So again, it traced with a better pace still, but Florian finding some value here, again, digging for multiple copies of his uniques. If he's able to do so before things close a little bit further, I think things will look pretty good for Florian. If Lucas is able to find another double advance this next day, things might become really challenging, and we do see a really important card in the hand for Lucas. It is that copy of Avalanche that he spent so long looking for last game.
Really nice 3-card hand here remaining at the moment for Lucas. It's Avalanche, a bug fix, and I think it might be the Stargazer unique currently in hand here for Lucas. So very nicely sculpted at this point in time. And now for Florian, with 1 mana being floated here, finds their first unique in one of the Paper Heralds that's going to be played into the hero side of the expeditions.
The thing that's so good about the bug fix in this spot as well is that Lucas is able to do this as 1 mana after use that generates stats on the board while hovering that Avalanche in his hand until Florian commits enough to the board for that Avalanche to become devastating. At which point then Lucas will pull the trigger. He doesn't have to do it until then because of the fact that this 1 mana bug fix is just so cheap, which is a massive advantage, actually, I'd say, for Lucas at this point.
Yeah, massively so. We're mentioning about how mana limiting that the bug fix can be, but we're seeing here it being used to a lot more efficiency as Florian is going to go ahead and find the Haven Serengar and into a resupply of the second unique, the other copy of the Paper Herald. So Lucas is just going to go ahead and keep bug fixing, keep getting all these brass bug tokens out onto the Tumult here. And so they are making that opportunity for themselves of, okay, how far does Florian want to try and go and dig for these combos for us to get ready for that Avalanche to go ahead and strike?
And when it does, it's likely to be so devastating here, and it'll likely take down like 4 or 5 plus characters all at once. It's also very likely that once it does get played, the game will likely be in a spot where the Avalanche on its own does win the game purely on the basis of the trace has progressed so far already. I believe after this day, we're likely to be seeing that position where the trace is adjacent on the Tumult even.
Potentially so, as Lucas is just going to get a double checking of the Paper Herald unique that is currently in the reserve at the moment. There is one mana still available at the moment, and there is the price reduction of the Martingale as well. The next card you play this turn does cost one less. It has to be in reserve for that to activate, however. So Lucas is just going to go ahead, feels no immediate threat of the Avalanche needing to happen on this day. It seems like it's just going to be the bug fix again, create another 2/2/2 Brass Bug, and Florian will create that Bliss Fan from the reserve, bringing Ouroboros Inkcaster into it as well.
Yeah, I think Lucas is super happy here, knowing that he can just make brass bugs forever, even though Traced is not gaining in any scrap counters or anything. It's not really the relevant dynamic because he has pretty much all that he needs, especially with that second unique that you mentioned, spying into Lucas's hand. Meanwhile, Florian, he's seems reasonably content just to be deploying out cards here to get some more value out of both this Paper Herald, but also things like that Haven Sarengar. But realistically, they're not going to convert into progressions here, and they're definitely not going to stall against all of these 2/2/2s that are in play. So suddenly, double Paper Herald rather, sitting in reserve for Florian, but the Traced should be adjacent at this point. I think the Traced might just take this one.
Yeah, Trace maybe it's just been a little bit too quick in this circumstance here, even with Florian now starting to amass their cards that they need in the reserve for this combination play. We do have, it looks like, 7 performance counters, however, that are on the Auric Hero. So as soon as noon hits, once we have gone through the morning process of drawing 2 cards from the deck and sending one of them to the mana pool if we want it, as soon as noon hits, that 5 performance counters can be spent to reveal the top card of the deck and either play it for free or put it into the hand here. What's the best case scenario you think that Florian could find from that Auric Hero effect?
I think realistically, it would probably be a third unique, and I was thinking about exactly that as you were mentioning it. I don't know what the best card would actually be to see, but my guess, the reason why I'm saying the third unique most probably is because it's the thing that's going to be, or to have the best chance of forcing Lucas to fire off that avalanche before you commit the other uniques to the board. Florian would really like to avoid deploying these Paper Heralds out, especially with fleeting, and then getting them all eaten, because even if he was able to then survive this day, it's not looking good for his long-term chances because of how reliant he's going to be on uniques like this to break this board state. And he won't be able to concede any additional progressions in the later stages either. So I really think it was probably trying to find a third unique there and then trying to force that avalanche to come down early.
Well, unfortunately, doesn't find it. Instead, is going to play the unique Paper Herald here with the double Ouroboros Trickster into the reserve. The bug fix jumps back into the hand once again because a token was created with this Izmir Stargazer unique. So the card from reserve will bounce back in. There is the third unique, though we did end up finding it in the Studious Disciple. So now, surely the Avalanche has to come as a preemptive measure here from Lucas, because if Florian is afforded the opportunity to play that other purple Paper Herald and start comboing off, we could be in big, big trouble.
Yes, indeed. And it's actually such a rough spot for Lucas. He's pretty much forced to do it no matter what, because, yeah, the chance of him being able to actually deal with this later on is getting slimmer and slimmer, especially because I believe Florian can just deploy the third one then and potentially even combo off yet again. Of course, Lucas would much rather just bug fix and continue pressuring in some other way and try to get more value out of that avalanche long term. It's just so hard to do so, and the risk is so great at this point.
Yeah, well, that is the thing, isn't it? Is that Lucas is adjacent currently on the tumults, but can't worry about advancing too much because the Avalanche is going to go ahead and come down here to send to reserve any number of target characters with a total mountain value of 4 or less. So there go the uniques onto the board from Florian, and with one of those Paper Heralds having fleeting as well, it means that he's going to go straight into the discard pile. But as we said, that was a maneuver there that was essentially just forced out of hand there from Lucas to really make sure that things weren't getting too far out of hand with them being so, so close as well.
Yes, indeed. Oh, okay. That was a funny one there. We actually saw the traced try to get activated for the hero ability, and so we are having a little bit of a judge issue just quickly to figure out how to handle that. I'm pretty sure that every situation that Lucas has been in thus far, where he's been bug fixing for a significant amount of time, he's been probably at 5 counters on the traced. So pretty natural to then assume that you'll just be able to do that. But in this case, no, he is still just at 1 because he has been reliant on using that 1 counter to repeatedly enable the combo thus far. Meanwhile, for Florian, he still needs to figure out how to actually survive this day, and he needs to fight through a single unique with a 2 on the water stat line, and then otherwise a single brass bug. So that might actually be a little bit difficult, depending.
Yeah, definitely so, as it looks like the issue has been resolved there. It looks like it's just been a reshuffle up of the deck. And then Florian will cut the deck and will continue proceedings in this final. We do have still some mana to work with, though, for Florian. So it is going to be Ouroboros Trickster that is going to make their way onto the board. We roll 6 on the dice. So we're going to get 2 boosts here from the Ouroboros effect. Flipping on the resupply as well, getting ourselves another Haven Serengar into the reserve.
And I'm still a little worried here, though, because it is just 1 mana remaining. There's no additional discount effects as well. So I do think that Florian potentially just has to play at this yet another Trickster from reserve here and try to roll again. No, it's Bliss Basis. That's much better.
Yeah, Bliss Basist here being fixated on the water stat, getting that extra 2 to block off that advance there over on the hero side of the expedition. There's been no characters that have been contributed to the companion side. So Florian here is losing another one of their uniques here, though. But it is going to be a movement. And now Florian might have to think about game plan number 2 here with 2 out of the 3 uniques currently in the discard pile.
Yeah, it's a huge deal that Florian does actually survive here, just to start with. And he needed to find a way to do exactly that, as the traced was adjacent. It was nice, though, that Florian was able to force out that avalanche without actually losing the game the same day. Of course, yeah, issue, as you're mentioning, where multiple of those uniques were used for this process. So it's going to be a little bit harder from here for Florian to actually get through the deck and get as much value out of it. So he's going to have to play a much more fair game at this point, and it's going to be really hard to do that into bug fix combos specifically. What I'm noticing, though, is that he has retained that 1 copy of Break the Ice in his reserve as the second card in addition to that 1 of unique that's still left over, and that I think he's going to try to use to just prevent any additional unique from coming down and sitting there and enabling that bug fix loop.
Yeah, my eyes darted to that as well, Kellen, and we were heading into the activation of the Aurak hero ability here, going ahead and playing the character from the top of the deck. We are now going to use this first action to go ahead and go into the last unique in the deck here for Florian with this other Paper Herald, but there is the removal of it, and I think that might be the Callan Burst that we were highlighting at the start of this game and this day of one of the other opportunities for Lucas to get some actual removal as opposed to just the hooked.
It's so entirely possible here that we might just see the more fair modes of bug fix. That was indeed hooked to bring everything to the one side, and now we're at a point where potentially a brass bug might be enough to steal it.
Yeah, there's not many cards. I don't think there's any cards in hand actually for Florian here on the remainder of this day. We've got the Break the Ice that is still in reserve, but I think Florian there is just realizing he's going to scoop it up. The combo lines have all been withstood, and Lucas is going to be able to send this into a Game 3 in our WCQ Grand Final.
It doesn't get more exciting than this. I am a best of one enthusiast, and what is the last game of a final, if not a best of one, to determine it between two incredibly powerful combo decks? This time, things lining up just a little bit better for Lucas, not only finding his own combo that much sooner and being able to put on early game pressure with it, but also being able to find those critical one-of removal spells that he was able to leverage very well to try to dismantle Florian's attempts of coming back via his own combo plan. It's beautiful stuff, and I think he's going to need more of it, though, in order to potentially take this one down.
Yeah, it's going to be a big game 3 here. We've already said so many times throughout today about what is in store for one of these players. One of these two will be representing in the World Championship for the Ultra TCG next month in Paris. Will it be Lucas on this Traced Bug Fix combo deck, or will it be Florian on this Aurak combo deck that they have brought to this event? It's been incredible to see both of these players' journeys throughout today, but now it's going to have to end for one of them, and the other will be riding off into dusk with glory.
Yeah, I mean, it is glorious. I mean, both of these decks, realistically, everything we've seen from both of them has been so phenomenal. I've really loved, especially just seeing both of these decks and the flexibility they've had at various points in time. You were mentioning earlier how you wanted to see Lucas's deck really go off with the combo because we weren't getting to see that. But overall, it was just really showcasing how flexible the deck has been able to play, even when they haven't had that optimal scenario for it. Florian's, meanwhile, it's been so similar when these shiny golden uniques are out. Things, you get the message pretty quickly about what exactly is going on. But realistically, it's how this deck plays when he doesn't have access to them, where I've been really impressed with how his lines have actually lined up against the field even. Yeah, this is going to be a one killer remaining game.
Yeah, absolutely. As both players are just making their final preparations here. Looks like Florian just having a little look at one of the uniques that are in the deck here as well. But as soon as that is all resolved and has all been done whatever they needed to do with it, it is going to be game 3 for one of these players. Still plenty of time left on the clock here as well, it looks like, with over half an hour remaining in this best of 3 and in this grand final.
Look, it's exactly like what I was saying. It's a best of one now, a 30-minute best of one. It's perfect timing. If anyone's out there, by the way, in the chat, and you really want one or either of these players to win, let us know who you're rooting for. Get excited. This is it right here. One of these players will be in for the World Championship.
Yeah, absolutely. What an incredible occasion that event is going to be as well. They'll be joining such great players that have already qualified from the European region, like Jean-Christian, who qualified in Zermatt, Netherlands, with Sigisma and Wingspan. The 4 players that qualified from Lille in France, one with Traced, 2 with Afanis, and 1 with Nevenka. Nadir from Essen, Germany as well, who qualified with Afanis and Senka. The 2 players who qualified from the World Board Game Arena events, Giacomo on Basira and Kaisermon, and Ugo also on Traced and Rosum. It's been a very, very popular hero in terms of its qualification conversion in this opening year of the Alter TCG. Will another Traced be added into that name and into that alumni, or will it be this really unique and interesting Auric and Kibble combo deck that will be advancing?
Personally, it's been so interesting to see over time as well, even in the middle of this qualifier season, how there have been certain decks that were a thing at the beginning, but then balance changes have fundamentally altered the formats in general. Afanis was having a great run of it in the earlier days of those qualifier events, but now is virtually nowhere to be seen even. Although notably, I was joking about it earlier today, the one faction that we saw only win on featured tables today was Izmir. We had one Lindaway player winning our round 1, and that was it for Izmir today. That was all. But yeah, Axiom, Lyra, both really strong at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. As players still just currently having a discussion at the moment. It looks like there is a concern with Florian's deck at the moment. So just seeing that getting properly investigated at the moment, which makes a lot of sense. This is a big moment here at the end of this tournament. So I want to make sure that everything has been correctly accounted for here as we hit what is past 7 o'clock here in the UK. So it's been a long day for both of these players being able to pilot these combo decks as well to a really strong position here. It looks like Florian is going to be called to have a further conversation at the moment. So we'll let the judging crew and the organizational team do their thing.
In the meantime, not sure if you want to go to break or have a quick altered chat in general. But Ben, tell me, especially looking back at all these matches today, do you have a deck that you think that you'd personally like to be playing if you were to pick things up competitively?
Oh, I mean, I think if I had the mind for it, I'm really liking this Aurak combo deck. I do enjoy combo decks elsewhere, but it is one of those things that can be very difficult to pick up and learn straight away. I mean, I was an Nevenka player at the start of Altered with that dice rolling mechanic and leaning more into the Ouroboros engine, which I know we saw a little bit of a Bliss style build here today with Bruce, who we saw twice in the feature match area with Nevenka. So it does feel like that Lyra is a faction that has my heart, but there is also that very strong Sigismar deck that is, you know, very consistent, it seems like, from being able to be not only a aggressive force, but also be a little bit more reserved, a little bit more controlling as well.
Totally fair. I'm glad to hear that you've been enjoying Lyra today, especially. I'm thinking back to round one. I thought it was really cool how we saw a really sweet tech for the Lindaway specifically, when they played out a Baku specifically trying to target the potential card advantage or lack thereof from decks like Sigismar or other good aggressive decks in the metagame currently. I could imagine that being really good into even Kojo or Basira at this point. So I'm liking the tuning that people are doing for their anticipated metagame. It's the sort of thing that gets me really excited for Altered.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially as we continue to look forward, there are a couple more World Championship qualifiers that are still to go on, some that are happening again this weekend as well. We've had the Eastern Asia online qualifier here, which I believe has already now concluded by the time that we are at here right now. The United States, there's a qualifier in Baltimore happening this weekend. They will be underway at this point as well. And then Brazil have a qualifier tomorrow at Asmodee Fest there at a 128 player event. And beyond that, 2 final European qualifier events, one in Italy next weekend and then in Greece the weekend after, which are both being held, by the way, by Organized Play Events.
Hey, there you go. Yeah, thanks to Organized Play Events for putting these events on and for having me here. I've been very much enjoying myself thus far. It's been a great time, but yeah, it's great that you can keep in mind that there's all these different things going on. I struggle with that a lot personally. There's so many different events going on, all these World Championship qualifiers. It felt like they've been ramping up in pace and how many we've been having. So it's exciting to see, start to see everyone getting qualified for it and gearing up for next month.
Yeah, and I suppose the all-important question is going to be here, Kellen, is what is next month going to look like in terms of the hero representation, the deck construction, with all of these results being sort of amplified and taken into account from all of those qualified? Obviously, you have to kind of take a couple of them with a slight retraction because of the Afanis change, but how do we think that it's going to play out by the time that we reach Paris this time next month?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and overall, I mean, it's been a thing where I think a lot of the decks that we're seeing now have either been held down in a lot of cases by Afanis specifically, or are no longer being held down by decks that were good into an Aphanis meta specifically. Although today has been an interesting scenario because I do think one of the best decks that you could have been playing in that Aphanis meta was Sigismar, which we've been seeing a ton of still today, and it's been very, very successful. We're just not seeing it in the finals here. So yeah, I mean, overall, I think Sigismar in general has been a really safe deck that people have been enjoying playing in virtually every metagame. So I'm not super surprised to see it having success and a lot of people who want to play it.
Absolutely. Well, you're still with us here at the moment because there's still currently an ongoing conversation with one of our players from the grand final in the feature match. It's Florian, who is currently having the discussion at the moment with the judges. From what we understand, is some kind of deck issue. So when we have any more information than that, we will give it to you as soon as we do. But at the moment, we are as blind to all of this as you are all tuning in at the moment. We're not 100% sure what the conversations are. We're, as you could probably tell, not in London at the moment at the Kia Oval in Surrey. So we are going to be getting the information as quickly as we do. And as soon as we do, we will be getting it over to you as well.
Yeah, for the time being, it is just an altered podcast featuring us. But regardless, as you were mentioning, other events going on. I believe not only later tonight is there the top 32 from the board game arena qualifier that was going on. This actually is as recently as like 12, 13 hours ago, even when it was finishing up last night. So that will be coming up at some point. But otherwise, right now, as you were mentioning, is also Baltimore. I was going to say Barcelona, but that qualifier already happened. But yeah, Baltimore is going on right now as well. So once this match finishes up over here, you should absolutely check out the other events that are going on.
Yeah, absolutely. Baltimore, a really exciting and interesting place as well. I was fortunate enough to go there a couple of years ago now, and it's definitely a really, really interesting and cool place to go. I know quite a few different events get held in Baltimore every so often. So definitely one to, as you say, check out at the conclusion of this World Championship qualifier event. That at the moment we are still awaiting on any further kind of information on. We mentioned as well about one of your pet decks that you really, really enjoy playing, the hostage deck, as you call it, Akesha Hostage. Why do you think that we've maybe not seen it towards sort of the later end stages of today in the Swiss rounds in particularly? Maybe is it just one of those decks that's maybe a little bit more combo heavy, a little bit harder to try and pull off, or is it one that a lot of people have their eye on and have maybe teched quite heavily against?
You know, that's a great question, and I'm trying to figure out how exactly I want to answer it. However, I'll start by saying I don't know if a single Akesha player actually registered to play today. I could be wrong, but I didn't see any, at least when I was looking through the standings or skimming through. But I'm hearing that we might be able to go back to things soon. Not quite sure. Yeah, we are back, and again, we'll let you know any information as we have it, but I think things are going to be good to go for our Game 3 here.
Yeah, looks like both players are going ahead and shuffling up. So we are, looks like, going to get ourselves into a Game 3 here in the final of the London World Championship qualifier. So whatever discussions was had, whatever result was appreciated to, we are all ready to get ourselves underway. Once the decks have been shuffled up, we'll be heading into morning of day one in Game 3 and seeing exactly who is going to come out on top. You can see there by the clock that there has been a time extension granted as well for all of the conversations that have been had. So no time has been lost here. Both these players are going to have the opportunity to play out this Game 3 of the final to the fullest of their ability.
That they definitely are. While they're shuffling up, I will finish the thought on the Akesha popularity thing. I think overall, there aren't actually many people who are playing that hostage strategy yet, or who have really figured it out thus far. A couple of us, I think, have and have been having really good success with it over the last little while. But it's also a metagame that is finally actually starting to favor that deck at the moment. Of course, I was mentioning earlier, my decks tend to have a very bad win rate into Sigismar specifically, so maybe it wouldn't have done super great in this event, given that it was very Sigismar top heavy. But in general, that Akesha build has a really great matchup against the field, and I've absolutely been trying to pass the message along, let people know Hostage Akesha out there, it's not just for sadists. You can do it.
Amazing. I'm all for the defense of a deck like that. I have seen this deck in action. I will completely clarify as well. I was watching as part of my preparation and research one of the most recent board game arena world championship qualifiers. I think it was one of the Americas qualifiers, and I saw the at least the back end of the Akesha hostage deck in action, and it was really something to behold when you're chained together those celebration days along with the advanced spells as well. It's really something to behold. But what is to behold is game number 3 of the WCQ Grand Final, because we are underway, and it looks like pretty quickly are racing through day number 1. The Viking is going to be played down as the other character over onto the companion side of the Tumult, and making sure that they get at least one advance on the first day.
Yeah, it's sort of almost whiplash here, going from that little break that we had while the judges were going over stuff to the blistering pace of speed that that both of these players have been playing with, especially in these opening days where the decisions are a little bit more simple for both of these decks now. But I can imagine that things might slow down as the situations get a little bit more complex here. Will-o'-the-Wisp, solid opener for an Aurak at this point. Its potential to come down in a relevant way to potentially either stall or take further progressions themselves, or otherwise just be used for that discount effect from reserve. But otherwise, really great setup for Lucas as well. Multiple characters that will resupply now when played from reserve.
Yeah, and I think I do see one of the uniques as well that is in the hand for Lucas. I think it might have been Capelia, which we have seen prove very useful and was done in game 1 in particular. But we might be just going into our reserve to start things off instead. It's going to be 2 mana that are going to be paid for here. So potentially the Viking making its way out from reserve, but we do still have the opportunity of at least, I think it's Salvager that is currently the other character in the reserve at the moment.
And yeah, we do see, again, things immediately get more complex and the pace does slow down there, which makes a lot of sense. But it is the Viking indeed to get that exhausted resupply immediately, which they will be able to then play out the exhausted card if they do so choose. That will result in a lot of cards, actually, or a lot of scrap counters on Traced even, which is one of these most important conversion rates, especially in the early stages of a game for a Traced player. So that's really important so far, and that's already 3 counters on Traced. The next day, it's likely to be 4 even, or there's even potential to enable the ability entirely the next day.
Yeah, we didn't really see any of the trace counters getting added on with the early bug fix looping that we did at the start of game 2. But here, getting plenty of counters up onto the traced and getting itself ready to go up to that 5 or more scrap counters to start drawing cards and then putting ones from the hand into reserve and getting some more of those really nice resupply effects if they are played out of the reserve that we've seen early on here in game 3.
Yeah, I'm already just sitting here thrilled to see how this one's going to come together. I could imagine that Lucas will quite likely very quickly be able to assemble a bug fix loop. I think it might come down to, yet again, whether or not he's able to find removal for once Florian gets his setup online. And if Florian is able to actually start building his setup in a way that isn't quite enticing enough for Lucas to pull the trigger on potential removal, and is at the same time enough value that he's able to ride it out potentially.
Yeah, absolutely. I like this here now from Florian, using that Nyala gifted conjurer to go ahead and get the exhausted resupply, but then immediately tag that card out into the Haven Serengar into the reserve, which we do have the mana available open for it. And now we're seeing Hooked being utilized to move that Nyala over into the companion expedition and make it so that for now, at the very least, the hero side is uncontested.
That it is. I'm wondering how long either of these sides are going to be uncontested though for, and I could actually imagine that either of these decks could actually try on their own to start closing things out relatively quickly if they're given the opportunity to do so. If either player focuses just a little bit too much on setup and not actually committing stats to the board, the other player could start trying to make a break for things on the Tumult. And if they're able to do that a couple days in a row, it could force a situation where instead of playing for their optimal game plan, they're just forced to play this defensive stance. And at that point, I do think things potentially would actually favor the bug fix player here, who, if they are able to assemble that loop, they might be able to just wait their way out on any of the relevant days by playing those 1 mana bug fix threats repeatedly.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we asked the question about how uncontested all of these expeditions were going to be. A second use of the Hooked from reserve is going to make it so that there will be a 1-for-1 trade in terms of the advance. As we go into dusk here, the Haven Serengar is going to trigger, leaving the expedition zone with the fleeting, drawing a card. And the Nyala now into the reserve here as well. We do have 5 performance counters, it looks like, up on the Aurak hero here. So we can spend those counters at noon if we want to go ahead and flip that top card. As I think I see both players having access to a unique in hand at the moment, even after going ahead and spending into the mana zone. There is the flip, and it's Haven Serengar.
Which is a totally reasonable card. It just doesn't quite do much at this specific moment, right? It does potentially provide some incremental value over time, but it isn't a crazy unique, for example. It doesn't have fleeting yet, so it's not going to be drawing cards. But they are following it up with a Studious Disciple unique right away. Again, this is one that resupplies instead of the effect that you're seeing on the screen for this one at the moment. But I think the question is, will they be able to supplement it with additional uniques to get more value out of it, or otherwise anchor it and threaten to do the same in subsequent days?
Yeah, absolutely. As we see a resupplying here with the Axiom Salvager, it is going to bring the Viking into the soil zone at the moment as well. So it's that and the Grems that it looks like is the other card at the moment in reserve. And we're now going to see a play out from reserve here from Florian. There is the resupply for themselves, and it's a Bliss Fan that they're going to find off of the top.
Yeah, this is a card that I haven't really spent much time thinking about in general, but the more I've been seeing it out of Florian, it feels like it's actually really good in this list. It's not super flashy, but what it is glue for the strategy, and it does its job pretty well, actually. Every time we've seen it, I've been reasonably impressed. Meanwhile, I do think Lucas is looking at a hand that does have a unique of their own. Issue there being they haven't yet actually found that namesake card in Bugfix specifically, and meanwhile, their unique only synergizes really with that one card. Meanwhile, the uniques for Florian, they synergize with virtually every other character in the deck, and the deck is filled with characters, meaning that the longer that goes on, where there is no bug fix to pair along with those other uniques for Lucas, the more value that Florian can potentially generate here.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a little bit more of a varied style of a combo, or at least approaching into getting that combo that we have, as opposed to Lucas there with not having that namesake card of the bug fix right now. We are going to see a Haven getting played here into the landmark zone, however, going and resupplying once again, which I think that is the Snap Sifner that we're getting into the reserve here.
There are so many tongue twister cards that have been printed by Equinox. Sap Sniffer is definitely one of them that I struggle with myself. So always enjoy hearing other people struggle with that one, because I feel like, hey, I'm not alone. Regardless, though, finding a Hatter here is so nice for Florian. That is exactly the sort of effect I was mentioning earlier. They might be looking to find in order to try to set up to continue to go into subsequent days with the Studious Disciple unique hanging around. So that is super nice for them. Meanwhile, yeah, it does look like it is the Sap Sniffer getting played out now. Does gain some additional boost thanks to Haven here.
Yeah, getting that boost at the very least on this Sap Sniffer, definitely not a bad idea here, as we're going to go with another Starfish onto the companion side of the Tumult here, going to see a Nyala into the resource zone, into resupply here for reserve.
Yeah, that they are. That is a little bit overloaded there, specifically considering that both of those cards cost a lot of mana and they don't have access to any discount effects at the current moment. So I don't know what they're necessarily hoping to hit there. I mean, of course, I think they're just digging in general to try to find more copies of uniques that they want. But overall, I think it's going to be interesting to see what they choose to keep at the end of the day when they have to discard down everything, down to those 2 cards in reserve. Trace looks like he's still making decisions at the moment, trying to figure out what he can contest, what he cares about, what he doesn't.
Yeah, still with a 2 mana open right now. We do have those 5 scrap counters currently on the Traced Hero as well, so that effect is going to be continuously live throughout the remainder of this game, as we are going to go ahead and see the Grems getting played down there. This is the common Grems, so sacrificing that Haven away to get the 2/2/2 Brass Bug to try and help contest into the hero side of the Tumult here. But at the moment, it's that against the now anchored unique of Studious Disciple and the Haven Serengar at the moment.
I do tentatively believe, I didn't have the time to do the full math on that, but I do actually think that that might be a double progression for a Traced player. If that is indeed the case, they are evening things up there with that, which would be pretty substantial, I would say, especially because, again, they're more and more likely with time to be digging into their own combo. And Florian has not managed to set theirs up fully in a way that that they can fully combo off here yet. And there is still the potential chance, though, for Lucas to be able to find removal for that combo if it was able to set up in time.
Yeah, absolutely. As you see, Lucas now is just 2 advancements away from winning this game here and being sent to the World Championship qualifiers. I think I do see the namesake card has now been found here for Lucas in this combo build, the Bug Fix. And depending on what that unique is in hand for Lucas, we could start trying to get that double advance happening a little bit sooner than Florian would maybe like. We are going to see the flip here of the effect of the Auric Hero, which is going to be the Martingale here. So that little bit of cost reduction that we were looking for in the last day, we now have found it.
Yeah, it was actually a really nice reveal there because not only did they hit the Martingale, they were able to use that to resupply off of the Studious Disciple, both digging them yet again deeper and deeper. And the card that they were then resupplied into was a cost reducer as well in Twinkle Twinkle. So definitely getting their way towards their remaining uniques, which they would very much like to find in order to try to take a win or try to assemble a lock here even. But again, as you said it, Lucas has found the namesake card of Bugfix Traced is Bugfix. We know there was the unique hanging around from before, which I'm assuming is probably going to be the main plan here for Lucas. At the same time, I think he is trying to consider whether there's potential more value to be gained by digging for removal still, potentially playing out a card like Vaiki, but no, instead they're indeed favoring putting out this Capellia immediately and threatening the combo.
Yeah, Capellia was that mystery card that we were looking at here. As we see, there is now the opportunity for the Kodama to be put into the reserve from resupply. See, using another Martingale to be able to do it. So potentially having those go both into reserve at the start of the next day if Lucas doesn't find a way to double advance here on this day and have access to more of that cost reduction. We've got the anchored effects as well of that Kodama now in reserve that will be able to keep the Studious Disciple unique around for Florian in their hero expedition.
This is looking really tough overall. I mean, for both players, realistically. I'm trying to put myself into the shoes of Florian at this point, and I personally I assume that if he had had another unique at this point, he likely would have played it out before playing the Martingale to try to dig through the deck as quickly as possible here. At the same time, there's a chance he's still trying to play around potential multiple or removal for multiple things. But I think the upside is so high, he might be forced to do so anyway. And yeah, indeed, it's seeing that it is just 3 commons, I believe, that were in his hand there, meaning that yeah, he's instead just trying to dig and potentially find more copies of uniques that he's going to have to play off the top of his deck, meaning that this is suddenly a really dire spot for our Aurak player all of a sudden. There's a very real chance here that Traced might be able to take the game this day with a double advance, which is very, very possible out of this bug fix card specifically. Again, this is a 1 mana to 2/2/2 in stats exchange rate at this point. It's like playing Amelia Earhart from reserve, but again and again and again and again, of course, as many times as you have mana. And the fact that for so many cards that Aurak has access to, they're going to be particularly weak in one or more stat lines, it might just be really difficult for them to contest either expedition.
Yeah, well, it's funny you mentioned about the Amelia Earhart, actually, because I believe that is one of the 2 cards that is actually in reserve at the moment, or is at least staying in reserve with all of these Capellia effects that are going and rebouncing the bug fix spells. It's that and the Viking. But when you're creating all of these bug fix spells and being able to get all of the tokens down into the expeditions here with the 2/2/2s and still loop the spell, you might as well just keep doing that at this point.
That is true. What I am realizing, though, as well, is that Florian is doing an excellent job of actually blocking wherever is possible, and the stats are lining up particularly well in this instance. Haven Sarengar getting played optimally onto a side to block where the Traced player is trying to progress on a mono forest expedition. The other side, meanwhile, these Martingales have been stonewalling essentially this mountain expedition, and now with Nyala added there as well, that becomes even more difficult. And it's funny to say, but it does look like Lucas is trying to do just normal math to figure out, like, can he win both sides, and if not, can he win one of them?
Yeah, it's definitely, as you said, a real difficult situation for both of these players to be in, but you wouldn't want it easy in a grand final 3rd game to decide if you are going to be representing your country in the World Championship or not. You want to see both of these players playing to their highest possible capacities and going through all of the play lines that are both obvious and obscure to be able to get a potential victory here. As we're seeing a quick tag out there from the Nyala, I believe that was what was being just resolved there.
Exactly, and it does look like the Hatter gets put into reserve in exchange for an Ouroboros Inkcaster, which could potentially get played out to potentially provide a little bit more additional value in returning something, for example, at dusk. Interesting, though, because, again, there's very little mana remaining for Florian. If he does want to take that line, it'll be a case where he has to discard a Twinkle Twinkle to do it for its support ability, at which point that would likely be it, as in there would be no other actions for him during this day, which is not ideal. But still some nice things going on. The fact that he will be able to anchor this unique almost certainly. He can anchor something else even if he chooses to do so. And Haven Sarengar leaving play would result in a card draw as well, at least at this point. But again, surviving is the first priority.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but we've got double anchoring potential from Florian's side of the board with the Hatter and the Kodama that are currently in reserve. So definitely the unique will be getting anchored at the very, very least, and potentially the Nyala may be getting anchored because you probably want those Martingales in the reserve for their cost reductions effect, and you want the Haven Serengar to leave the expedition with that fleeting to be able to get you the card draw here.
I don't know if you just saw the hands-on head while thinking posture that Florian was just taking while trying to figure out how to play this, but I feel like if you're Lucas, you have to feel like that's at least a good sign that your opponent doesn't have obvious decisions that they're very excited about making at that point, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And especially with the pace that we've seen Florian play in feature matches in the top cut stages as well, in that semi-final, was playing with such a strong and quick pace when the combo was all there and flowing, but still doing it with such precision. And now Florian playing a lot more measured, a little bit more almost sheepishly at the moment in trying to figure out, is there a way that I can just completely defend myself from the double advance and not be sacrificed for Lucas's challenge at the World Championship qualification?
To me, it's looking nearly impossible, though, for Lucas to actually win the game this day, which is a really big deal. It's likely he'll find a progression, or almost guaranteed that he'll find a progression at this point onto the hero side, but the companion side is well and truly walled at this point. And yeah, it is just another hooked here saying, yep, I just want an additional card draw, another attempt at drawing relevant removal yet again for the next day. And here's where we're seeing the cashing out of these two anchoring cards that did enter reserve earlier. One of them, it will be the Nyala that had fleeting, and the other card will, of course, be that Studious Disciple unique that he's intending on using again and again and again.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the few things that I can say with quite confidence here, Kellen, that I called the two cards that were going to get anchored going into Dusk here for Florian, the Nyala and that unique being kept around in their respective expeditions here. And it is also going to be the Martingales that are going into the reserve here from the remaining cards were there. I did say that I was, thinking that it might take a big size brain and, some serious studying to pilot this Auric deck in the future. I think slowly but surely we're getting there.
You're figuring out the lines. We love to see that. Meanwhile, again, I'm looking into both players' hands. I don't think that Florian drew another unique, or at least I didn't see that lovely golden yellow glint from one of those just yet. Of course, again, it's still the potential to resupply into it, but no, it doesn't look like there is one yet still. Which is rough. The deck size is getting pretty small at this point as well, so you have to figure very high chances of finding it by now. And actually, same goes for the Trace deck, also getting a lot smaller, meaning it's a higher and higher chance of finding a card like Avalanche, and there is finally a Paper Herald unique.
We find one after the Ouroboros Croupier gets played out from the effect of the Aurak hero at noon. So we have access to the second of the third unique. Do we have even further ways to continue to dig through the deck and try and get ourselves to the other Paper Herald unique that is available to Florian here? He's got the 2 mana spent right now and has picked up the Paper Herald. So is maybe thinking that we just want to go ahead with this first action of the new day, play this Paper Herald down, get it onto an expedition at the very least, and make it so that I am one step closer to getting the combo off. We roll dice. It's going to be a 6. So some boosts going off. The resupply finds a Ouroboros Trickster. So no third unique right now.
Trickster is still a great find, though, because it is just a 1 mana for multiple resupply exchange rates still. I do think he actually thought for a little while there about whether he actually wanted to play out that Paper Herald or not, because I do think one of the cards he's heavily playing around now, if not that Avalanche, is Kill on Burst specifically, which would sort of explain multiple things from the Trace end at this point, and you can't really go after the non-fleeting unique at this point in quite the same way with a card like Kill on Burst. So I do think that's what he was considering playing around, and then realized that the situation is so dire at this point, I think he just has to play it out anyway. And there's still some value to be gained, even if there was a Kill on Burst, to just go after it right away anyway. So I do think that was likely what Florian was deciding there at the beginning stages of that. But yeah, now we're seeing the high upside of just getting the unique out and starting to resupply off of it. Ouroboros Trickster coming down. It is just really reasonable for 1 mana here, but mostly because they're getting so many resupplies off of it.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see a double resupply going ahead there, getting another Trickster onto the board into the reserve, as well as the Bliss Fan. So now we're starting to get those multiple resupply chains happening at one action as soon as you get that character into one of these expeditions here. And Florian's still smiling at the moment somehow through all of this, but maybe it's because they're starting to realize that that main deck is starting to get pretty thin, and having not found the third and final unique just yet, we've got to be getting closer and closer to it, and a double advance on this day will send them to Paris next month.
That it would indeed. Again, still rough because they are having to sweat their way out through that potential removal that can still be found here. And Bugfix, again, it's able to put enough stats that they could potentially capitalize on removal like that to snag a progression of their own, even if that even just brings them to a tiebreaker instead of winning the game outright. Maybe that's still enough. A lot of a lot of considerations going on here still. Also, these two martingales that are hanging out in the reserve for Florian as well are a really good sign for him, though. He's not at all low on mana, despite having to play out multiple cards in the early stages of the day, including the Paper Herald, which I believe had to spend 2 mana from the backside of it, rather than just the 1 cost on the front side when played from hand. So even then, very healthy in terms of mana remaining, especially considering that there's likely a few more discount effects in the deck as well.
That deck at the moment is just 4 cards, it looks like, from Florian. So we're going to be getting to that third and final unique if it hasn't been resourced away into the mana pool for 2 potential activations of that resupply ability. As we're seeing Lucas here just picking up one of the cards from the reserve. It is going to be, it looks like, the Hooked. And we are going to hook away the Croupier into the Companion Expedition, drawing, not finding another one of those out of that Avalanche or that Kellen Burst. Is instead going to be Frozen Delivery that will find. And Florian rolling, looks like it was a 4 or a 6. Whatever it is, it's going to get the boost. We're going to get the double resupply happening. There is not the unique off of these two, Nyala and another Ouroboros Trickster going into the reserve.
It feels like a massive brick there and missing to find that third unique this day. But at the same time, he knows at this point he can access it. It has to be in his deck. He knows that for a fact. So he will be able to access it with the remaining cards he can play. Ouroboros Trickster is a great one that he can use to go and find it, essentially. I'm wondering, though, are we seeing the repeat of game 1 here? Because it's very much what's looking like from Lucas. He's using all of his resources to try to dig and dig and dig for removal. But again, it's only 1 copy in his deck. If that is just the bottom card, he could just be dead to trying to find it specifically. And it would actually be a pretty difficult scenario just for Florian to purely outstat all of these bug fixes if he had been going for that instead. I don't know whether that would have been a better outcome or not, but it's a really difficult position for both players, but especially Lucas at this point.
And that's sometimes what it comes down to in these big moments here, as a 6 is rolled from the Ouroboros Trickster effect. So the +2 boosts are going to be added on to that third and final Trickster. There is the third and final unique as well that we knew for a fact had to be in the deck somewhere, that has made its way into the reserve here. So Florian with all 3 of the Martingales in reserve as well here, having those cost reductions on tap. And the discard pile is now going to get shuffled up, it looks like, and create the main deck once again.
Leaving conveniently 3 mana left open to represent Avalanche here, I believe, is Lucas. And Florian, I think, just trying to figure out what he can play around, what he can't. For his sake, if you want him to win, I think you just want him to slam this Paper Herald immediately and try to go for it. The full combo here, we might see all of the deck get reshuffled again and again and again in one day, or maybe not. I don't know what he's going to try to find as a line that he can play around, but I think this one has to favor Florian here. I think he might be able to get it.
Yeah, it's looking ever so closer, especially if we don't see that Avalanche at the moment. The 3 mana left up, as you said, is definitely indicating it, but we are going that route. We are just going to slam this Paper Herald unique onto the Hero Expedition here. It is going to get the fleeting counter, put one up on the performances here for the Hero of the Auric, and now we're going to get all of the resupplies happening. We find a way of anchoring something down with the Kodama as well.
I did see a card in Lucas's hand though that did actually look like Avalanche. He might actually have that here. I'm just not sure if that's going to be enough at this point. He doesn't have that many stats on board.
just the 1 mana that we're using here, so it is going to be another bug fix that we are going to go ahead and activate. So with 2 mana left open, the Avalanche is now officially off of the table for this day, as we're going to go and see Florian get to work with this combination line. We're seeing the Martingale using its support effect, getting a cost reduction going. We're going to see a bunch of resupplying happening here. Bliss Fan, that's a Hatter as well, I believe. So another way to anchor something down alongside the Kodama, just in case this doesn't work for whatever reason.
Something exciting happened there as well, where Florian, he started moving his hands across the table as though he was a pianist there, like playing the piano. He was moving his reserve all to one side because he knows what's next. He knows that he's going to have to use all of this available space and start resupplying like crazy. I think he's excited for it. I think he knows what's coming, and I think he knows that he is incredibly likely to be winning the game from this point if this continues as such, and I don't see anything that would be able to interrupt it from here.
Doesn't seem like it here, and Lucas now just having a little bit of a chuckle, little wry smile to themselves. All they can do is play another bug fix down into the reserve, create another token. It's going to bounce straight back into the hand as well, thanks to that Capella unique. But now we're continuing with the chain once again. So here goes the cost reduction of the Martingale, playing another character down into that hero expedition. And Lucas is just going to extend the hand there, conceding the game. Florian down to the last 2 cards in the deck before reshuffling up to find their unique, and has qualified for the World Championship in Altered.
Absolutely a huge victory for Aurak there. I don't know if we've ever had an Aurak result quite like this one, and it's so impressive and well-deserved. The only player who was able to take down Lucas, or Zero Suit Samus as he's often known online, the entire day. It was a really, really good shot by him. You can see some good sportsmanship. They're clapping for both of themselves there. They both did an awesome job, but yeah, just enough there for Florian at the end. Moondust on Aurak, taking it down. Aurak combo, love to see it.
Incredible, incredible scenes here in one of the last chances for players to qualify for Worlds here in the first year of the Altered TCG. And we were saying about how wide open that the meta and the format looks like it is to be. Aurak making its way to being a qualifying deck for the first ever World Championships. That's certainly a big, big headline as we inch closer to that big final dance.
I think there's a lot of people who are going to be very excited about that. And we've seen a couple of these heroes sneak in that were maybe a little bit unexpected at different points. I know Sparky on Nevenka, for example, had a lot of people's eyes on him during the Paris or the France qualifiers, rather, that went on there, where 4 players were able to qualify that event. But yeah, with a player taking it down on Nevenka, a player taking it down on Aurak, I mean, what's next? We could see anything at this point. I wouldn't be that surprised.
Absolutely. Well, it's an exciting time here as we inch closer towards the World Championship. There are 2 more qualifiers that are yet to happen throughout the remainder of September here in Europe. And of course, there are those ones happening this weekend worldwide. We are certainly going to be paying close attention to what happens. That means, though, that we are out of time and out of games here live from London. So quickly, we want to say a big thank you to all of the players that started this journey with us this morning. 70 of them in the World Championship qualifier, trying to vie for that one spot. A big thank you to all of the judging crew, to Team Organized Play Events, and to our wonderful stream producer, Carl. It's been working tirelessly behind the scenes, changing to that digitized version of the Tumult halfway through the day as well, and tracking it with absolute perfect clarity as well. I want to thank Kellen as well for guiding me and helping me through the day. I couldn't have done this without his amazing insight throughout all of the matches. And of course, we've got to Kellen thank every single person that tuned in throughout today's qualifier as well.
Totally. Thank you all for both having me and for, all of you people who've been tuning in. It's been a great one. Ben, you're fantastic with the commentary. Keep it up. Play more Altered. Hope you'll do more with us. It's yeah, good to have you. Carl with the production. I was very, very impressed. If you liked that digital tumult that you saw in play there, or the rest of the camera setup and everything, yeah, that's your guy. Say something to him in chat. And then otherwise, yeah, that's it for me. You can always find me on Discord if anyone wants to talk anything Altered. And I haven't found Asgartha yet, but if you do find Asgartha, please let me know.
Well, hopefully we can all find it together as we journey forwards into the first ever Altered TCG World Championship. And I'll be more than happy to stick around if you'll all be more than happy to have me. Thank you for tuning in, though, for us today. That is going to do it for us live from the Kia Oval, where the headline is Aurak has qualified for the World